The kitchen staff was making a celebratory dinner for everyone, and Ray's advancement was well underway, with over a third of the blood in her bath already absorbed as her power surged. This time, there were noticeable changes to her body, not just a small change in size or coloration. Her fuzz was vanishing, scrubbed away in the bath, revealing hard armored chitin plates over most of her body, with deep black leathery flesh at the joints. Her legs gleamed with a metallic luster under their coating of blood, and her formerly black eyes glowed a malevolent red. She was growing as well, though not to an extreme extent. Her body was getting slightly longer, more elongated and less bulbous. It was only when the bath water was gone and Ray had finished polishing herself that Karl realized she wasn't actually wet from the bath. Her carapace was slightly translucent at the surface and appeared to be dripping with blood at all times, though it was smooth and dry on the surface and the bloody effect was underneath. New skills gained. Racial skill, blood destruction, blood elemental magic. Rapidly increases or decreases the temperature of target's bodily fluids. Once the temperature change is complete, the target explodes, dealing 50% target rank X caster base damage to everything within a 10m radius. Demonic oppression, a passive skill. Targets with a bloodline potential lower than the blood destruction demonic spiders suffer from oppression, reducing speed and damage by 30% within a user rank X 10m radius. Evolution completed, blood destruction demonic spider. Remy pulled Lotus back into the house as she felt Ray's process completing and waited for Karl to inform everyone. That was not what happened, as Ray had too strong of a sense for the dramatic to allow that. Instead, she appeared incorporeal in Night Haunter form and let the lingering effect that her new passive skill had on allies alert everyone to her presence. Only when they were starting to look around for the sense of danger did Ray appear in the middle of the shop. Screams rang through the room, and Ray giggled, a haunting rumble that seemed to echo through the room from some distant space. Then she changed back to her humanoid form and did a spin. I did it. Not just an overlord, but a new kind of overlord. She explained. Karl cleared his throat. Everyone, meet Ray Bloodbath, our guild's newest overlord, and now a blood destruction demonic spider. 2 advancements in one day? That is incredible. Loros gasped as she examined Ray's humanoid form to see if there were differences. It was a transformation spell, not a natural transformation, so it hadn't changed. But examining her spider form was just a bit too terrifying for most of the demons. So, now there are 2 combat forces at Overlord? Well, 3 if we count Karl. Wendy asked with an excited note in her voice. Karl nodded. That's right. The others shouldn't be too far behind. If we give it a few more weeks, or a month, I think that everyone should be able to make an advancement. At the back of the room, Loros sighed, and Karl smiled at her. Even you. You're not far from becoming a commander now with all the crafting work that you have done. It builds up your mana quality with every success. Give it a bit more time, and you will be able to join Wendy in making the most profitable mass production items in the shop. Well, now that the city wants us to give them the higher grade stuff. Davis cleared his throat. Why don't we mess with the city just a little bit? I found a large piece of spirit jade, the overlord quality version of mana jade. Technically, it's a countertop that was being removed, but as nobody else knows how to turn it into a magical item, the cost was reasonable. I put that on the guild store account, by the way. Karl smiled. So, you're saying that we can make a bunch of overlord-ranked accessories? Davis smirked in response. Exactly, and just not sell them. The agreement only said that we couldn't sell the ones that we made without going through the city. They didn't say anything about equipping our own with ridiculously overpowered gear. Just the aura from a few pieces like that would be enough to make most of the city officials cry at the thought of what price it might fetch. Karl nodded. I will have to do some research into the ruins. If we're going to go all out, it should be something so insanely overpowered or ridiculous that nobody would believe it if they hadn't seen it themselves. Karl thought about the answer. All of the ladies were casters, except for Ophelia, so if it was a non-combat sort of item, or a buff, he would only need to come up with 2 types. Or perhaps even 1. If he made it something that nobody would willingly turn down, they could all wear the same item, like a signature piece from the guild. The question was, what sort of inscription would he need to make for it to apply to everyone? He had already done the basics with skill power increase, and that would likely stay. But he needed something that would put it over the top. An Overlord-ranked item should be somewhat epic, even if it wasn't epic great. As everyone dispersed to their tasks, Karl took a seat on the second floor and began flipping through the dwarven runecrafting tome, looking for ideas. The dwarves were exceptionally practical when it came to their rune work, so Karl was certain that he would find something that would help, even if it was a passing reference, or a combination of simple concepts to make something that would be worth bringing to the Overlord rank. Karl flipped through the pages, and then he realized that the dwarves had the perfect non-combat buff for this type of item. He could start it with mana storage as the base, along with skill power. But then it could be expanded to create a complex rune for increased potential, faster growth, and divine favor. The blessing was one that the dwarves used frequently, according to the book, but with Overlord-ranked runes, it should make for an item that added luck and increased the growth rate of the user. That was what they all needed the most. Karl showed his plan to the teachers who had come to study under him. This is a bit more complex. I have 4 concepts all linked in a compound rune, then a detached string of modifiers to clarify the effects. But each of the strings has to be both complete as a concept and grammatically separate from all the others, so that the effect does not bleed over. Because of this, the wording is very particular when you try to combine effects. Moira frowned. Is there a way around that? Where you might generate powerful effects without the need for an enormous item to hold so many characters' worth of runes in such a particular format? Karl thought about it for a second, then an insidious thought came to his mind. Yes, there is a divine phrase that can help you accomplish that. Karl wrote out 3 seemingly nonsensical runes, which were actually just ancient slang from the knowledge he had gained from runecrafting. Blind box, full send, YWLO. If you inscribe that on your item, there is a chance to get a magnificently powerful item, or you might get nothing. It really is up to your favor with the gods. Moira and Mash both stared at the runes, then shrugged and carefully inscribed them into a pair of wooden rings and began to empower them. The process finished, and one set of runes changed, while the other glowed faintly gold, signifying a success. What does that say? Mash asked, as his ring had worked. Moira wrote the runes, then mentally translated them. Thank you. Please try again. She replied, phrasing it almost as a question. Mash laughed, then used the identify skill on his creation and wailed with agony. Evil. I summoned evil into the world. He moaned. Karl looked at the ring, his curiosity growing. Ring of the narcissist. Any target of the wearer's lust or affection will appear to the wearer as a mirror image of themselves. Karl and Moira stared at the ring for a second. Then Moira burst into laughter. I'm like 90% sure that the system just told you to go FCK yourself. She wheezed with tears rolling down her face. Mash frowned as he realized that was also a valid interpretation. What did I ever do to deserve that? Or are the runes intended to troll creators? He asked. Karl shrugged and wrote the runes inside a wooden ring. He brought them up to commander rank with a thought and waited to see what happened. Ring of Affection, a gently stroking a target until they make a noise of approval improves their combat power and mental fortitude by 5%. Dibs. No, wait. Someone has to use it on me. Dibs for Lotus. She always has time for head pats. Thor insisted. Mash frowned. It's another prank item. Karl shook his head. No, it's a class-targeted item. If you pat Thor's head or massage Kara's wings, you can guarantee happy noises. And that's extra combat power and mental fortitude. It's actually a very effective item for a Beast Link class. At home, we have a class known as Beast Rangers, an advanced ranger class whose pet can be a magical beast. For them, this would be perfect. They just need to hype up their pet before battle, and they get a buff. Not the biggest one that I've ever seen, but not every item randomly created will be a legendary treasure. Loros interrupted their chat with a request. Can I get some silk from Ray to make a backing plate for these bracers? They're made of flat plates because the material was cut as a countertop, and I need to maximize my usage. Karl nodded, and a second later, Ray sent out a small stack of Overlord-rank silk cloth and a needle made with earth barrier. Without that, Loros wouldn't be able to sew the cloth at all. The sculpting-obsessed demoness got right to work making a quilted backing out of silk and cotton, then riveted the plates on with golden pins. The gold looked wonderful against the blue and white stone with the white backing cloth, and Loros had carved the flat plates to make one large image of Remy in spirit snake form around the top and bottom, with the middle left flat for runes. Karl added durability to the set of runes so that the bracers would serve as actual armor and not as simple jewelry. Then he carved the concept into the stone, outlining his plan first with a pencil, so he knew he had the spacing correct. Mana storage, skill power, increased potential, faster growth, and divine favor. With subtext for durability and earth barrier, self-mending function, so it wouldn't get broken during regular use. By the time that he had them all sketched, the runes were even smaller than the typed characters in an official document. But Karl set about carving them with his claw. It took him until dinner to finish, but it was well worth it. The completed item was beautiful, with the delicate script and the carving of Remy around the edges, especially as he added mana to it, until the runes turned ghostly blue and began to glow. Bracer of Fated Encounters, Artifact, Grade Armor. Stores 10 times the standard amount of mana. Increases user growth rates in all aspects, with an increased chance to surpass bottlenecks to growth. Increases skill power by 30% and luck by 100. It can't be. No, it's simply not possible to make something like that. Moira stammered. Dana came in to see what the fuss was about, and Karl winked at her. I think you should get the first of these, Karl announced, then distracted her with a kiss as he fastened the bracer around her wrist. The armor piece duplicated the moment that it equipped, creating a matched set for both wrists. Normally, armored bracers were enchanted as part of the whole arm piece and equipped as a pair, but this was the first time that Karl had seen an item that cloned itself and didn't need a second half made. What is it supposed to do? I get skill power, but the rest is all so vague. Dana asked. It will help you grow more powerful and not get stuck at rank bottlenecks. I suggest wearing it all the time, just in case. Karl suggested. Dana nodded slowly, then summoned her golems to see what sort of changes that much more skill power would make to her newly monarch power level. They appeared for half a second, then Karl saw a notification. Skill Master 4 activation by target Dana. Golem has been upgraded to Greater Golem. She must have gotten a notification as well, because she frowned, and then walked to the window to summon her new golem in the yard. What appeared looked like the demonic cross between a wolf and a wingless stone dragon. The 3-meter-tall creature was all black, with a long, scaled dragon tail. The tail's draconic appearance extended to black scales over the creature's belly to its muscular chest, and sharp stone protrusions in place of fur all the way up its spine, as well as on its lower front limbs. The head was shaped halfway between a dragon's muzzle and a wolf's, and flames glowed within its mouth. Its eyes looked like burning pits, as if the skull was hollow of anything but flames, reminding everyone that this was no simple creature. The whole body appeared to be made of stone, but it shifted and rippled like muscle as the creature turned to look up at Dana. Then its ears perked up, and a small puff of smoke came from its mouth as it huffed happily upon finding its summoner. It was somehow terrifying and adorable at the same time. If it had a tongue, Karl was certain it would be lolling out happily right now. Then, it shrunk down to just over a meter tall and made its way inside to come bump up against Dana's leg, begging to have its ears rubbed. It's a canine Thor. Ray laughed. Definitely. Not as big, though. At least it won't be trying to pull the wagon. Remy agreed. Well, that might depend on the size of the wagon. Golems had stamina that never ran out, and with a 3-meter-tall 4-legged body, a monarch rank golem would be no slouch. Once she had finished greeting her new friend, Dana cast another spell, and the original 2 golems returned in all their statuesque glory. That made 4 summon helpers for Dana now, including her Spellblade Demoness type, Epic Guard. Not many mages at any rank could claim to have that much additional firepower, and this new Greater Golem looked like it would be a reliable damage dealer in combat. Moira and Mash were staring at the Greater Golem with increasing suspicion. There was no way that simply gaining an item had given her a new skill, unless it was actually part of the runes, and Karl had been holding out on them. But they had read them as he wrote them, memorizing the pattern for their own attempts later. They hadn't seen anything about a Greater Golem spell in there. It's an opportune timing of another skill's activation, not directly from the bracelet. Though the extra stacks of luck might have helped. Don't think too much about it. The process will just make your head hurt. It's my skill, and I don't even know how it determines that it's going to upgrade a skill for a group member. Karl explained. Moira sighed. That's just unfair. I know that support classes are a thing, but a support class that lets others upgrade a skill by a grade? Completely overpowered. Coupled with your rune crafting, you're basically the best friend that a newbie adventurer could hope to make. Dana winked at the half-elven woman. Don't I know it? I've been working with him since we were both in school, and my power has grown incredibly fast. Are you from the same pack, then? Moira asked, not realizing that Dana and Karl were using a transformation spell. No, but we went to the same school, until we were sent out into the world with this lovely group of ladies. I suppose technically we might still be enrolled, but at this point, I don't think that there is much they're going to be willing and able to teach us there. Dana laughed. That was a concept that they could understand. They were teachers at a rather prestigious academy, but there were only so many secrets and powerful skills that they would teach to a random student who didn't have strong ties of loyalty both to the school and the nation. There was a commotion outside, and Karl moved to the window to see what it could be. Certainly, nobody would be brave enough to attack them again, not with the gargoyles in place and an overlord in charge. But the answer was much less concerning. Little Butterfly had made 5 tiny versions of Dana's new golem, and they were running around the yard, barking balls of fire and playing with Lotus. That doesn't look safe, Mash noted, deep concern apparent in his black eyes. It's an illusion skill. While it can cause damage, it doesn't seem likely that the caster would want to harm Lotus. But a cleric of the Green Dragon loves all forms of creatures, and these ones are new to her. While Karl had replied absently, the words coming out of his mouth actually gave him a great idea. Little Butterfly only knew 2 skills: invisibility and illusionary domain. If she could learn more skills, wouldn't she be able to create even more convincing illusions, or ones that caused significant damage to enemies? The illusions were already solid, but any sort of damage would disperse them. Teaching Little Butterfly a barrier skill might make them more durable. But as soon as Karl thought of the idea, he sensed the negative response from Little Butterfly. It was certain that wouldn't work. We will take a trip to the library then, and I will see what you can learn to enhance your skills. Don't worry, we have lots of money now. That sounded wonderful to both the butterfly and to Remy, who had voraciously devoured the knowledge contained in almost all of the technical tomes in her swamp, before moving on to the ones in the library illusion. What is the book that you were studying from? Mash asked, drawing Karl's attention from the chaos in the yard. Oh, that's a book of Dwarven runecrafting. A bit different from the runesmithing skill and written in Dwarven. But some of the concepts that they use in their sculpting translate well to other styles, so I was looking for ideas on how to string together the concepts that I wanted to use for the bracelets. I'm going to make matched ones for the guild members, so I wanted them to be something that would be universally useful, no matter what the specialty of the wearer was. The teacher sighed as she heard that it was a guild-exclusive item that he was making. But she had the pattern. There was nothing stopping her from making one herself. It might not be Overlord ranked, but if she had one of the royal rank wooden pieces carved to shape, it would work just as well as a base at lower quality. It took so long, though. Just making them for herself and her husband would be a long day's work, and that was assuming that it was successful the first time. Just making a copy of the runes would be enough for now, and then they could work on it at their leisure after the school year started. Their time with Karl was quite limited, as the break was only 2 months in total, but there was so much to learn with a new trade skill and all the little tricks that came with it, but which weren't included in the basic linguistic knowledge. That was most likely because the skill transferred at an introductory apprentice level, and they were expected to study and practice the rest on their own. But with a master present, who wouldn't dream of gaining all that knowledge in one huge transfer? The fame, the recognition, the department funding. Oh, the things they could gain with just a bit more knowledge. Over the course of the next week, thousands of merchant caravans rolled into town from nearby cities, and the cold storage warehouses were slowly emptying, while other buildings were repurposed as massive smokehouses to cure the whale meat for longer-term storage. It would be some time before the price of whale meat recovered, but Karl thought that within the next few weeks the demand for other meats would begin to increase. Even if it was cheap and incredibly high energy, people would only want to eat the same thing for so long. The teachers were getting much better with basic runecrafting and alchemy, but more in the alchemy realm. Runic alchemy class under Remy had yielded incredible results, and the store was well stocked with potions and tinctures of all sorts, along with the apprentice-made commander rank items. Ashbringer had made 3 pairs of war axes for Karl to upgrade to overlord rank, and today the representative from the castle was coming to pick up their first shipment of powerful items. The whole guild was looking forward to his arrival, as Karl and Ashbringer had gone all out to troll him this time. All of the items that they had produced for the city this time were overlord ranked, but there were only 10 rings and the 6 axes. The gargoyle at the gate whistled to let them know that someone had entered, and Karl moved to the door to greet their guest. Overlord Karl, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. I am Rock, Lord General of the Drod City Guard. The burly bronze demon announced as soon as he saw Karl standing in the doorway. Lord General Rock, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. We have created a small number of items this month, but I believe that the city governor will be pleased with them. The general looked amused. The intent here was to resell them at auction if they were suitable, not for the governor to profit off them, other than the small handling fee. But when Davis placed the items on a counter, General Rock couldn't contain his eager smile. Are those overlord-ranked epic-grade weapons? He asked, moving close to inspect them. Indeed. And all 6 are identical. They have life leech, skill damage increase, sharpness, and a rather sizable damage increase. Davis explained with vague gestures to different portions of the runes, as he didn't know what they actually meant. Then the rings. General Rock asked. The rings are all combat-oriented. Titanic strength, injury negation, and agonizing blows. I'm told that it is quite effective. The agony effect should turn even a slap to the face into the equivalent of a stun spell. Davis's smile had a somewhat evil tone to it. He had gotten Karl to inscribe that into a pair of gloves for him to wear at work, so that problematic customers could be disabled without serious injury. He had inadvertently learned a valuable fact during testing. You could not torture a vampire with pain spells. Their venom converted pain to pleasure in their victims, so they didn't scream when being drained. But it made the vampires entirely immune to pain. Mick thought it was hilarious that the ultimate method for disabling problematic customers didn't work on her at all, despite it being 4 ranks above her. You're saying that you have 3 matched sets of weapons and 10 overlord-ranked rings, all of which are combat-oriented, with an innate controllability? The general asked. Karl nodded. That is right. The materials we found this month were particularly good. I will try for more variety next month, but I don't think that we will be able to make totem-ranked items for some time. The general looked like he was going to choke on his tongue. What totem-ranked items? That wasn't something that you simply sold at the auction. Plus, who would even buy it? You would have to gather the leaders of half the cities in Drod just to get enough people for proper bidding. No, totem-ranked items were the sort of thing that were given to heroes and national guardians for great deeds in war, single-handed defense of a nation's border, or other similarly insane deeds. From what he knew, there were currently no totem-ranked dungeons in the Dragon Isles or anywhere else on the planet. Only a few Overlord-ranked dungeons had opened during the wave of upheaval, and that was already problematic enough. Once he recovered from his shock, the general began to mentally calculate the likely selling price, but came up short of a solid answer. There was no way to tell how high the price might be run up on items so rare within Drod. Not only that, but there were instructors from Lard here for some reason, and they would have certainly informed their superiors at home about the items being created here. If foreign bidders started to show up to the auction, the prices might get completely out of hand. Did you have a target price for these items? The general asked carefully. Karl shook his head. Not particularly. What they sell for, they sell for. It's more of a test of the market to determine what we should make next month to keep the funding for the artisans of the Darklight host at a suitable level. The general sighed. That was what he was afraid of. Materials for such high-quality items had to be insanely expensive, but they might also be part of the auction, as many rare materials for advancement were. If he knew that they were actually making countertops out of material capable of being turned into Overlord rank items, he might die of outrage. All right, I will take these to the castle, and they will sort them for sale. However, I would be prepared for the governor, or his representative, to come to you with a procurement request for custom items after seeing these. Karl nodded. We are always happy to accept custom orders. The next morning, Dana led the ladies to the dungeon first thing in the morning, clearing the monsters to collect loot for the blacksmith. So, it was the guild notification that told Karl something big was happening. Guild member Ophelia has reached monarch rank. Guild member Lotus has reached monarch rank. Guild member Tessa has reached monarch rank. 3 advancements in 1 dungeon run? That was cause for celebration. Karl was about to notify someone, then realized that everyone in the compound, other than the caretaker, was part of the guild. They had all seen the notification, and the kitchen staff had started to prepare a feast in their honor. Hardly a week with the new bracers, and they were all advancing to the monarch rank. But there was limited time before they got back. Abby, I'm going to run and get fancy baked goods. You do the essentials and the dinner. Karl called before heading out of the house. Got it, boss. Pick the things that take the longest to make. At a walking pace, it was a bit over 10 minutes to get back from the dungeon. They might not be leaving immediately, but even Karl would have to hurry to the bakery if he was going to get back before the earliest part of their possible arrival window. They also started to prepare the tea. Well, if you could still call it tea the way that Lotus liked it. She added a heavy dose of matcha and spices to milk tea, to the point that you could only vaguely tell that there was tea in the beverage. But it was low caffeine, and Tessa had approved it, so they always had it on hand unless Lotus forgot to refill the jars when they got low. Karl was back quickly and began setting out cakes, each decorated with an individual name, then a 4th cake with the words, "Emergency cake for accidents," written in icing. That made the kitchen staff laugh just as much as the staff at the bakery had laughed while writing it. They said to keep them in the cold storage because the cakes were still a bit warm. Karl warned. Got it, boss. Did you get the other stuff? Karl nodded. I got the fancy cupcakes, an entire tray of baklava, and a box of eclairs. That will do. We made a huge bag of caramel peanut popcorn this morning for movie nights. We've also got buns baking. We already had a roast going, and now we're starting on the sides. It will be ready for lunch as planned, but they'll be back before then, so we could maybe start with the cakes? The demon officially called one, the leader of the trio of abbeys that worked the kitchen, explained. Karl smiled and patted her curled horns. Good work. I knew that I could count on you in an emergency. Now we just have to wait for them to get back from their dungeon run, and we will be good to go. Karl walked into the front room, where a customer purchasing anti-aging cream was giving him a curious look. The kitchen wasn't soundproof, and Karl had left the door open in his hurry to get everything sorted. So, they had likely heard the last half of his conversation. 3 of our members made monarch rank today, Karl explained, and the elderly demoness smiled. Oh, that is a wonderful bit of luck. All on the same day. Are they all guild members? Or will they be registering at the castle? She asked. Register? Davis realized that Karl didn't know a moment after the lady realized that Karl wasn't local. Oh, I forgot that you were new here. Everyone who makes monarch rank is supposed to register with the castle, so they can be properly accounted for if the militia is called to duty. You were here for the attack on the dock, so you know that it doesn't happen often. It's more unofficial. But that's the rule, and it gives them an excuse to meet the noble ladies, or gentlemen, of the castle and the inner district. She explained. Davis chuckled. Well, they are all guild members, so they don't have to go in person. We can send a runner. But 2 are priestesses of the dragon gods. I don't know what their rules are about fraternizing with demons. Karl wasn't sure about that either. However, he suspected that most of the rules were more like guidelines, unless they directly contravened their patron's principles. The old woman laughed. The rules are flexible. You know old Ironjaw from Cooled is married to a war cleric. Karl had no idea where that was at first, then realized that it was a coastal city to the south of them by about 100 kilometers. It was marginally smaller than Drod, but still a massive city by Golden Dragon Nation standards, with over 100,000 people. Davis smiled. I had forgotten about that. The woman is so scary that she seems more like a wrath demon than he does. Only because you rejected her daughter's proposal. The old woman joked. Karl chuckled, and Davis glared at him. Don't mock my pain. That girl is even more terrifying than her mother. She killed 4 suitors during the competition for her betrothal. No way could I have beaten her in a fight. The old woman scoffed. You still don't understand wrath demons, do you? She would have let you win after you put up a good enough fight. After all, she wanted you to win. Karl smiled. It sounds like the wrath demons here and the orcs from my homeland have a lot in common. Any good Orcish woman would be insulted if her intended wasn't even strong enough to put up a challenge in a fight. Karl heard the kitchen staff snickering, and Davis stood up straighter. Easy for you to say. You have limited invulnerability, and I am a merchant. But she's a paladin of the Red Dragon God, and a 4-meter-tall wrath demon. Even if I won the challenge, what about every day after that? Karl shrugged. Ask the sailors. They seem to have some plan, the way that they keep hitting on Ophelia. The old lady paid Davis for her purchase. I think that the plan in that case is to die happy, not one that a young fellow of a wealthy family considers. The ladies returned to the house a half hour later, carrying large bags from the same bakery that Karl had gone to for cupcakes. Tessa walked in to place them in the kitchen, then began to laugh as she saw the massive spread already set out. It looks like we all had the same idea. But how did you know? She asked. The advancements sent a guild message. So, everyone in the house knew that you would be in the celebration mood when you got home. We have cakes. Abby giggled, then gestured to the cold storage room. Tessa stuck her head in and began to laugh. Even a spare, just in case one of them got damaged? You really did hurry today. Karl stepped behind the war cleric and hugged her. Actually, we cheated. The crepe cake that you like, with all the layers and the custard, takes too long to make, so I bought it from the store. They're actually all different flavors. I got the crepe cake for you, double chocolate with chocolate mousse and chocolate chips for Lotus, and a tiramisu for Ophelia. Ophelia stuck her head around him to see, and Karl gave her a congratulatory hug as well. How did you know? She asked. It's your usual order when we stop there for a snack. I got a full assortment of the fancy cupcakes as well. The feast won't be ready until lunch, so I thought we might need something extra. Plus, the lovely ladies of the kitchen suggested that a particular someone might enjoy being allowed to eat her cake before her meal for once. Karl replied with a wink. Ophelia smirked. You think you're talking about Lotus, but cake before lunch sounds like a pretty good idea to me as well. Clearing the dungeon is hard work, though tomorrow should be easier as we advance during the last boss fight. Now that we're all monarchs, it will be much easier to clear it out for loot, even if the gains that we're making won't be quite as impressive as before. Karl shrugged. We can always go hunting. If we as the guards, I'm certain that they can recommend a good hunting ground for us that is monarch-ranked wild beasts. If we're lucky, it might even be something tasty. Hawk perked up at the thought. There might be overlord-ranked mice on this continent. Or perhaps they would be giant mice, more than a mouthful. That would be good. While Hawk daydreamed of mice in his space, Remy came out to set the table on the second floor for a party. Someone, likely Mick, had already strung streamers around the room, giving it a festive atmosphere, and then lowered the curtains so it wasn't as bright inside. Is there a song for advancement parties like there is for birthdays? Mick asked as the cakes and snacks were brought up to the second floor. That was an excellent question. If there was, nobody in the room knew it, but they were all intrigued by the possibility that there could be one. While they all sat down to snack, Karl got a brilliant idea. He already had intelligence summons, and there was no particular reason not to keep them active all the time. The Epic Guard was already active, so that the whole group would gain the benefit of Void Body in case of attack. But he could also keep the bodyguards active around the house to help out with the daily tasks. Actually, if he tried, couldn't he activate bodyguards on an inscribed stone? The spell was immensely complex, but it should theoretically be possible. Or maybe he could set it as one of the guild house functions that were currently inactive. War champion rank officers lack authority to set guild skills. Well, that settled that. But not all hope was lost. Karl focused on the pattern that he would have to inscribe to create bodyguards as a spell that could be added to an item, and quickly realized that it was simply impossible. Nearly every part of the spell book would need to be written on the stone for 1,000 pages worth. That was not going to work unless he inscribed a small mountain. Well, not every plan was destined to succeed, Karl decided, as he looked over the plate full of thin cake slices. The kitchen staff had made tiny slices of all 3 cakes so that you could get all the flavors, plus ice cream, without ruining your dinner. It was a brilliant plan, in theory, but they had left the cakes on the table, and Karl knew for certain that those cakes would not last more than an hour or two. Ophelia was the first to speak, as everyone was engrossed in their snacks. Now that we're getting up to the accepted power level of a common adventuring group in Drod, why don't we take some time outside the city? The dungeon is all right, but we've been through it so many times now, and it's always the same. Fighting in a situation that you've memorized dulls the senses, and we could use a new challenge. I know that there is a chance that we run into totem-ranked beasts and monsters outside the city, but those odds should be fairly low with the army out in force taking care of that manticore pack. They will have run off most of the strongest beasts, just so that they're not attacked from the back. But the reduction is supposed to be 90%. If there is just one totem, and it cannot heal itself, the odds aren't dismal for us to take it down. Loros and Wendy looked at her like she was crazy. Taking out totem rank monsters while she was still a monarch? Even if they had 5 overlords with them, the odds wouldn't be great. But at least there shouldn't be any mythic rank beasts left on this side of the nation. The damage reduction stacked, and they took 90% less damage than a totem. At that point, an overlord really only had 2 choices: run or die. Karl considered Ophelia's suggestion. He had been thinking the same thing, and Hawk was also eager to get out of the city limits for some time. Does everyone have their home location for, recall, set to the guild house? That would make it much easier to go on overnight hunting trips. We could go out, hunt, and then just recall home so that we don't have to waste days walking back. Karl suggested. Hawk had a better idea. He was large and flying. He could just carry them to where a good fight was. Then they could play all day and come back in the evening. No need to sleep anywhere uncomfortable unless there was nothing good nearby. One after another, the group members nodded. They had all set their recall location here as soon as they had received the spell, and now that they were going out of the city, they even had a reason to use it. Tessa smiled. That sounds like a good idea. Give it a day or 2 of rest and recovery, and then we can head out for a trip. You should make enough items to keep the shop stocked while we are away as well. We wouldn't want to run out and have Davis be forced to make excuses like that we were out gathering materials. Ashbringer laughed at the thought. That might actually be true. Many beast materials are great for crafting, and there will be many sorts that we don't have in stock right now. If you talk to the guard captain at the gates, he should have a target map for sale that will point out recent complaints from town leaders about what types of monsters and magical beasts they have encountered. There is standard intelligence gathering stop for adventurers on their way out of town, and the price is reasonable, since the Lord wants the problems controlled as inexpensively as possible. If that means encouraging those not in his employ to do it, then that's what he will do. You could make quite a bit selling the monster materials as well, but I suspect that you have no real reason to need to do that when you could keep all the valuable bits for yourselves or the guild. Karl smiled at the demon. Ashbringer was an overlord-ranked mastersmith, so there were certainly some wonderful creations that he could produce if he had the right materials. Most of what he was making now was limited to the royal rank quality by the materials that came from the dungeon, with a few items a month made of special ordered overlord rank materials. If they went out hunting, they could gather many beast materials, but Karl wasn't certain how many of them would actually be relevant to the forge, unless they could be used to make alloys. That sort of material was usually better suited to a leather worker than a smith. Maybe they should hire one of those as well. But that was a concern for later, as he was already settled in for a long day of doing nothing at all. The sign was still showing open, and the gates were never locked, but Karl wasn't expecting too much business today. Certainly, nothing that Davis couldn't handle. But within 2 hours, just after they had finished the first round of lunchtime feasting, Karl realized that he had greatly underestimated the Drod Gossip Mill. Mid-afternoon was when most people were finished with their daily tasks at the castle and at most of the wealthier households. And that was when well-wishers started to arrive to congratulate the ladies on making it to monarch rank. Many of the wealthier residents of the city saw this as a chance to meet the Darklight host guild members without inconveniencing the shop, and the main room was slowly turning into a social gathering. There were a few purchases being made, but mostly, it was just a social event, and after a few minutes, Karl set up benches outside, made with earth barrier, so that people could sit and talk without all being crowded into the limited space of the store. The staff was busy making snacks, and Karl sent his pair of Lamia bodyguards to work as servers. That was a bit of a challenge, as their longer bodies were a tripping hazard in a crowded area, but the demons were already used to watching for long bodies and tails on the ground. Nothing would ruin a social mood faster than having someone step on your tail or smack it with a sharp object, as Karl had learned the hard way. As the day moved to evening, the flow of guests continued, with as many coming in as were leaving to attend to their daily duties. But they all seemed extremely impressed with the competence of the staff at the Darklight Host Guild House. Not only had Davis managed to take a few custom orders, but he had also sold many stock items. The food and drink were a constant flow, with nobody going thirsty, even if the servers were somewhat unconventional, being a pair of Lamia girls and a pair of large Naga warriors, all at the overlord rank. Many didn't realize that they were conjurations and not high-ranking guild members pressed into service, but the fact that not once did they complain about their duties was deeply impressive. Even the war champion had brought out trays of food for the outdoor tables, so that the guests of honor would not be disturbed as they socialized. It was a unique guild experience for many, who had expected them to be based on the strict hierarchies of the old noble houses that had existed for thousands of years, before the guild functions had recently come back online. Only when it started to get dark, and a garden party was no longer polite and proper to continue attending without stated evening plans and invitations, did the crowd finally disperse, leaving everyone exhausted. Even Lotus was barely moving, though that could have been the crash after a day-long sugar rush. The next morning, before breakfast, Karl headed to the gate to get a map of the hotspots that the Lord of Drod was requesting adventurers to take care of. "Lord Karl, always a pleasure to see you. What can we help you with?" the guard on duty asked. "We were thinking of going out on a little hunting trip, now that all of the ladies have reached monarch rank. Was there anywhere in particular that might be a good location for us? I was told that you have a full map of the target locations." Karl explained. "Oh, I know just the right one for you. There is an overpopulation of magical beasts by Kidrek. It's about 250 kilometers from here in a straight line, but the road runs west to Nelbuk first and then north. East of the town, you'll find a huge number of pygmy stone crushers. They're a form of earth element boar, and they're a proper nuisance. Overlord rank, but their attack power is limited. If you can get through their defenses, you should be able to wipe out a few packs and collect a handy reward, plus some fresh food for that Thunderbird of yours. He looks like the sort that appreciates a well-roasted boar." Karl nodded. "How many are we talking about? A day or two to clear them out?" The guard laughed. "They're everywhere in the west, but they don't usually come into the populated areas. The report on the map says there are close to 1,000 in the region. Normally, the Leg Regiment would be sent to deal with them, but they're dealing with an undead horde along the Bosd River right now. They're split up into dozens of units and scattered through the grasslands, in no position to change positions to deal with the boars, no matter how good they taste." Karl winked at the guard. "So, you're saying the guard wouldn't mind if I happened to drop one off here on the way back?" "No, I don't imagine we would mind at all. The Frostfire Gate Guard detachment would gladly help you dispose of any extra stone crushers you might bring back." "Ask about mice," Hawk insisted. "Are there any mouse or rat-type species that might be a menace in need of our assistance?" Hawk, the Ghostfire Thunderbird, has a particular thing for rat-type species, Karl asked as he took the map of hotspots from the guard. "Not close. There was a report of rat men by the orcs up in Kud Yuji, but I don't know if those count. They're not a properly sentient species, so they're mostly treated like any other forms of vermin." Hawk didn't know either. While they were called rat men, there was no guarantee of flavor. For all he knew, they might actually taste like monkey. All the way to the northern border of the nation for a hunting expedition seemed a little excessive anyhow. Though, they could likely use the portal, couldn't they? If they could come in at the portal altar, they should be able to go to other places with one as well. Or even leave from that one, if there was a mage on duty. You need to get the Dana mage a portal spell, Hawk realized. As soon as we find one, I will make sure that she gets a copy. Karl agreed. All of the students and apprentices had their tasks for the day already. In the case of the teachers from Lard, a simple task assigned by Karl that would take them all day to optimize and test. He wanted them to make a non-combat enhancement using runes that would improve a given trade skill by more than 30%. It didn't matter which one, but Karl knew that it was not easy to make a trade skill improve with a runic item, so they would be at it for some time, trying to create an epic ranked combination. All right, we have a target. Earth element boars. There are about 1,000 overlord rank and weaker monsters terrorizing the wilderness 100 and some kilometers from here. So, we will take a day trip and go wipe them out, or at least a lot of them, and then fly back. Karl explained as everyone gathered for dinner. Mora looked concerned. Are you really going to challenge an overlord ranked monster pack? There is a reason that they can get so close to major cities. Karl shrugged. That's really the difference between scattered homesteads and an organized guild raid on the herd, though. We're not defending property or family, so we're not afraid to cause extensive terrain redecoration. If there is one thing that our guild is good at, it's mass destruction. Tessa thought about it a second, and then nodded. Even Thor now had a wide area damage spell, even if it was primarily defensive in nature. But with the boars having limited attack power and everyone sharing void body in combat, this battle was going to be a brutal one. Hawk stepped out of his space to lay down in the yard, and Ray set up a full harness for him, so the entire group could sit and not rely on his abilities to keep them from falling off. Not that Hawk would have a problem doing it, but it was a reassuring feeling to be secured. Hawk knew the destination, and this was Overlord-ranked boar meat. Boars were his second favorite, right behind mice. So, as soon as they were all in place, he was racing into the sky, holding nothing back to get to the target as fast as possible. All that the people of the suburbs saw was a blue streak of fire leave the city and disappear over the horizon. Those with higher power levels could identify it as an Overlord-rank flame, but none of them could do more than guess what the purpose was. Some suspected that it was actually that Ghostfire Thunderbird in a hurry, but it had been moving so fast that they couldn't tell. The experience was therapeutic for Hawk, who hadn't had a good excuse to really stretch his wings over a long distance in ages. He was so fast that if he hurried, most of the places they went were only a few minutes away. Flying straight towards the goal, Hawk spotted the herd only 20 minutes into his flight. But they weren't alone. Some impertinent demons were already there, stealing his boar meat. It's only yours if you got there first and killed it. Let them have their hunt. There is plenty left for us. Karl reminded the easily distracted bird. Hawk circled to the ground at the eastern edge of the herd and let everyone down as all of the summons were brought out. But he wasn't the first to act. That was Ray. Suddenly, one of the boars began to spasm and twitch. Then it suddenly exploded, wounding the nearby beasts and covering an area dozens of meters across in a deluge of blood. Really? Karl asked as the proud spider went over to inspect her kill. I like it. I never got to do that before. Ray replied, then got busy with her golems, butchering one of the wounded boars. Well, it looks like we're starting now. Remy, they're heavy. If you want to try out your new Naga Swamp spell, this is a good time for it. Karl instructed. The boars were on alert now, and they immediately covered themselves in a thick earthen shield, then began firing Overlord-rank stone spikes at the group of invaders. Surprisingly, the boars were not so large. Karl had forgotten that they were designated as pygmy stone crushers, and they were only 1.5 meters tall. Hawk didn't mind. He grabbed one in his beak and roasted it with his flames until it stopped wriggling, then gulped it down in a single bite. Pork-flavored big mice. This isn't half bad. Tessa mounted Thor, and Ophelia raged, expanding to the full extent of her dire bear form, towering over everyone else, and some of the smaller trees. Karl moved forward with the bodyguards by his shoulder, while the epic guard remained back with Dana and Lotus, protecting the healer. Meteors were falling from the sky as a flaming storm began to form, along with dozens of Hellstorm tornadoes as Remy activated Apocalypse. Hawk wouldn't mind if the meat was a bit pre-roasted, and this was the fastest way to deal with the pack of boars, who were already beginning to panic at the presence of Ray, with her new demonic oppression aura. They were overlords, but they were also a prey species, and their instincts were screaming at them that they were under attack by a predator of the most dangerous sort. If they couldn't win, they would have to run. So, Remy put fire behind them, while Ray put stone walls to their sides. Now that they were unable to run, they would naturally choose to fight. When driven into a corner, even the most timid animal will fight, and the stone crushers were not timid animals. Karl hacked them apart as they charged towards the only open side, and noticed that while the Overlord-rank soul energy was coming into the Hank Claw, it was nowhere near as intense or dense as the life energy that was going to the Blade of Champions. That was the opposite of when they were fighting intelligent beings, and vastly different from when they were fighting the undead, who had no life energy, but strong soul energy. The curious change in the flows of energy into his body kept Karl occupied as he tried not to focus on the continual gore of a battle against angry boars with extremely durable earth armor hides. Freezing them works much better. They break into nice storage-sized pieces. Ray informed Karl, impressed with her new skill. Karl could sense Hawk's annoyance, so he knew that her version of storage-sized pieces and the birds were not the same. Is the damage so good that you are still blowing up the boars? He asked instead. Not really, but I'm learning many things about blood magic from this skill, and I can't do that without blowing things up. Give me maybe 200 more, and I think I've got another skill coming. Well, if that was the case, they could certainly keep fighting. However, hacking through an overlord rank barrier on an earth element beast was not an easy feat. They were being bombarded with skills and taking area damage before they made it to the defenders. But still, the boars had their shields up and Karl had to put a significant amount of energy into cutting through it. Even with the stacked damage from Rampage, Karl was focused on keeping the tide back when suddenly there was a living thing falling from the sky at him. He was just about to activate Rend when he realized that Hawk had dropped a living demon on the ground beside him. Dude, sorry, forgot to warn you. They were in the way over where I wanted to put my Hellstorm. The rest of their group scattered, but this one was too scared to run. Karl looked down at the terrified little demon, still holding a dagger in its hand, but with both arms over its head. Was it afraid of the boars? Or the 25-meter bird that had just snatched it out of the ruins of a merchant caravan? Both seemed like reasonable answers. The demon shouldn't be injured anymore. It was within range of Lotus area healing effects, but it wasn't getting up, even when Karl and the bodyguards pushed forward, leaving the cowering creature at the back with Lotus and Dana. Then, there was suddenly nothing for Karl to fight. Every boar within 100 meters was simply gone. Dozens of boars had vanished without a trace, and nobody seemed to know where they went. Except one very smug Kara. Advancements are fun. I should do this more often. New shared skill learned. Void Blast, Totem rank. Advanced form of disintegration. Creates an area of destructive void energy up to a spherical area of the caster's rank x 10 meters in diameter. Hawk screeched in rage. But where are the bodies? Who needs bodies? When you blow them up, they leave the loot. We have plenty of bodies. Karl wasn't sure what Kara meant by they leave the loot when she had apparently used an area disintegration effect on the boars. Logically, there would be nothing left of them at all. But when Karl looked over the grass in front of him, he found that there were actually treasures left over. There were hundreds of gems, small items, and bits of precious metals on the ground where the boars had been. What is all that? Karl wondered out loud. A squeaky voice behind them made a hopeful noise. Then the demon cleared his throat and began to talk. The stone crushers refine rocks and metals to precious materials in their stomachs. That makes them excellent hunting targets. You know, if you can actually kill them. My team brought 2 Overlord rank warriors with us, but the intel was wrong. They said a small pack, and there are thousands of them here. We were overrun. Hawk used a claw to open one of the boars in his space, and sure enough there were rough gems and metals, many of them strange alloys, as they weren't finished converting yet. The beast started throwing anything that looked like good stuff into their spaces to be sorted later or given to Ashbringer. He seemed like the sort of guy who would appreciate a small mountain of assorted ore. Karl leaned down and picked up a pale blue or lump at his feet, only slightly larger than a marble. Well, it's better than nothing. But Kara, be nice to Brother Hawk and don't disintegrate all his snacks. Snacks that Hawk was now reconsidering. He didn't know that they were full of stones when he was swallowing them whole. Ray looked at Kara with new appreciation. Everyone knew that she got one advanced skill when she reached a new rank, but that new version of disintegrate was far too good. Fortunately for Hawk's boar pile, Kara restrained herself with her next round of attacks, using Void Blast to blow up the heads, which weren't all that tasty anyhow. Karl had almost forgotten about the demon behind him when he noticed that the adventurer was picking up the loose and partially formed gems that the beasts had passed over when they cleaned the battlefield behind them. If it didn't all match or give off a powerful magical feeling, they just ignored it. But their guest had just lost his whole team and their gear, and he wasn't ashamed to load up his inventory with or to try to at least make up for his monetary losses. Karl switched his attacks to use Void Blast, layered over Rend, and found that it cut through the defensive barriers of the boars with much less effort. That skill really was ridiculously powerful, and there wasn't any elemental resistance to it the way that earth barriers were strong against fire and lightning. The boars didn't understand what had happened to the rest of the pack, as they had simply vanished. So, they charged at Karl again as soon as they had recovered, only to be met with arcs of energy that tore through their barriers, and an advancing swamp that mired their legs and corroded their skin. The matching bracers on all the ladies, well, all of them whose gear was visible in their combat form, were glowing with power as they drew mana to continue the assault. That bracer of fated encounters was putting in work, with both Dana and Tessa alternating casts between their own mana and the bracers, so that both would have time regenerate between uses. It was a brilliant idea, not one that Karl actually needed. With the mana regeneration he got shared from the team, he struggled to even use as much as he recovered. The limiting factor was his stamina, not his mana. Even now that they were beginning to close the trap around the herd of pygmy stone crushers, his mana was still nearly full. Maybe he should start going a bit harder and not just herding the beasts into a tighter cluster. No, it was a good working experience for the golems and the bodyguards. They were creating a moving wall of attacks, pushing the stone crushers back toward the flames. Except for the greater golem, who was running ahead, happily shaking them by their necks and tossing them in the air for Kara to vaporize the skull. For a giant dragon hound, it was quite reminiscent of a young Thor, more interested in playing than anything else. Now, Thor was the responsible one, holding position with Tessa. There are more people coming. I think we caused a scene. Hawk informed them from his artillery position in the sky. Remy, you can let the storm end once the current coverage area is clear. Karl decided. That's almost all of them. Are we leaving something for the locals? She asked. As long as it's the local guard and not some poachers. If they're trying to cause trouble, we will just reset the trap with them inside as well. Ray chuckled and activated Night Haunter to become incorporeal. If these new arrivals wanted to play, she would happily play with them. Karl waited patiently as the newcomers advanced and found that it was not a group of locals or town guards from Kidrek. It was a unit from the 1st Leg Regiment, 50 overlords strong. Gentlemen, we weren't expecting to see you here. Did you need supplies? Karl called, with a gesture toward the rest of the stone crushers. How are your casualties? We have a shaman who can resurrect. The flag bearer of the unit called back. 0 casualties on our team, but we have a survivor of another group with us, and they were overrun. The unit came to a stop in front of Karl, and the man hopped down from his 2-legged mount. It almost looked like the ones they used in New Bond, but somehow more demonic and serpentine. A member of their team found us as well. He asked that we rescue his friends. You said that you have one. Karl gestured to the demon behind him, who was trying to hide behind Lotus. A pointless effort. He would have done better trying to hide behind Dana, but they were both smaller than he was. Dana pushed him forward, and the flag bearer laughed. Oh, isn't this a prize? The survivor is a deserter? That explained why he was trying to hide. If someone from his team hadn't informed the army and begged them to come look for survivors of the adventuring team, he likely would have never been caught. He looked to Karl for help, but Karl just shrugged. Sorry, man. We're not law enforcement. If you're wanted for desertion, that's a matter between you and the army. The leader of the unit came over with handcuffs in one hand and held them out for the demon to put on himself. It was a fairly direct threat. Either put them on or have them put on you, and the second option will not be fun. While they were occupied, the rest of the squad was spreading out to eliminate the remains of the pygmy stone crushers. Was this the whole pack, or did you scoop off a section for yourselves? The soldier asked. Karl shrugged. We killed all the ones that were with this group, other than what is here. I don't know if there were more. We are just taking a day trip from Drod to hunt. The ladies recently made monarch rank, and the dungeon in the city wasn't giving them the sort of workout that they needed anymore. That made the guard laugh, then look over at Ophelia's massive bear form with concern. That is a person, right? You didn't just tame a monarch rank dire bear with gigantism? He asked. Karl shook his head. No, she is a titanic berserker. One of her skills makes her bigger, another makes her huge, and a third turns her from a were-bear into a dire bear. She's a force of nature in combat, and she gets the item bonuses from her equipped weapons, even when she's in that form. The guard nodded in understanding. She was larger than anyone on his squad, but some of the classes got large size increases now that the system was fully activated again, and many people were gaining access to the skill tree. It looks like your team is set up to fight nearly anything. But is that a winged void badger? The soldier asked as he watched Kara flying behind the greatly reduced pack of stone crushers to drive them into the military unit. Indeed she is. She's had a big day today. She just made it to Overlord. Karl agreed. The soldier made a sign of protection at the mention, then shook his head. Well, if you think that you can survive that friendship, more power to you. Kara was mildly insulted. Sure, she loved pranks, but she was never malicious. It wasn't like she was Sister Ray, who liked to make things explode for fun. Did you not just make 100 boars disintegrate to see if they dropped loot? Ray countered. Well, she had a point. But it didn't count. They were just boars. Between Kara and the soldiers, the rest of the boars were quickly being rounded up, but the merchant who had come with the leg regiment unit was greatly concerned that there were still more of them out in the wilderness somewhere. He was hoping to recover the remains of his convoy to at least make an attempt at repairing a wagon enough to get him to his destination with some goods. But if the herd had split up between when he had seen them and now, it might not be safe to continue. Overhead, the ghostly blue flames of Hawk flared like a second sun in the sky, and when they faded he was visibly larger than before, but otherwise identical. That made 5 out of 6 at the Overlord rank. Little Butterfly wasn't taking part in the battle, but Karl could feel that the creature was intrigued by the scene. Whether it wanted to fight, or if it was just recording everything from its space for a reenactment later, was a mystery. The thoughts of the glasswing illusionary butterfly were always secretive, and it was hard to tell if it was fully sentient or simply mimicked what was going on around it most of the time based on instinct. The choices of plays and the illusionary space suggested that Little Butterfly was sentient, it just seemed to lack a mental voice. However, one of the demons from the squad that had come to clear the beasts had caught her attention, and Karl could sense the butterfly trying to learn a skill. So he focused on Skill Master, linking the two of them with a better chance at learning. Karl couldn't see what the demon was doing, but the viewpoint from inside the space wasn't strictly limited by his location. They could see from above his head or slightly off to one side, giving them a much wider field of view. As the battle ended, he could sense the butterfly's satisfaction with the results, but he didn't get any messages about new skills or advancements. Perhaps it was a better understanding of its own skills that was the goal. Illusionary Domain 2 might have been too much to ask for, as the skill was already incredibly powerful as a distraction and containment skill. Then 36 demon warriors, slender obsession demons similar to Dana's epic guard, but wearing maid dresses and carrying spears instead of the epic guard's leather armor and a sword, appeared in front of Karl. It was obvious that they were an illusion, as they were faintly translucent in the light. They were also waiting for something, but Karl wasn't sure what. No, he knew what they were waiting for. Butterfly didn't know any skills but illusions and invisibility. Thor, Tessa, we need some spells. Karl called. Thor gave the illusions a layer of eternal lightning, while Tessa gave them holy weapon, which made the illusionary spears solid. That many eternal lightning barriers severely depleted Thor's mana pool, but he regenerated quickly, and he didn't need to keep it active and sustained like he did for the actual group members. Karl put Disintegrate on the spearheads and felt an immense mental and magical draw as the illusions moved into combat. That was a single-strike skill, and it needed to be refreshed every time that they attacked if he wanted it to remain active. Fortunately, the skills that Thor and Tessa put on them were enough that the illusions could herd the stone crushers, even if they were doing almost no damage to them compared to active attack skills. Without powerful Overlord rank skills, it would take all of them to break through the defensive abilities of the stone crushers. But the holy weapon spell did some damage, and they were solid enough that the illusions could gang up on the monsters if they tried to charge. The soldier beside Karl gave him a strange look. Did you just put barriers on illusions and send them to battle? Karl nodded. It's an odd tactic, I admit. But your team is doing enough damage, and we mostly needed someone to keep the stone crushers from running away. Keeping that barrier up would be hard on Thor, and Karl was prepared to step up with a stronger version of Eternal Lightning. But the Sarah was so happy with the arrangement that he didn't want to steal his moment of glory. Sister Butterfly, we should make them red robe soldiers next time. A Tessa army, Thor suggested. That would be quite thematic, but there was something incredibly amusing about the looks the soldiers were giving the demons in maid outfits. The soldiers of the leg regiment visibly deflated when the illusions vanished, and there were no more demonic battle maids for them to stare at. No battle maids, but a lot of work cleaning, packing, and storing the meat of the boars to supply the regiment now that the threat was gone. The regiment could always use more meat, and at Overlord rank, the stone crushers were highly nutritious, as well as better tasting than almost anything else in the region. The commander of the unit turned to Karl, who was taking time to polish his sword and absorb life energy after the battle. There was a lot of it stored, and his body couldn't absorb it as fast as they were killing. Or perhaps the sword was unable to transfer it that fast. Karl suspected that it was the first, as it had absorbed it without any issues. It was just the discharge rate that was slower. Overlord, thank you for your assistance. Were you passing by, or did this make the guard map in Drod? The soldier asked. It made the map. They were one of the closer major threats, and at an appropriate power level for my team. So we came here for the day. Karl explained. For the day? Karl gestured upwards at Hawk. We got a ride. Unlike walking troops, a small team like ours can cover a remarkable amount of ground. The team didn't look all that small with the golems, the beasts, and the dire bear. But then Ophelia transformed back to her werbear form, and it began to make more sense. Then the Naga Queen bit someone. What the hell? The commander shouted, drawing his blade. Relax. It's a healing spell. Injecting healing splash is much more effective for targeted cures than surface treatments, and Remy is an overlord. See, he's perked right back up. Maybe a bit too much. Find that young man a wrath demon next time you've got days off. The commander chuckled a bit as he began to relax and put his blade away. The demon really was looking better, and his commander wondered what was wrong with him to begin with if the general-purpose healing spells weren't getting rid of it, and he needed a specialist treatment. Karl's team backed away while the soldiers cleared the battlefield, but Kara continued cleaning up the loot for a few more minutes, ensuring that she had all the good bits of ore and gemstone. If it wouldn't take up a beast space slot each, they should have kept a few of these things, just to produce more loot for them. There are more of them in the distance, only a small group. We can always find more later. Hawk consoled her. Chase the ones with baby pigs away from the settlements, so they have time to grow big. We can't be running out of loot pigs. Kara insisted. Was all of Drod now an open-air farm in her mind? But they had killed so many of them this time, that the pygmy stone crushers might actually be an endangered species in this region. Were there other major threats in the region that might not be on the map? Most of my group just grew into the monarch rank, and combat seems to be the best way to stabilize power levels. Karl asked the leader of the military team. The man took out his map to compare with Karl's. They were nearly identical, other than the marks for military units and smaller villages that weren't on Karl's map. The one that the guards in Drod handed out only had the major population centers on it, not every small farming village of 50 or 100 people, much less the small waypoints and farming community clusters. Nothing much. It's all been kept under control recently, except for the larger issue at the river. The commander noted. The undead horde that the regiment had been sent to deal with, before separating to keep the threat contained. Do they need assistance? We could likely fly over there tomorrow and collect some undead. With the priestesses and Thor, we can do a rather significant amount of holy damage to undead hordes. The commander shook his head. Please don't. We have issued an evacuation order so that we don't have secondary infections and casualties. There are strict quarantine protocols after fighting the undead that must be followed, so we don't spread a zombie plague through the city. The whites aren't as bad. The ones that they turn to zombies aren't infectious. The ones out here in the wild are, and they have a number of lich lords with them. That still sounded fun to Kara. Nullify made playing with spellcasters far more enjoyable than it had any right to be. Karl whistled to Hawk, bringing him down to ground level. The soldiers finally realized just how large the Thunderbird was, a full 30 meters long. That was more than enough to carry this handful of people. But when Remy, Kara, and the bodyguards simply vanished, the guards were baffled. I have a skill to create a separate space for my bonded partners. It makes travel much less of a chore. Karl explained. The demon nodded. Our regiment commander has a similar skill. Pocket dimension, he calls it. Remy and Dana both perked up at the mention, but the commander could only see Dana. If you're compatible with it, asked the Lard Academy. They are the sole source of tomes on the topic, but they don't often offer them to anyone below totem rank. Karl smiled. We have a couple of professors from Lard Academy at our guild house in Drod right now. I will ask them when we return. Perhaps I can work out a deal. Then Karl got a great idea. Jones, the magma dragon, had mentioned trading for spell books. Karl could likely find something that would make it worth the dragon's time if he had a similar sort of skill. Or a portal. They could really use a portal skill. All right, we will be headed back. Thor, you'll have to get your scales rubbed later, friend. Bring Tessa over here before you rest, will you? Karl called. Dana's dragon hound, Greater Golem, looked up from where it was doing the exact same thing as Thor, and the mage laughed as she dismissed the summoned beast. Those two had a lot in common. Once they were all strapped in place, Hawk took off for the city. He had a lot of work ahead of him removing all the stones from his new snacks, and he wanted to rearrange his space a little. It was a highly productive day for them all. Killing a small herd of pygmy stone crushers had caused multiple advancements, and it had given them nearly everything that they had been looking for. Karl gestured at the suburban area outside the gates as they approached. I will hop off here, and you can fly straight to the house. I doubt the guards will hassle us over the fee, but if they do, just have Davis pay them from the guild bank. Then he hopped off, and Little Butterfly helpfully gave him a pair of feathered wings, one black and one white, to slow his descent. Karl landed with a solid thump on the dusty street, and Butterfly made the illusionary wings vanish. He could sense that the butterfly was very proud of itself. Guessing what the Karl needed was becoming easier by the day, and she had even correctly guessed that everyone would like her illusionary maids. Karl stopped at the magma dragon's front door, and then lightly knocked once as he heard movement inside. Overlord Karl, what a surprise. Did you have something curious to trade? The dragon, still in his demonic transformation, asked. Yes, in a way. I would like to propose a trade, if possible. I am willing to pay very well for a portal and a separate space-type spell. Now, I haven't prepared skill books in advance, but I have something nearly as good. I can directly transfer a skill that I know by touch if the target is compatible. Jones began to literally glow with excitement, and the temperature in the house increased noticeably. Oh, that is just as good. You see, I am compiling skills for my inheritance. It's an important part of a dragon's transition from adult to ancient. Karl realized he knew just what Jones meant. I've actually had the chance to see that once before. The moment that an adult black dragon transitioned to ancient dragon status and passed on a legacy blessing. Jones smiled. It's a bit different for us. Magma dragons aren't a chromatic dragon, so we're not tied to the whims of a particular dragon god. We also don't pass on our inheritance automatically. Instead, we tie the inheritance to a part of our body, depending on our intentions. Many choose to bind it to their heart, so it will only be passed on after their death, and won't easily transfer to anyone for whom the dragon has lingering animosity. Others will put it on a claw or tooth, and then remove it to place with their hoard. That way, whenever they pass on their inheritance, it can be acquired. It also tends to draw adventurers to eat for a bit of entertainment, so it's not a bad option. Karl chuckled. Karl would love that one. She already had a hoard, but if she could start a rumor about it holding a powerful legacy, so she could beat up random strangers when she was bored, it would be even better. Maybe once she reached mythic rank. Because for now, there was still a lot of entertainment in the world. Jones paused, then continued. I can access a portal skill book if you have something that can pay for it. Karl considered the price for a moment. How about a trade for the meteor swarm skill? It's both fire and earth element, and while it's not technically an epic grade skill, it's very close. Jones was silent for a moment as he considered the spells that he already knew. All right, I will trade you. They shook hands, and Karl activated. Follow me, little one. Jones smiled. Oh, it's a system skill. It's been some time since I had the chance to let the gods insult me to my face. Karl laughed. It doesn't always insult you. Sometimes the nickname that it gives people is complimentary. Jones nodded. Your skill is actually very similar to the dragon's inheritance of the ancients racial skill. We gain it when we meet the conditions to become an ancient of our species. But I'm not a purebred dragon, or my racial transformation would make me a human. So, the system delights in insulting me. Jones reached out into nothing and pulled out a book with Portal on the title, and Jones' name at the bottom of the cover, marking him as the creator. Oh, you're an inscriptionist. No wonder you wanted new spell books. Jones smiled in response, then gestured to where his hand had gone. I don't suppose that you have something that could be traded for an artifact-grade spell like Tiny World? It allows living things to survive inside, but you won't be able to make the most out of it yet. Well, neither can I. Only the immortals understand the laws of creation well enough. But dragons understand the rules earlier than most species. Rules? Karl asked. Oh, I suppose nobody would have told you yet. You must understand the rules of the world, fundamental aspects of how magic and life work, before you can reach the mythic rank. It is also the requirement for a spell to become artifact grade. If it can change a rule without breaking it, it will be artifact grade. Tiny World does that, in creating a separate space within the world. Portal simply operates within the rules and creates two openings at different points. Do you have something that might intrigue me that much? Jones asked. I have a few epic grade spells that you might like. Apocalypse combines a meteor storm with multiplying flaming tornadoes and a firestorm with much better mana efficiency. Or Ghost Fire Body, which I believe you've seen enough to understand the basics of. Or, as you are creating an inheritance for dragons, what about Iron Within, which creates metallic bones and blood to strengthen the target? I don't know if you'll be compatible with it, but I could create a spell book given enough time. Karl offered. Jones shook his head. I already have numerous defensive skills. Limited invulnerability, draconic invincibility, divine draconic might, phylactery. It is the sort of unique attack and utility skills that might benefit my clan's offspring that would be of the most significant value. Karl thought for a second, then tried a new idea. Pack Master Karl offers knowledge, skill, evolution, will be transferred to the ground fall runt Jones. Karl blinked as he saw that notification. He didn't know what it meant, but if he had to guess, the system had just accused Jones of being the unwanted egg thrown out of a nest as defective. That was a low blow, whether it was true or not. And Karl was not about to let on that he knew what the system was calling him. Jones smiled as the skill transferred. A one-time chance for a dragon whelp to advance past their bloodline limitation? That, I can't. The value of this skill is unimaginable. Karl smiled. I have never used it myself. I have been waiting for my beasts to reach a bottleneck that they can't surpass. Only then would I be willing to use it to help them move past their species limits in a form one rank higher than before. Jones smiled. How do you feel about taking a little trip with me? Just an hour or two out to an island I own. Karl shrugged. I don't see why not. It's only lunchtime now. An hour or two gives us plenty of time. And I have, recall, set to the guild house. The magma dragon smiled. I actually meant for you to get back. But we both know Portal now, don't we? Karl realized that he was still holding the skill book for Portal. Spell learned. Portal opens a gateway to a destination known to the caster. Mana cost and casting time increase with distance. Yes, you are right. We can both travel freely. Let's go to your island. I take it you expect to be there for some time. Karl asked. The dragon nodded. The first target that I intend to use, evolution, on is myself. You see, Overlord is the peak of my lineage, thanks to the mixed blood of a weaker demon in my veins. But with this new chance, I should be able to reach totem rank. With that, they might even grant me guardianship of the Frostfire suburbs. Jones opened a portal, and they both stepped through onto the steaming surface of a small volcanic island. Oh right, not a fire demon. Never mind, you seem to be fine. Jones realized. I have limited invulnerability. I won't burn in the natural lava. At least, not while standing on the surface. Karl explained. Good. Now, let's see what I need for materials. 1 dragon bone of totem rank or higher, overlord rank fire, and earth stones. A dark element treasure of epic grade, and some skills. All right, I have all that. Jones narrated to himself. He piled the items on one of his hands, and then with a flash of golden light, they melted into his body. The dragon began to change, transforming back to his natural form. Then the magma dragon began to leak oppressive power, and the glowing flesh under ash-black scales glowed a lighter golden yellow instead of red, while a faint mist of black smoke emitted from his body. It was a true evolution, and his species was subtly changing as his body grew. After half an hour, he had settled on a length of 60 meters, and emitted a flickering golden light under a black miasma. Species, Shadow Volcano Dragon. Jones read the line quietly to himself, then frowned. He was still an overlord. I thought that it was supposed to increase me by a rank. He muttered. Then his golden eyes lit up with annoyance. A form 1 rank higher. But in potential, not in current rank. That evil bastard of a world dragon. Then he tossed something in his mouth and his power level began to grow, shattering through the bottleneck as the totemic protection spell began to form on his body. He was already at the peak of Overlord and constrained by bloodline, but now he could move on again and reach the peak of totem rank before he would have to find another opportunity to increase his bloodline once more. Jones smiled at Karl. That skill really is priceless. The number of demons and dragon hybrids who are stuck at Overlord rank because of bloodline makes up 2/3 of the Overlords in Drought. But while they would pay immeasurable amounts for this chance, someone like the city governor, who is bottlenecked at peak totem. Jones trailed off, and Karl chuckled. Yeah, it might be best if we don't mention this to anyone else. Jones smiled and handed Karl a small glass orb that looked like a globe. That is the artifact that will allow you to learn Tiny World. Use it, and then hand it back. I need to return it to its origin source to recharge for another 1,000 years. The orb granted a once-in-a-millennia chance to learn the space element artifact grade spell. No wonder that nobody knew it. Karl activated the orb and felt the power flowing into his body, then threw him to one of his spaces. Little Butterfly was vibrating with excitement as the knowledge was shared with her at the same time Karl learned the spell. This was a much better version of her illusionary domain, except that there was nothing at all in it. It was just a flat piece of stone with no life until it was shaped. Somewhat like the beast spaces were before the beasts started to upgrade them. She could fix that, though. Tiny World creates a separate space linked to the creator. Its location may be linked to an object or spatial coordinate. Only one tiny world may be activated by the caster at a time. Ray cheered in Karl's mind, and he wondered what she was so excited about. She couldn't use the spell. It's a Dana space. Karl blinked slowly. She wasn't wrong. Technically, it was very close to a beast space that he could put Dana in, but not quite the same. Karl was already making plans for the tiny world. If they were going to keep the Dana in there, it would need playing spaces and treasures to sleep on, and some plants. Jones watched Karl as he tried to calm down the beasts. It seems your bonded partners are quite excited about the concept. Karl nodded. Yeah, they have big plans for it. As long as living creatures can exist in the tiny world, that is. Jones nodded. Yes, but with some limitations. The tiny world only holds so much air. Unless you open it every few days, or keep living plants in there, they would suffocate eventually. If you keep it open just a little, it will naturally balance itself to the outside world, but that does run the risk of dangerous things or enemies gaining access. Well, I have to say, for a dragon's horde, it's a perfect spell. Kara, the winged void badger, also appreciates a good hoard of treasures. The dragon laughed. Yes, they do tend to be fascinated by shiny things and rare magic. Just be careful letting her play, as a strong enough nullify spell will cause the space to collapse and dump everything out on the ground, forcing you to reactivate it and put everything back. That only works from inside, so be cautious about similar creatures trying to get inside. Got it. No nullifying the space. I think that we can live with that. Now, should we go back and reveal your majestic new form to the world? Jones sighed and settled to the ground with a large chunk of, or in his front claws. Give me a week or two. I need to rest and stabilize after my advancement. We're far enough out to sea that nothing but a few sea monsters will have noticed my advancement, but there will surely be an uproar in the city when I return. Tell Mist and Rain that I'm on vacation for a week, would you? They get worried if I don't come by for tea at least once or twice a week. He requested. Of course. I will see you again soon. One more totem rank local would thoroughly change the power dynamics in the castle, but Karl had no expectations that Jones would honor a demand for him to move out of his little suburban house. Karl focused on the front gates of the Dryad's house, and then cast Portal. The spell took a surprising amount of mana, more than 5 times what a Monarch-ranked attack spell would take. No wonder mages didn't use this spell casually. It would nearly drain a royal rank mage in one casting, and a commander would struggle to use it at all without help. The older Dryad came out as soon as the portal opened, then paused in confusion as Karl stepped out and waved at her. Oh, Overlord Karl. How are you liking your new guild house? She asked. It is wonderful, thank you. You did an excellent job. I actually stopped by to tell you that Jones is on vacation for the next week or two. He didn't want you to worry when he didn't join you for tea. Oh, that is very thoughtful of him. Thank you for taking time out of your day to come all the way over here. If you see my daughter, send her back, would you? We just had an order come in, and she's over at your place having a play date with the Green Dragon Cleric. Flower? Lotus. Yes, Lotus was her name. Karl smiled. I will see what I can do. You might end up with both of them instead, but I will let Rain know that there is work to do at home. Karl had only been gone an hour or so. It would not be easy to separate them if the two had just started on whatever they had planned for the rest of the day. Karl walked back to the house instead of using portal again, intending to surprise everyone. But there were surprises waiting for him as well. The property's back wall was now lined with tall trees, and Lotus stood in tree form behind the well, with dozens of small children playing in the grass. Rain was up in lotus branches, singing to the children, while the rest of the team sat on the front porch with snacks. Even Davis was on the porch, so they must have no customers at the moment. "Oh, are we throwing a party?" Karl asked as he walked in the gate. Davis nodded. "Yes. The kids from the elementary school a few blocks south of here got the whole afternoon off because the teacher got sick. The dean brought her here, and all the kids followed to make sure that her illness would be cured. And well, that was all the explanation that they really needed. There were worried children. Now there was a party." "Is the teacher well?" Karl asked instead. "She's resting on the second floor. Apparently, she was exposed to a cursed item on the beach. It must have been washed ashore recently, but the guards have already sent a team to look for it before anyone else is injured." "Did you get what you were looking for?" Davis replied. "I did. I'll tell you all about it later." Then Karl patted Dana on the shoulder and taught her portal. "Oh," she gasped, then jumped into Karl's arms to kiss his face. "Yep, he definitely found what he was after," Ophelia joked. Karl sat down with Dana in his arms, then stole caramel popcorn out of her bowl. "I got a new ability that will be very useful in the future. We can discuss it later." "Were there the professors?" he asked. "They're on the second floor working on the project you assigned them. They were going to come down, but they could only talk about work, so they ended up going back upstairs. Same with the kitchen staff. We have snacks in the storage room, but they're making lunch for everyone instead. The teachers should be healthy and rested again in an hour or two, and then they will likely want the kids to go back to class." "Well, at least the kids got a short break from lessons." Dana's excitement had her fidgeting in Karl's lap, and while she was in her natural human form, he could have sworn that he heard her purring in happiness. "All right, Spill. What did you get her?" Ophelia finally demanded, unable to wait until they went back inside to get her answers. "Portal," Karl stated with a smirk. "Oh, no wonder she's so happy. She's just lost in her own little world right now." Ophelia laughed. Wendy and Loros both nodded in agreement. Dana was definitely in a world of happiness right now. Portal was the peak of convenient mage skills. A mage that could use Portal was indispensable to any group. But more importantly, now that she had Portal, they could actually go back to the Golden Dragon Nation anytime that they wanted. All she had to do was fill her accessories with mana, and she should have enough to be able to get there. If that wasn't possible, then even making a two-hop route, where she stopped on one of the other continents in the middle, would be fine. Exile was now an optional state. It was an empowering feeling. They weren't trapped anywhere, and they could explore and return freely. Their merchant trip across Nubon would have been a different experience if they could just use a portal to get from location to location. Hawk had the same idea. If they went up to his maximum altitude, they could travel hundreds of kilometers just with line of sight. You had to know where a portal was going, but if you could see it, that had to be just as good. It might not be the best way to use the skill, but they would be able to record every spot that they stopped, and if they were in a hurry, it would save a significant amount of time if they opened the portal high in the air above the horizon and flew through. Just fly, portal, fly while the mana recharged. If more than Karl could use it, then they could alternate. But if Karl could use it, then someone else must be able to use it as well. Hawk was reasonably certain that was how the Karl worked. Karl discreetly went over to inform the younger Dryad that there was work waiting for her at home before checking on the rest of the people at the guild house. The assigned tasks for the teachers from Lard had been a stunning success. Not only had they managed to find an inscription that would increase the ability of a trade skill by over 30%, they had managed to find one that would improve any trade skill that the wearer had. It wasn't a flat 30% improvement in all aspects, but a 30% chance of creating a higher quality item, which was even more impressive in some ways than just increasing the chance of success or the maximum capacity of the items created by the skill. 30% more than low Overlord was still an Overlord ranked item. But an epic Overlord ranked item versus a rare quality Overlord ranked item were worlds apart. That is excellent work. If we combine this with a few other runes, we should be able to reliably produce enhancement items for crafting professions. Karl noted. The four teachers smiled. There is only one problem with that. Take a look at the items that we made. Karl inspected them again. I don't see the issue. One made by each of the four of you at royal rank, though you used monarch rank mana jade, which is a bit of a waste. Mora nodded. That's the problem. We couldn't bring them up to more than royal rank, and they bonded to the creator the moment that they were crafted. You can't sell these. They appear to be an exclusive item for runic craftsmen. Karl sighed. Well, that is a bit of an issue. But they're going to be remarkably useful for the four of you, and the others as well. But we need to work on getting Loros to the commander rank first. Loros cleared her throat, but Karl patted her on the head. I know you've got it in you, despite the bloodline limitations. A few trips to the dungeon should help you grow, and you'll be able to say that you experienced the dungeon in all its glory. How many others at your power level can say that? Loros frowned. None that have working brain cells. Well, maybe one. I seem to recall that the little gecko's father threw her into the dungeon once to work as a cleanup helper for a four-person group. She didn't die, but nobody saw her for weeks after that. Karl extended his senses to see how the little lizard folk cleaner was doing, and found her in the backyard, hanging laundry on the line with caretaker Joe. The pair of them had become quite adept at moving around the house without being seen or heard. They were almost part of the furniture. Always there, never in the way. Except when Lotus was bored. The gecko girl was one of the few people her size, and she loved having others to play with who weren't taller. But Wendy was always busy, and caretaker Joe was too kind-hearted to complain that her assistant had been stolen. Wendy was more optimistic. Do you really think that going in the dungeon would do something useful? I might only be a commander rank mage, but I could surely do something useful. Karl thought about that for a moment. That's right. You're a mage. There is no reason that I can't teach you mage-type skills. With a few combat spells, you should be relatively safe to accompany them, even though the standard mobs are a full rank above you. The Oni demon smiled at the idea. Her brothers would have never let her anywhere near the dungeon, much less inside it. She was only just beginning to realize how reliant she was on others. Even at work, she usually waited for Loros to tell her what they were making, and did that until they changed tasks. Then she would catch herself just mindlessly doing what she was told, like the windy doll that the system had called her when she got her rinsmithing skill. She wanted to be more than that, but it was such an ingrained habit that it was hard to break free of. You know, we could spend the rest of the day making store items, and then go tomorrow. If we went with Remy and Thor or Remy and Dana, we should be safe enough and able to do the whole dungeon. Wendy suggested. All the golems seemed like the best idea. Karl nodded. I don't see why not, as long as they agree. And why don't I teach you some new spells as well? Wendy nodded, and then went to stand under Karl's hand. She was still under the impression that the head paths were part of the skill, and not just because Karl enjoyed it. Dana resisted the urge to laugh, and Thor chuckled at her enthusiasm. The little Oni demon knew what was important in life. Pack Master Karl offers knowledge, skill, golem, will be transferred to the precious Wendy doll. Pack Master Karl offers knowledge, skill, chain lightning, will be transferred to the precious Wendy doll. Karl realized that he didn't actually know a suitable barrier spell for mages, but Wendy didn't have any problem with chain lightning, so he tried the next best thing. Pack Master Karl offers knowledge, skill, refreshing lightning barrier, will be transferred to the precious Wendy doll. It actually worked. Perhaps demons with an appropriate elemental affinity were easier to transfer beast-type skills to? Wendy giggled, and her eyes glowed blue as she activated refreshing lightning. I am all that is lightning. Thor came out of his space in human form to hug the girl and pat her head. Excellent work. That was my first skill ever, and not many people can use it. He explained. Oh, we're lightning friends now. Wendy decided. This one is precious. We need to make sure that she doesn't get injured. Thor informed the others. That's not a problem. I will take good care of her. But she has golems now. We should test them out. Remy agreed. Thor picked Wendy up and carried her to the side of the house, where the casting wouldn't bother anyone. He wanted to see what she summoned for golems too. Thor set Wendy down when they were facing open space. All right, focus on what you want for golems, and then cast the spell. How they appear the first time is normally how they will appear every time after that, so be sure that it is what you want. He instructed. That was what the Karl told people when they did it for the first time. Wendy focused hard, and then a pair of small serum, no more than 1.5 meters tall, appeared in front of her. They were gloriously green, with lightning crackling on their horns. Oh, excellent choice. Thor commended her, while Wendy stared at them. I got baby Thor golems. They're adorable. Wendy replied. Was that not what you were trying for? Thor asked, confused. Wendy shook her head. Sorry. I was thinking of powerful guardians, like the gargoyles on the wall. These are good too, though. They do the same job, and they look so friendly. They were definitely friendly, rubbing up against Thor's legs as he stood behind Wendy and begging for attention. Interesting. Perhaps if you have specific skills, you get a different golem type? You have my starting spell, and it will extend over your golems, so it might have affected how the golems formed. We will have to study that in the future. But for now, congratulations on summoning your new golems. You now have both powerful defenders and reliable transportation. Wendy's eyes glowed with lightning, and she tossed herself up on the back of one of the golems. Then she led them out to the front of the yard for the school kids to play with. The kids were in a great mood now that there were new playmates for them, and the golems were just as happy as the young Thor had been to prance around and let people pet their heads or rub their scales. It was actually kind of endearing to watch, a moment of nostalgia for the group, who all remembered when Thor had been much less serious and responsible. The little Sero were still trying to get Thor to come play, as they recognized him as one of them, but Thor just snorted in amusement, reminding them that he was the pack protector right now and not free to play with the children. Well, maybe later. But right now, they were discussing important matters, like whether it would be safe to take the younger guild members to the dungeon as they were. They didn't have proper armor, but that could be counteracted by sending the right people along with them, or keeping them safe further from the ogres. Most of the monsters in the Drod dungeon didn't have long-ranged attacks, so if the two lower-ranked members stood 5 meters back, they should be safe enough. Who would go with them to the dungeon? We can only bring 3 if we send them both. Dana asked. Remy came out of her space. I will go with you in them. I should be more than strong enough to deal with some silly ogres now. That was hard to argue with, as she had 3 bodyguards, all at overlord rank, and powerful area effect magic of her own. She would be a great option. Added to Dana, who had 3 different types of protectors and could fly to attack from above, they weren't even short on a tank. Thor recognized that right away and relaxed a little. Sister Remy could take care of the littlest pack members for him today. Lotus raised her hand to volunteer. I can go with you to keep everyone healed. That should be enough support that we can take care of them. Unless Tessa wants to go instead. Tessa had stronger supportive magic, but they probably wouldn't need it. This should be fun. I'm totally going to crush those ogres. Maybe I can try out my flood skill on them. Can ogres swim? Remy asked. Wendy raised her hand. I don't know about ogres, but they're much taller than I am, and I can't swim. Remy considered that. I can carry you and Loros. Then you're up out of the water. Lotus can be a tree, and Dana can fly. Or you could just not flood the dungeon. Dana suggested. Remy sighed, and Lotus patted her on the shoulder. You can flood it, and see how that goes after we have cleared everything else out. That put her in a better mood. The teacher came down a few minutes later with a sandwich in each hand, and was immediately swarmed by children. Is there a reason that nobody took over my classes for the day? The teacher being sick shouldn't be an excuse to slack. She asked. They were worried about you and possibly exposed to a curse, so we kept them here near the healing altar. Besides, see how concerned they were about you? How could we say no to such adorable begging? Karl joked. The teacher rolled her eyes, then bowed to Lotus. High Priestess, thank you for your assistance in removing my curse. I will be more careful in the future. Lotus smiled and shrugged. The guards are scouring the beach now, looking for more cursed items that might have washed up after the recent battles. With some luck, it won't happen again. But we are closer to the school than the clinic is, so if you happen to have 6 students in the future, a short class field trip to the guild house would save countless sick days. The students gave Lotus a suspicious look. Why was she giving the teacher ideas about how to stop them from faking illness to get out of class? Thank you, Priestess. I should take these little ones back to school to finish out what remains of their school day. Everyone, say goodbye to the nice Darklight host people and the Sero hatchlings. That took nearly 15 minutes, but eventually the teacher had them all herded out of the courtyard. Remy turned to Loros and Wendy. Are you ready to go to the dungeon? It's still early, so we can go and come back before dinner. You've both got the bracers of fated encounters, right? That should help you bypass bottlenecks. So, you might start growing quickly with the rewards from the dungeon. It didn't take a genius to realize that Remy was informing them, not asking. Loros has reached commander rank. Those were the words that let everyone else know that Remy's plan to drag the crafters through the dungeon had merit in aiding their growth rate. The chefs prepared another festive dinner, but when the girls came back, both of the under-ranked members looked more than a little traumatized. Loros, congratulations. Karl greeted the sculpting-obsessed demon with a hug. Loros smiled faintly. A commander now, but at what cost? I can still smell the burning ogre. And the screams. How do you get the screams out of your mind? Karl patted her head, while Remy hugged Wendy, who looked to be in a similar state of shock. Right? I forgot that this would be your first exposure to battle. Trust me, it gets better. Soon, you will forget all about the horrible parts, and you will only remember what you gained from your trip through the dungeon. You're now a commander rank Loros, when you never thought you would manage to advance again. You can make commander rank items for sale and stock the shop with them. You will get extra respect from the people in town as a commander rank crafter. Plus, so many more people will want to see and purchase your sculptures. Karl soothed the traumatized demoness. The last part really seemed to hit the spot. Being an obsession demon, she was focused on her work above all else. After a few minutes, they began to calm down. When he had realized by the time that they got back that everyone else here had been in the dungeon more than once, and had likely seen worse. So, it didn't seem as horrible anymore. After all, if Lotus could still be Lotus after spending so much time in there, it couldn't be all horrible, right? But Loro's transition was more dramatic. Once she began to calm down, and it sank in that she was really a commander, and had surpassed her bloodline limitations, even if it was only by a little bit, she was fired up to create new sculptures. The pair of sculptors returned to the workshop, where Karl could hear Ashbringer hard at work. Kara and Ray had dropped off huge amounts of Overlord rank ores for him to work with, along with an assortment of rough gems. They had kept the best ones for making spell gems to add into the weapons later, but he had requested that he get a selection of larger gems to be used as a mock-up for the weapons he was making. They wouldn't be permanently mounted, but used to shape the weapon for the gems that would be added during the ring crafting process. He looked up and smiled as Karl entered. I think that we will have some surprises for the auction next month. With the quality of the ore that we have to work with this time, I think we can make a couple of strong epic-grade Overlord weapons, or perhaps an actual artifact. I have some or here that should hold up to that level of enchantment, and I know you can do it, with the sort of weapon you turned out for the Divine Dragons. A weapon at that level donated to the city would secure us a spot of honor at every event for the next decade. The growth of an artifact isn't unlimited, unless it can absorb outside energy, but it's not unreasonable to think that a totem or mythic demon would be able to slowly pull an Overlord-ranked artifact-grade weapon up to their level. Ashbringer explained. Karl smiled. Are you thinking that we need a stronger presence in the city? Perhaps a few more strong ties to the leadership? Ashbringer shrugged. Well, I have come to enjoy this forge. It wouldn't be bad to spend a century or two here. That whole timeline seemed off to Karl. But demons lived a lot longer than humans were expected to. Though, Karl knew that the powerful could live longer, as many of the totems on the other continent were already well over a century old. What the scaling was hadn't really been studied, but if he could keep up his growth rate, reaching 150 or 200 wasn't unreasonable. So, a hometown to claim would be a great benefit, no matter how much he traveled the Dragon Isles after this. He could travel freely now with Portal, so once he had seen the world once, he could always go back. Karl realized that he had gotten sidetracked and thought of an answer for Ashbringer. Do you think that we should keep going for powerful weapons? We could make armor for them instead, increasing their survivability instead of their combat output. That seems like it would gain us just as much goodwill, but much less animosity. Weapons only do any good if you're attacking. But if we make them armor pieces, they can survive ambushes, and enemies of the city won't blame us for their loss. That would all be down to their inability to defend against the leader's attacks, right? Ashbringer smiled. Oh, that's good. You do know multiple damage reduction and barrier skills that can be added to armor. Even putting limited invulnerability onto an ornate torso plate would be a game changer for the totems. Karl nodded, and Ashbringer began to draw a plan on the chalkboard behind him. If it's intended to be bonded and equipped, I can size it for the girls. Then I only need a quarter of the materials, or less. The way that my skill works, it has to fit someone, but the girls can try it on without bonding it, and that will let us finalize the item. In fact, I will make armor for them as well, so they don't feel left out. A chainmail vest with delicate links can go under most clothing and is very flexible. A scaled vest is less flexible, even on a silk base. But it would also be an option. The chain would require fewer materials, though. Karl considered their options, then sighed. If we had a leather worker, it would be easier to make armors. We can use ray silk for base layers and padding, but hardened leather would use up a lot of the materials Hawk has stored as inedible and make for good armor as well. Why not just teach Ray? It's not that much different from cloth fashion, and we can get you the books on how to harden the leather with magical materials. They're available at the library. Ashbringer offered. See, I told you that you can get more than priestesses at the library. Remy reminded Karl, while silently observing the sculptors, to make sure they were recovering mentally from their first trip to a dungeon. Karl smiled. Well, if I'm going to go to the library, I should prepare a gift for them as well. There is nothing that librarians like more than new books. If I donate a new tome to their collection, it will keep the inscriptionists busy for weeks. Ashbringer laughed. That's just devious. But are you sure that you'll have something that they will actually be so excited to get their hands on? Karl nodded. I have a number of strange and esoteric skills. They are quite useful within their niche, but they're not part of any other class's base skill tree, as far as I know. Karl headed back to the house and took out his writing supplies, startling the professors, who were working at the large table on the second floor. Are you making something new? Mora asked. Not really. I'm making a skill book for the library, a piece offering to reduce the cost of the tomes that I am going to request. I want to get Ray some books on leather armor and clothing creation. She's already a master with silk, as an innate skill of her species, but blending that with leather armor creation would give her a much wider set of options for her fashion. The professors laughed at the thought of such a terrifying beast sedately making armor, but somehow it did suit her personality. Speaking of Ray, where has she been? I haven't seen her in a while. Mora asked. Karl smiled. I'm sure she takes that as a compliment, but she's right behind you. The professor turned around quickly, alarmed that she hadn't noticed, and Ray laughed from the third floor, where she had been watching the alchemists in the library space. You are an evil, evil man, Mora muttered. It was funny, though. You should have seen the look on your face. Ray walked down the stairs, visible and in humanoid form. Most of the time, I am invisible. It's not surprising that people don't see me. Actually, I would be shocked if anyone did see me, other than Karl. Ray explained. Why him? Because you are bonded. Mash, Moira's husband and fellow runesmithing apprentice, asked. No, because he has soul sight. Without that, I think I could hide from him, even if he could sense where I was through the bond. Karl kept writing as they discussed the ways that a monster who was both invisible and incorporeal might possibly be detected. The professors had realized that it might actually be a major security breach of the academy. How many creatures had managed to find their way past the wards on the academy? They could have dozens of spies in the school and not know it. But if they worked on the answers with runic items, they should at least be able to detect intruders more effectively, even if they couldn't see them. Karl finished the Bestial Regeneration book and got to his feet. Ray, did you want to come with me to the library? I will be picking out trade skill books for you to learn how to add leather to your decorations. Ray shook her head. Take Remy. She likes libraries more. She will also want you to buy many more books to fill out the knowledge that she can't find in our house library. The house's library had a wide variety of introductory tomes and trade skill volumes, including basic leatherworking. But Ray hadn't learned much from that, as it was mostly about how to cut and sew leather properly, and not how to make it into magical armor. So, Ray and Karl made their way through the streets of Drod before dinner, intending to make a short trip to the library and order any books that Remy needed or thought that Ray might need. Hopefully, they wouldn't already have Bestial Regeneration in their inventory, as that would increase the value of the tome and buy them extra goodwill. If they did, Karl could always come up with another skill to bring them based on what they said they were short on. The library was quiet when they arrived, with only one demon looking for a specific tome. Though, calling it a library didn't seem to be correct. It was more of a combination book repository and bookstore, with some books for sale and others only for browsing within the building. Good evening. Do you have a membership? The receptionist asked. In fact, I do not. What are the requirements to become a member? Karl asked. There are 3 stages of membership. First is our basic member, which allows you to purchase tomes from the library. It is free of charge with your first purchase. Second is our VIP member, which has a 1 gold annual fee and allows you to browse the stock tomes in the building. Third is the contributor membership, which receives a discount on purchases as well as the right to browse tomes. That is more for inscriptionists, as it requires donation of a tome that you have personally created. What is your trade specialty? The receptionist asked. I am actually a rune master, but I have a skill that allows me to create skill books on a very limited basis. In fact, I expected that your library might have such a requirement, so I made one for today. This is a tome of bestial regeneration, just completed. Karl explained as he placed the book on the desk. It even still smells like ink and new paper. The receptionist replied, shocked. It wasn't often that someone actually took up the 3rd tier of membership. Even most of the inscriptionists in Drought City only sold books to the library. They weren't willing to donate one, just for a discount on books that they could make themselves, given enough time reading in the library with a single gold VIP membership. You're seriously willing to trade a tome? Oh, let me see if we have this in stock, she murmured, while Remy draped her head over Karl's shoulder to distract herself from the urge to wander. Ever since her advancement and physical transformation, her curiosity had skyrocketed. Like all that energy being stuck in a smaller body was amping up her emotions. The librarian returned with a totem-ranked magic demon that Karl vaguely recognized from the garden party at the castle. Oh, Overlord Karl. You can make skill books? How fortunate. I had thought your skills might be limited to runic items. The demon greeted him. Karl checked the name using his system interface before responding. District Overseer Rashid, it's a pleasure to see you again. Skill books aren't really my specialty, but I do have the ability to make a few per month on skills that I already know. A curious system skill intended to help advance my team. I brought you an interesting skill today, I believe. Karl replied. Indeed. There is not a single copy registered to the library with that skill name, so I came to see if it had been misreported. But it is correct, and the restrictions are not as harsh as I had feared, given the names. Though, it's a bit insulting that it considers all horned or feathered demons to be compatible with a skill for beasts. Incubi as well, though I don't see why they should be named individually, as they also have horns. Remy's amused non-answer in Karl's mind made him laugh. There were many reasons he could think of that the incubi might be named individually from other types of bestial creatures, but the librarian's deep violet blush had the district overseer rolling his eyes. I noticed earlier that demons are widely compatible with skills intended for beasts, as long as their element matches. For example, an Oni demon I met here is compatible with multiple beast-originated lightning element skills. Overseer Rashid looked impressed. You actually identified one as an Oni demon? Most of the greater demon species disguise themselves when they are going about their daily lives, so that others do not make trouble for them, with requests and pleading. Karl smiled. It came to light after I had hired a member of their family for a job. Rashid snapped his fingers. That's right. You hired Miss Wendy as an apprentice sculptor, and her father made the barriers on your guild house. I should have remembered that. That family will be quite the force when they are fully mature. Most of their species don't hit any bottlenecks until the peak of totem rank. Karl had known that Wendy was powerful, being a commander and still not a teenager, but a peak totem rank species potential was surprising. The district overseer was staring intently at the book, and Remy began to giggle. It's 403 pages. How fast is your hand speed? The demon smiled, while the receptionist gave him a confused look. You are quite right, Miss Remy. It would take me some time to copy this if I used it. But that skill is so tempting that I might just do it anyhow. But what did you come in looking for? Certainly, today's visit wasn't just to receive a membership. Rashid replied. We actually require tomes on crafting magical leather armor. One of our guild's artisans wants to expand their skills, and it is an open niche for us. Karl explained. You have weapons, jewelry, potions, utility items. However, your guild sells no leather items. Yes, you are correct. There is a reliable place for them among your guild. We have many such tomes. Do you want skill books, or do you want textbooks? Both, I think. The target is Overlord rank without a trade skill, so advanced skill books might be suitable. But having textbooks on the topic to supplement might be helpful. They already have skills with fashion and clothing, so leather armor won't be too large of a change. Karl explained. Who would that be? I can't guess which member you mean. The overseer muttered, mostly to himself. The Lady Ray, our blood destruction demonic spider. Overseer Rashid nodded, and the receptionist gasped. An overlord-ranked spider monster? That's sorry. I'm sure she's a lovely person. I'm sure she will laugh when I tell her so. Remy agreed, and the receptionist sighed in relief before she realized what Remy had actually said. Ray is a sweet person. She's just got personality quirks. But do we have the appropriate skill books? And what might they cost? Karl interjected. Right, yes. We have all the skill books and textbooks that you might need. You can work out the details with the district overseer while I retrieve them. The receptionist insisted, then vanished into a back room. There are 4 skill books in total for the Master Leatherworker, Trade Skill Progression, all of which we have in stock, plus 2 textbooks on magical armor creation based on different disciplines. While I have no doubt that you actually have enough coin to pay for such an extravagant purchase, perhaps we could make a trade for items. Overseer Rashid suggested, his feathers ruffling in excitement. Oh, what did you have in mind? I have a few items complete, and I can make you something custom from a blank if the cost is higher than what they're worth. The totem-ranked demon smiled happily as Karl immediately grasped the issue. The entry-level skill books were not expensive, but a master-level trade skill book? That couldn't even be used by someone under royal rank, and they had to have an extreme compatibility with the skill already. Most likely, the spider would use the ones she could, and then save the last 1 or 2 for later when her skills had improved. Can you make a library assistant? The demon asked, curiously. That sounds more like a skill request. I could probably teach you how to summon one. Yes. But putting one on an item? It would be difficult to make an autonomous one without the spell taking up an entire suit of armor. Rashid sighed. I was afraid of as much. And as great as a living armor item would be, that's far beyond the cost of the books you need, as well as being thousands of hours of work. What do you need it for? Karl asked, wondering if he could do something with runes. Just general library stuff. Cleaning, dusting, arranging books. Karl thought about it for a moment, then smiled. I can do half of that. How about an item that will clean and dust the library on activation? There were dozens of examples of that in the Dwarven Runecrafting book, mostly so that the dwarves didn't have to clean up spilled drinks, mop floors, and other such mundane tasks. Karl had studied enough of those runes to make a cleaning item. Would that even be a rare item? Rashid asked. I don't know. Give me a moment to make it, and we will know. Karl replied with a shrug. There was only one way to find out, and he had some statues carved out of monarch rank mana jade. Karl took out one that was carved to look like lotus dragon form. It was on an oval base, which gave him plenty of room on the bottom to carve. So he quickly planned what he needed. Cleaning intentions, organization, water for mopping floors, wind to keep everything dry, and dust the books, with a modifier for gentle strength, so nothing was damaged. That still left him with some extra space, so Karl added runes for repair, removing stains, and refreshing mana, but targeted to items being cleaned so that it would give a gentle nudge of mana to failing ancient artifacts, which helped keep them stable. Karl took a pencil and drew the runes, then quickly carved them with a claw, before adding mana to activate the whole thing. It was a complex concept, to be certain, but when he finished, the dragon statue's eyes glinted blue, and he knew that his efforts had been acknowledged by one of the gods. Epic grade, statue of tidiness. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Karl looked at the item description in amusement for a moment, then handed the little white and red dragon statue to Overseer Rashid. Why don't you try that out and see if it's worth the exchange? If not, I can supplement with something I have in stock. Karl offered. Overseer Rashid pushed a bit of mana into the statue, and a ball of blue magic formed around the dragon, before soaking into the statue, making it look like a living blue dragon. Seconds later, a gust of wind spread through the building, causing books and papers to shift around, but not at random. Scrolls slotted back into cabinets. Books left on tables returned to carts. Floors began to shine with a freshly washed gleam. Decades of dirt and grime were removed from the sides and tops of bookshelves, while dozens of lost and forgotten manuscripts were recovered from hidden spots and behind shelves. Within a minute, everything was perfectly clean and organized, and Karl heard a happy draconic rumble from the statue before it faded back to a plain mana jade statue. I think that worked wonderfully. Remy noted. I don't remember some of these scrolls. Where did this come from? Overseer Rashid asked as he walked to a cart, where an ancient scroll was neatly rolled and freshly cleaned. He picked it up carefully, and Karl could hear how brittle the paper was. The magic demon cast a spell on it, and the ancient parchment glowed with energy, then became visibly less faded. Rashid unrolled the scroll, and then his eyes opened wide in shock. "This is impossible," he muttered. Remy slid over to look over his shoulder and read the notes. It was a list of spell ingredients and instructions for an Orcish shamanistic ritual to pacify a major storm at sea. "How long have the demons held the city?" Remy asked, startling the demon with her presence mere centimeters from his face. "About 4,000 years. This must have been left when we took and renovated the city. Then it was shifted around until it ended up here in the library, which was built about 1,000 years ago, replacing a smaller library in the compound of the castle. How it survived all this is a mystery, but we don't know a lot about ancient Orcish shamanistic magic. But would you mind backing up a little bit? Your tongue is dangerously close to the paper." Remy backed up, then sighed. "Naga, don't drool. But I do apologize for forgetting about personal space." She was not, in fact, sorry. Not at all. However, she did move to the other side of the table to examine the scroll. "Remy is a shaman," Karl explained, as the overseer was beginning to wonder what had her so intrigued by a scroll written in Orcish. The receptionist came out with the books and stared in shock at the library. The floors were actually gleaming, and there was no dust anywhere. Even the drapes over the windows were freshly cleaned. "What happened while I was gone? I swear it was only a few minutes," she stammered. "Overlord Karl granted us a most curious statue. It not only cleaned the library, it organized the books onto the carts for return to the shelves, and it recovered the lost and forgotten tomes that had vanished behind or on top of the shelves. That is wonderful. There are a number of tomes that we have been unable to find for the entire time I have worked here, but the security spells insist that they are still in the library." She placed the books on a counter and went off to look for the lost tomes. She's going to be incredibly frustrated when she realizes that the spell didn't remove any of the books from the hidden compartments and secured drawers. Overseer Rashid whispered, or when she realizes that her romance novel is no longer hastily stuffed under her desk, but placed in the middle of the reception counter and freshly cleaned. Karl agreed. Remy grabbed the books they had purchased and placed them on the shelves on her altar, then looked around the library. "I think I need to come back here later. There are so many good things to read," she informed Karl. "Well, the library is open from dawn to dusk 5 days a week. I will give you a VIP card." Rashid agreed. He grabbed one from a drawer under the reception desk and cast a spell that bonded it to Remy. "Overlord Karl is recorded as a donor already. No need to carry a card. But it appears that I have a lot of work to do. I need to make copies of this skill for use and distribution. Once the Lord and the Governor learn that so many demons can learn a regeneration skill, it will be in massive demand for the army. Do you know how effective it is?" he asked. Karl nodded. "It's not as good as a minor healing spell, of the heal over time sort, but it will close major wounds in a matter of minutes. There is a stronger version, trollish regeneration, but it's got a much more restrictive usage set. Is that the healing ability you have? I heard that you shrugged off blows like nothing during the battle on the docks." Karl smiled. "I have limited invulnerability and a special constitution. My healing abilities are on an entirely different level." Karl returned to the guild house with Remy and their haul of new books. Ray had already grabbed the first of them to test. Master Leatherworker Skill Book was her first option, starting with the most powerful until she found one that she could use properly. But she had a strong suspicion that she would be able to use this one right away, and then she would be able to make magical decorations for her ladies. The only hesitation that she had was about whether it was better to try in public to see if the spider goddess would let her succeed the first time out of sympathy, or to do it in the darkness of her web, where she was the most comfortable. After a few seconds of consideration, the web won out, and Ray took the book back with her and transformed into her natural form. She might be a whole new kind of spider now, but she was still a spider. Spiders had the most benevolent goddess, who wanted them to be happy. So surely, she wouldn't have to suffer long trying to learn how to decorate her humans properly. Ray settled into a comfortable spot on her web and flipped the book open. Knowledge instantly flooded her mind, informing her of all the knowledge that a master leatherworker needed to make clothing, armor, and various forms of equipment. That was excellent to know. Many of those items could be made with spider silk just as easily and gain the same sort of enhancements. It also taught her a lot of technical equipment that Ray hadn't known existed. Better types of harnesses for Hawk and Thor, pouches and storage devices, including some that would hold more than they looked like, if you found the right materials or spells. That could likely be done with Karl's runes. But the variety of braided whips. That was pure artistry. What sort of benevolent soul had created this book for her? Whips made of her own silk would be perfect, and there were runes to allow you to control them like a tail or tentacle. If the rest of the group knew what sort of ideas Ray was getting from the new trade skill book, they would be much more concerned than celebratory. But for now, only the beasts knew that she had already succeeded in gaining a skill. Before she came out, she wanted something to show off her new skill. If only she could decide who to decorate first. The vampire. Mick was adorable in the Lolita dress that Ray made her wear to work, but it was very unvampire-like with the ruffles and the parasol. If she made something more vampire for her, that would be good. She was a blood knight, a self-healing warrior class with high agility. So, she would be a suitable candidate. If only she had her baby rogue handy. Maybe Karl could open a portal to send gear back to her. First, she would pick a piece of leather for a bodysuit and modify it to be super stretchy. That was easy, and it could be done with a skill and no extra chemicals or steps. That was significantly better than the introductory skill. Then she just had to cut it to shape, slide it over the mannequin, add the leg, forearm, and chest plates. That kind of looked like Overlord Tabitha. Maybe they had the same high mobility fighting style? Now boots, and gloves with hardened leather to socket gems into. The base armor piece was finished in under 20 minutes as Ray immersed herself in her work. Now she just needed Karl to add runes to it and make some gems with skills to increase the vampire's fighting ability. Oh, and ventilation. Numerous little holes would make it less water resistant, but it would keep the wearer from overheating. The vampires didn't really give off much body heat, but Ray didn't know if they could still sweat. A silk liner would make it more comfortable, so Ray added a bit more to her design. Then Remy passed her a pair of gems. Karl made these earlier. They're for weapons, but they should be fine on armor. Haste and shatter? Not terrible options. Ray fit them into the armor's bracers, and then used her new skill to integrate the gem buffs into the bonus of the armor. It wasn't as good as a full runic armor piece, but it was a rare quality Overlord rank armor suit. Leather bodysuit of nimble blows adds attack speed and agility. Physical strikes by the wearer cause the shatter effect, creating damaging vibrations through the target's body. Ray came out in her humanoid form and walked straight to Mick. "Put this on. I made it for you with my new skill," she demanded. Mick nodded, not seeing a reason to argue with Ray. The bodysuit fit her like a glove, and Ophelia whistled in appreciation. "What sort of cosplay is this?" the vampire asked, blushing bright red in the face. "A warrior in our hometown wears armor just like that. It's perfect for agility fighters. It's Overlord ranked, and it gives excellent combat bonuses. You could wear your dress over it if you wanted, I guess." Mick considered that. No, that would just look like it was some sort of weird fetish. But this bodysuit was entirely too form-fitting. Then Ray got a great idea. "You can wear robes over it, like everyone does at the temples. Let me find you one in guild colors." It only took a second. Ray had made lots of them for her clerk, in case she complained about the cute, frilly uniform dress. White on the left, black on the right. The simple hassock was patterned like Karl's tabard, but without the decorations. A black rope tied it at the waist, and now she looked like a battle nun, with the visible leather armor on her neck and hands. Lotus smiled. "That actually looks good on you. But Ray, does she have to wear guild colors at all times?" Ray nodded. "Yes, you always wear green. So, I don't see why she shouldn't wear Darklight Host black and white." Ophelia chuckled at the confused look on Mick's face. "It's Ray staking her claim on you. If you're wearing Darklight Host colors, that means you're one of her people. I'm sure that we can get her to give you an all-white or all-black one," she suggested. Ray reluctantly handed both colors of hassock over. It would be better if the vampire would show off her cute new stretchy armor, though. Maybe Ray should make some for herself. With Ray's new skills, their shop needed some new sections. They had set everything up for magical accessories, but they also had silk available, and they could make custom armor. Convincing Ray to make a commander rank sales piece wouldn't be easy, but they could make a mannequin to advertise their custom armor services. There had to be those who preferred leather armor in the city, and they weren't prohibited from selling the actual bolts of silk, which would be insanely expensive. A few dressmakers and merchants would certainly buy up any stock that Ray made, and when it was at lower qualities, she could make huge amounts of silk cloth without running out of energy. So, that was her first contribution to the shop. 10 rolls of commander rank silk in 9 solid colors and 1 black roll with pink cherry tree blossoms on it were arranged along the wall when the first customers came in the next morning, looking for potions. The word of the silk spread quickly, though the visitors didn't know if there was anything special about it. Simply having access to high-quality silk by the bolt was enough to draw in customers. The first of which was the shopkeeper whose dress shop they had halfway cleared out when they first arrived. "Lady Ray, it's a pleasure to see you again. Though I must say, it's a relief to know that you weren't planning to open a fashion shop here at the gates." The woman greeted her when she saw the transformed spider lurking at the back of the room. "I thought that it might be better to offer the raw silk instead. Take a look and tell me what you think. You will find no lumps or imperfections in my silk. If you wish a different grade, I have inventory all the way from commander to overlord rank and can make custom colors with a small delay." Ray agreed. The dressmaker admired the corner of a roll of golden silk, trying to determine how it had gotten so bright golden. She had never seen a dye like that before. It was actually a result of Ray using her camouflage skills on the silk as she produced it, which gave the silk a metallic luster that was nearly impossible to replicate with a natural dye. "It looks like the silk is made of liquid gold. That is beautiful. How long is the bolt?" she asked. "I made each bolt 10 meters. I wasn't sure what was the standard here, but that should make a dress for most species." Ray explained. "That sounds right. How is this to work with?" the dressmaker asked. "Not the easiest for weak people. It is a commander rank silk, so it is quite resistant to penetration, but there are runic needles that will let you do it without a skill. You might need one, and some enchanted scissors to cut the pattern as well." The dressmaker nodded. "I have some. Occasionally, I'd use monster fur as trim, and it needs them. I will take the bolt of liquid gold, the black, and the—" She paused, and then went to inspect another bolt. "That's not pale gray. It's gossamer white over a black roll core. So thin, it's almost like air. I will take that bolt as well." Ray nodded, and Davis silently wrote the price on a piece of paper. For expensive purchases when there were others in the shop, it was polite not to speak the cost out loud. That way, nobody knew for certain who got a discount or how much of one. In this case, she did get a small discount, as her shop was one that Lady Ray had bought many dresses from in the past. She had only been gone a few minutes when a merchant wagon stopped on the street out front, and a powerfully built young overlord-ranked demon in mage robes with gold embroidery stepped inside. "Good morning. I am told that I can place a custom order here, to be collected upon my return to town," he announced. "Indeed you can. What did you require?" Davis asked. "I have a daughter who will be joining the ranks of monster control adventurers in a few weeks' time. I would like to procure her the finest set of equipment possible. Money is no object." Davis sent a guild message, and Karl came down to greet the merchant. "My name is Karl, and I am responsible for custom orders. Might I inquire as to your daughter's class, elemental affinities, and specialty?" Karl asked. The demon looked impressed. "She is a golem mage. Her elemental affinity is earth, and she is currently at the royal rank, but I would like the finest quality of equipment that you can create for her." Karl nodded. "So, my thought would be a leather armor suit with mobility, robes, 2 rings, 2 bracelets, a necklace, earrings, and a staff or wand. Which does she prefer?" "Definitely a staff, but no need for earrings. I have an heirloom set for her." Karl nodded. "I can make a complete set, designed for synergy and enhancements to an earth golem mage. I guarantee none of the stats will be inappropriate for her class and specialty. How are her defensive skills? I would assume that she has earth barrier or an equivalent." The mage nodded. "Indeed. But I have heard that you are capable of adding spells to your staves. Lard Academy gave her a fireball staff that your shop made." Karl smiled. "Congratulations on raising a valedictorian. So, we can say that she doesn't need a fireball-related item, but I believe that we can come up with something suitably rare. Or would you prefer not earth element?" The merchant thought about the answer for a few seconds. "Earth elemental attack magic if possible. She relies almost entirely on her golems and fireball for attacks, but her fire affinity is not strong. I know just the thing. We do require a deposit for custom orders, but the majority of the price is due on collection. Your order should be able to be collected in 4 days. The man looked shocked at that, and Davis smiled, then cleared his throat. Sir, we have the base items in stock. They only need to be custom altered to your requirements. Much like having a dress altered instead of tailored in a new design. The man nodded, then placed a picture of his daughter on the counter. If you can choose a set of robes that will suit her lovely visage, I would appreciate it. My princess deserves the best. Davis nodded politely and passed the picture to Karl. That was a succubus. No doubt about it. The tale was a dead giveaway. All right, I believe that we know just what she will like. The next few days passed mostly peacefully, though Ray was constantly restocking her bolts of silk at a rate that was giving Mick heart palpitations. A remarkable feat for a vampire. The bolts of commander rank silk sold for dozens of gold each, and they had moved hundreds of them through the shop in the first week. Even by the standards of overlord-ranked vendors, they were insanely profitable. Karl, I have finished the leather armor. Are you finished with the runes on the mage robes? Ray asked, as she appeared in the main room of the second floor. Indeed, I have them all done. I just need to finish up the staff now. The rest is complete. Dana came up to see what they had made, and then stopped to stare at the outfit in Ray's hands. What is that? You can't be expecting anyone to wear that in public. She insisted. It was mostly black gossamer silk, with strategically placed leather straps to keep it from being obscene, then with leather sleeves for the arms and legs. It came with knee-high laced boots, with a practical riding heel, and elbow-length stretchy leather gloves that shimmered in the light, as if freshly oiled. Ray scoffed. I did 10 hours of research in a succubus fashion and determined this to be the perfect design. Plus, it goes under the mage robes. Look, I even made a cute leather collar to hang charms from. Karl nodded. And I enchanted it with mana storage and damage taken reduction. It reduces base damage taken by 400 points, and as far as I can tell, that is the maximum for an epic grade overlord ranked piece. Then he took out a heart-shaped earth gem with a gold loop at the top and attached it to the ring at the front of the collar. This is a gem of stone bullets. It will give her an overlord ranked attack spell, and she won't have to take out her staff to have it available. Instead of putting the attack spell on the staff, we gave the staff a void gem of damage nullification. A new hybrid skill that I worked out with Kara. It doesn't stack with void body, unfortunately, but it ignores the first 3% of your health and damage, then reduces damage taken by another 400 points. Combined, the whole set has over 100% more skill power and a huge amount of mana storage and regeneration. Dana stared at the outfit in amazement. All right, I will admit, that is impressive. She sighed, ignoring the overly sexualized design for the armor that Ray had picked. At least the robes were completely normal black, mage robes with pale green overlord-ranked runes on them. The items were moved to the store vault, a subsection of the guild bank, and Ray grabbed Dana. You're up next. I got the others this morning. I will make all new armor for everyone but Ophelia. She wanted metal armor. Ray insisted. Oh, all right. I won't say no to a custom set of overlord-ranked armor. Our gear was getting behind what we were selling at the shop anyhow. Dana agreed. What about this style? Ray asked, with a book from her space suddenly in her hand. Where did you even find that? The book of fashion says it's a wrath demon bridesmaid's outfit. But it's cute, right? Ray asked. Dana pulled Ray down to her height and whispered in her ear. Oh, I understand now. I will make you a set anyhow, but not for battle. I will just make you regular adventurer armor for wearing under new robes like the ones you have then. Karl wondered what the two of them were looking at, but decided it was better to find out later. Ray had made him leather pants and a long double-breasted coat with a leather tricorn hat. Then it was finished with a silk shirt and waist sash. She had been deeply impressed by how fashionable a species known as the Wave Riders was, and thought that the fashion would go well with Karl's furry form as well. Every minute of Ray's day was filled with fashion as she finished her work, but the others were also dedicated to their work. Ophelia had even started a new guild program. She was doing morning training in the backyard with a group of local youth who wanted to join the guard, letting the kids build up combat skills in advance, while allowing the berserker to blow off some steam on durable targets. Little Butterfly was assisting them with illusions, turning the backyard into a training ground during their workouts, or making sand sparring rings without damaging the immaculate grass of the yard. They were going to need a larger space soon. But Little Butterfly was limited in what she could do for a training ground as dangerous as a bunch of monarchs and royals sparring. If she used illusionary domain, it would shatter during combat. But she could borrow Karl's skills to put a barrier on the sand of a sparring ring without overextending her skills. The butterfly considered using the tiny world that she had learned when Karl did and using multiple illusions inside. But that was a lot of work, and her body couldn't sustain that much mana flow yet. Given time, it would be no problem. Unfortunately, even with all the assistance from the beast space, most of the mana that the butterfly could use was dedicated to survival and growth from her newborn phase. At least nobody tried to damage her library space. She didn't have the mana to be repairing it all the time. Growing up was a pain, and it took far too long. Little Butterfly didn't understand how others of its species managed it without an extra dense mana flow and a protective space. But, in reality, they didn't. They all died within a day of their transformation, so an adult phase glasswing illusionary butterfly was essentially non-existent. It was the end of life for their caterpillar phase, not a new beginning. Finally, the merchant returned for his custom order, with his daughter in the wagon. They were inbound with a whole caravan, but came through the gates before the trade goods were checked, so they could do their business with the Darklight host right away. "Merchant, it's good to see you again. Your order is complete and waiting." Davis greeted them. He placed the boxed order on the counter, but the shape of a staff was hard to hide, even in a box. "You ordered so much." "I told you, Dad. We will get items from the monsters as we eliminate them. There is no need for you to go all out at the start." The Overlord simply patted her head indulgently. "But I am told that this is the best of the best." The girl rolled her eyes, clearly used to his indulgent behavior. Then Ray came down and smiled at her. "Oh, this is good. Would you like to go to a private room to try everything on, then surprise your father?" she asked. The other few customers in the shop looked relieved. The excited shouting of an overwhelmed teen succubus was hard on sensitive ears. Ray didn't wait for an answer as she grabbed the bundle and escorted the girl up the stairs. Davis bowed to the girl's father. "It is all custom-made Overlord-ranked equipment, and specifically tailored to the fashion sensibilities of a succubus. I can assure you that not only will she be the best protected, but the most fashionable member of her team." Fortunately for all of them, the rooms were mildly soundproofed, and the shouting and cheering was only faintly audible from downstairs. There was no hiding the happy tears in her eyes when the girl came running down the stairs with a staff in her hands, and leaped up on her father to wrap him in a hug and plant kisses all over his face. "Daddy, I love it. It's beautiful and so powerful." The demon gently set her down to get a better look. The robes were fully covering, as he had hoped, but the odd collar at her neck, with the amber-colored heart gem, caught his attention. It's an attack spell gem, and the necklace is a damage reduction item. The staff is also damage reduction focused. You see, many will interpret the use of a staff as preparation for combat. But in reality, all the offensive power is available without the staff, and the benefits of the weapon are entirely defensive, other than the skill power and mana storage. Ray explained, "It's an attack spell gem, and the necklace is a damage reduction item. The staff is also damage reduction focused. You see, many will interpret the use of a staff as preparation for combat. But in reality, all the offensive power is available without the staff, and the benefits of the weapon are entirely defensive, other than the skill power and mana storage." Ray explained, "Practical boots, durable gloves, it's everything that I had hoped for. And in thick Overlord-ranked silk, it should be warm enough for cool evenings, as well as an extra layer of defense on its own." He noted. Ray smiled. "I don't expect an Earth Mage to take a lot of damage, as Earth barriers are known for their durability to begin with. But it's best to keep your princess safe." The succubus mage laughed and took down the hood of her mage robes, revealing a golden chain that ran between her horns and held a translucent silk cloth headscarf covering her hair. "It's fire-resistant, waterproof, and Overlord-ranked, so it won't be easily cut. Not as good as a helmet, but it can easily be layered with a barrier spell without disturbing her hairstyle." Ray explained, "Is there a full suit of armor under there?" the father asked. The succubus nodded and raised her robe to show off her boot laces, then her sleeves to show her gloves. But Ray didn't miss that she didn't show off the rest. even though that was the part she was happiest about in the changing room. Perhaps her father didn't approve of high fashion? The merchant handed over a bag, and Davis tapped it, then nodded. "Thank you for your patronage, sir. Please do come again if you have additional requirements." Once they left, Ray stole the bag to see what good things they had gotten. It couldn't be money. The bag wasn't big enough. Well, there was some money, glowing light blue coins of a strange metal, but mostly it was an overlord-ranked magical gems. That was perfect. She needed Karl to make more of them into runic gems so that she could add them to armor pieces. She wasn't the only one that needed them. Ashbringer also had a number of weapons ready for upgrading to overlord ranked, thanks to the materials they had brought back from the stone crushers, and the city would be coming soon to pick up weapons for the auctions. It would be fun to surprise them again. The customers left, and one of the other demons came over to speak to Ray. "Those collars, with the damage reduction, do you happen to have more of them? Or was that a special ordered item?" he asked. "That was an overlord-ranked custom full armor set order, with jewels and staff. But I have a few test pieces with lesser bonuses left," Ray offered. Hawk had a lot of commander rank boar hide in his space left after eating the good parts, so she had been using it to practice. From the doorway, Loros raised her voice. "We also have a number of the heart pendants with various bonuses on them, if you want to add them to an existing necklace. I am just bringing them in for the shelves." The charms had given her and Wendy a great idea. Instead of full items, which many might already have, they could add a charm to another item and make something mundane into powerful magic. Many of the demons had fashionable non-magical jewelry. A small magical charm could be added to that without ruining the fashionable impression, but while gaining the magical bonus. Mostly, these were charm items, ones with runes for charisma, luck, and wit, designed to make the wearer seem more likable and avoid stumbling on their words in conversation. But they had made a few for more combat-oriented purposes. Wrath demons in particular thought that everything should have a combat purpose. They were even known to bring weapons to bed, just in case. Now that the rush of a large custom order was finished, Karl got to work on the items for the city's purchasing agent and started to plan what he should do with his tiny world spell. There were so many options, and it could be used for dozens of different purposes, but each of them would require that he set up the interior in an entirely different way. The best option seemed to be a hybrid living space. While he could enter it, that didn't seem like the most productive way to use the space when he was already advancing faster than everyone else. With everyone but Thor at Overlord rank, Karl was already moving steadily up through the power growth range, and the rest of the team had just reached Monarch. So, the best thing that he could do was to create a training and living area with water, trees, and a large open area for training, plus a house. Most of that would be real, but Karl fully intended to use illusionary domain to build the house. Bringing someone other than Jones, who was still sleeping off his advancement, to build a house in a separate space would raise far too many questions. Not only that, but if the space collapsed, it would also dump the house out into the open wherever they were, and that would be incredibly awkward. Not to mention the damage that it would cause. He needed something that would help them grow. Something like the beast spaces, which pushed his bonded partners forward. They already had a spell like that on the house, so he could do something similar to the tiny world, along with runes for potential increases in growth rate, like he had done on the bracers. But that really seemed like something that should wait until he reached totem rank, as it would be such a large difference in power. However, the basic space could be created right away, and the team was eager to help. They all had their own ideas on what they wanted in the space. They just needed the room and the opportunity. Karl thought of the instances he had been in before. They were basically the same as the tiny world, but some of them had extended for multiple kilometers. Karl didn't know what the limits were to his spell, as nothing was listed. So, he could only hope that it was going to be large enough for his needs, at least as large as the beast spaces. The plans for this shipment were simple, so Karl did them first, and then set the collection of weapons to the side for Davis to collect. That left him free to focus on the new space. It's just like forming a new beast space, right? Hawk pondered, not sure why this seemed to be such a big deal. Now that the beast spaces were at Overlord ranked, they were dozens of kilometers across, with plentiful plant life, their own climate, and everything. Karl used that optimism and began to build the outer boundary of the tiny world, expanding it as he went so that he could check the limits of what the spell could maintain. Inside, The world was just simple flat ground, with bare dirt for now. But the process of creating the space was even simpler than Karl had imagined. He just added more mana to the spell, using all that he could channel, plus his internal reserves, and the space smoothly increased in size, slowing as the volume per meter of expansion increased. The first few kilometers in diameter went rather quickly, but the space was spherical and couldn't be made any other shape, as far as Karl could tell. He had tried to shape it like a puck, round and flat, but that hadn't worked at all. The sphere simply refused to change. Once it got to 10 kilometers in diameter, every bit of extra distance required immense amounts of power. So, Karl changed his focus from expanding to reshaping the space. He inserted a large lake off on one side, a swampy area, a hilly region which could become a forest, flatlands where they could train, or set up stone pillars if Thor was expounding upon the joys of smashing posts, and even a small mountain, with steep cliffs and one gently sloping side to walk back down. Then Karl added kilometers of tunnels starting at a cave entrance to form a whole underground city. Now, all it needed was life. The tiny world spell didn't allow the formation of trees and grass the way that the beast spaces had, but Karl continued to keep the spell active as everyone pitched in and added some spare materials. Once they were inside, things changed drastically. Karl felt that he could cause the plants to grow with his will and added mana, cloning themselves to spread over the space. The new ones were not real plants, more like a magical illusion with the potential to be plants, or a guideline for where the plants would be able to grow in the future. Even the lake got some water plants in the shallows. It would take time before all of that was grown in with real plants, but the visual effect would be there, the same as it was in the trial instances. Then, Little Butterfly added the illusion of the guild house, with its stone-walled courtyard, and Karl felt it become an integral part of the space, no longer a separate spell. That was wonderful news. All it took was enough imagination, and he could create all sorts of non-living things in the space. He just needed to know how. The dozen plants wouldn't do much to keep a group of people alive inside, but he could always keep the space open a little, as Jones had informed him. He would just have to be careful of intruders. The living plants that he had used as examples could be removed now, but Karl chose to keep them inside. The donors didn't need them. They had many more in their own spaces, and a bit of real plant life made this space feel more vibrant. The fake plants didn't have a scent, so the whole space smelled sterile, like the house after caretaker Joe went through with her cleaning magic. But it was now complete, and he had a fully functional home away from home. As Karl finished creating the space, he opened his eyes and realized that he had moved. He was now in bed, with a Dana in his arms, and it was pitch black outside. It had been relatively early in the morning when he had started, and he was in a chair in the second-floor workspace, but he must have lost track of time at some point. It was somewhat concerning that he didn't notice he was being moved, but he was fairly safe inside the house, and the beast would have reacted if there was any actual danger. Dana snuggled her face into his furry chest as she slept, and Karl noticed that the cat-like behaviors remained, even after she had changed forms back. The biscuit kneading was adorable, but he didn't want to wake her up, so Karl remained as still as he could until he finally fell asleep. The next thing he knew, the sun was up, and the smell of breakfast on the stove was making his stomach rumble. The noise of his stomach woke Dana, who laughed at his reclined position. "Sorry, I think that I drooled on you. You were completely out of it with whatever spell you were casting. Thor said that it was an internal thing, and moving you wouldn't disturb it, so we moved you to bed. But I didn't expect that it would take nearly an entire day," she explained. "Neither did I, but it's all finished now, and I will show off the results later. First, breakfast." Karl equipped a pair of pants, and Dana put on what looked like one of his shirts. That had to have come from Ray, as the clothing bound to its wearer, but he had to admit that it looked good as they headed down to the second floor, where Karl could hear breakfast being set up. "Oh, good morning, Sleeping Beauty. Did you finish what you were working on?" Karl nodded. "Indeed I did. It was a gift from Jones, the magma dragon, and I know that you're all going to love it once you see it." From across the table, Ray nodded enthusiastically. "I've been waiting a long time for this." Then she left it at that, so everyone got to wonder what she meant as they finished eating. "All right, Spill. What did you cast?" Dana demanded. Before Karl could answer, Ray grabbed her and dragged her into the tiny world. "Tada! It's a Dana space." "Eh, what now?" Tell me that you didn't find a way for him to bond me as a pet. Dana replied suspiciously. Ray shook her head. We're still working on that part. It's a separate space, like our beast space homes, but all in one. See, we have a forest, a lake, a swamp, grasslands, the guild house, even a mountain for Hawk to perch on. They didn't notice when Karl had brought everyone else in the house to the space, but they were all standing on the grass outside the courtyard of the replica guild house, staring around in awe. You made a separate space? That is incredibly rare magic. This isn't an illusionary domain, like the library in the guild house, is it? It feels different. Ashbringer asked. Karl shook his head. No, this is an actual stable separate space, though the principle is similar. If someone damages this place, it will not shatter. I will just have to rebuild what's inside of it. The library space does exist in the library here, though. It's made the same way, so I don't know if it's actually an illusion here, or part of the tiny world. But I think that it turned out rather well. I was thinking that it would be a safe space to rest as we traveled. Remember all the attention that we got while we were crossing Nubon? Now, we could appear to be a lone traveler, or even just a beast, if I were in here with you. That would raise far fewer questions, and this place is designed to help whoever is in it grow their strength and potential. The demonic blacksmith side. It's a legendary treasure, and you treat it like a resort property. Karl patted him on the shoulder. In a way, it's both. But the guild is going to need more materials on a regular basis in the future. That means traveling to hunt. And being able to do that without drawing a lot of attention will be essential once we start hunting outside the lands of Drod. We're in good standing with the Lord here. But what if we need something from Lard or Ek further south? Or even from the dwarven lands of Nababin on the northeast island? Gaining a reputation as a distinctive group of beautiful women with some cat demon is bound to cause trouble eventually. Ashbringer chuckled. And once you get away from Drod, there is a higher likelihood that you will run into less civilized sorts that would be willing to kidnap travelers. At least in Drod, we have relatively strict social norms. Lard is close to the same, as they're almost all demons. But if you get to Ek or Unzatherb, things are much different. Ek is almost all orcs, and they have their own ways. But Unzatherb is absolute chaos. They call it a kingdom, but the king doesn't control much. The old immortal has passed it all down to his descendants and sections, and they have made war with each other in the name of total control for longer than most can remember. I recommend that you stay away from there, unless there is no other option. Karl nodded in understanding. The orcs respected power, so that would be all right. But a nation ruled by ancient lineages of warring family members? That didn't sound like fun. Lotus transformed into her beast form, a tiny green dragon, and began to fly around the space. This was nice. It was private, with lots of room to fly, and no worries that someone would capture her, thinking she was a lost hatchling that might have a reward for its return. Sitting in the separate space, the Darklight Host Guild had no way to know of the chaos that was unfolding in the city of Drod, for their newest descendant resident had just returned to his home. Jones was back from his private island. The aura of a totem-ranked dragon was impossible to miss, as he lived in the suburbs, which were still rather densely populated, even if they weren't as packed as the sprawl. Plus, his species had changed along with his advancement, so while he still felt somewhat familiar, none of the neighbors knew if it was Jones or some powerful family member who had shown up at his house unannounced and then refused to take visitors. Finally, the arrival of Domsk and Rashid, the totem-ranked overseers of the Stone Chapel and Forest Gate districts of the city, had prompted Jones to answer his door. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I didn't expect your arrival so soon. Please do come in for tea. Jones greeted them, as if he hadn't just been ignoring them standing outside his door for the previous 10 minutes. The two demons, one red-skinned wrath demon and one feathered magic demon, took seats in the ancient recliners across from the aged sofa covered in knit blankets where Jones was lounging with a plate full of sandwiches and tea. Domsk broke the tension with a smile. It seems you have had a fortunate opportunity, old friend. To have evolved from a magma dragon to reach the totem rank is something worth celebrating. I don't suppose that you could let us in on the method, could you? Jones smiled. I traded ancient treasures with one favored by the world dragon, and he gave me the last piece of the puzzle needed to refine my bloodline. A most curious sort of exchange, I admit, but it has worked out wonderfully for me. In 100 years, when I reach the peak of totem rank, Perhaps I will try to find another similar opportunity and make it to the mythic rank. 100 years was not so long for a totem-ranked demon or dragon. In fact, it could be said to be incredibly fast to reach the pinnacle of totem rank, even if you had the potential to go past it and into the realm of myth. So, what are you planning to do now that you have reached the totem rank? Rashid asked cautiously. The Frostfire Gate district, a suburban area outside the city walls, didn't technically have an overseer. It was split between him and Domsk, whose areas of the inner city bordered that portion of the suburbs. Jones smiled languidly, relishing the fact that these pillars of the city now had to be nice to him, as his potential and power was no worse than their own. Dragons had an innate advantage over most species at their own rank, thanks to their immense mana reserve and affinity for their elements. You know, I was thinking, it's such a long ways from your house to mine. Why don't I just look after these neighbors of mine, and you can look after yours inside the wall? The demons chuckled softly at that. Outside the wall was a larger and more highly populated region than the affluent south side of the city inside the walls. What Jones was proposing was to give himself dominion over the largest district of the city. Domsk shrugged and slightly bared his gleaming white fangs. Unfortunately, that will have to go before the Lord and the full Council of Totems. The two of us alone don't have the authority to change the borders. Watching the trio of totems walk through the city gates and down the main street towards the castle naturally caught the attention of everyone on the south side of the city, and by the time that they had made it to the city governor's office, the word had already spread all the way across the sprawl. Jones was a familiar face to everyone, with some slightly shady connections. He was the sort of dragon that could get you anything, for a price. There were some things that he flat out refused to take part in, like trafficking people and weapons. But for anything else, it was just a matter of how difficult it was for the old dragon to get it for you. It was widely rumored that it was Jones who kept the Frostfire Gate suburbs from becoming the next Blackshade slum. Not because he brought money to the region, he was notoriously stingy, but because he wouldn't tolerate criminals on his territory, so there were no gangs oppressing others on the south side of the city, which let them send money in and out, along with goods by merchant wagon. Domsk and Rashid weren't blind to it. However, as Jones was capped at the overlord rank by his bloodline as a magma dragon, he wasn't previously a threat to the higher authorities, and they could treat him like any other crime boss in the city. However, now that he was a totem, ostensibly one of their group of powerful leaders, things would have to change. They could overlook most of what he was doing, as he wasn't directly doing anything illegal. But there were a few aspects of his influence that would need to be curtailed if they were going to keep things running smoothly. Like his illicit trade and skill books that were supposed to be going through the library. There was an excellent reason for that practice. Keeping track of who had rare and powerful skill combinations, who was making more skill books, and more importantly, who had the ability but was not making or selling skill books, were all important things to know for a capital city. If he was just handing out dangerous skills to unknown parties, what sort of chaos could it cause in the city? Jones was well aware of their reservations about him. But it took the ancient dragon real effort not to let slip that the whole reason he had reached totem rank was because he had the ability and willingness to part with the sort of rare and powerful hidden skills and treasures that others did not. Even when everyone came out of the separate space and began prepping to set up the shop for the day, they didn't know that anything had happened. All of the excitement was focused on what was likely happening now in the castle, and that was a fairly normal thing for the residents of Drod. Only when a customer came in looking for potions and talking about Jones the Magma Dragon returning as a totem did anyone in the shop find out that there was anything going on in the city at all. So that's what you did that let you get a new spell. You helped a dragon advance to totem rank. Dana whispered once the customers were all out of the shop again. I claim no knowledge of these events. But aren't you pleased with the new spell? It will make long journeys so much more comfortable. Karl replied. Dana smiled. Did you know that Ray calls it the Dana Space? That made Lotus laugh. That's a great name for it. But why isn't it the Lotus Space? Dana shrugged. She wasn't sure why she had been nominated. Was she secretly Ray's favorite? Did they see her as Karl's pet? Or did Ray just view her as an equipable item? The possibilities were many and varied. While the city was freaking out about the new totem-ranked dragon in town, the atmosphere at the Darklight Host Guild House was quite relaxed. Sales had calmed down to a more reasonable rate in the last few weeks, and they could actually keep items in stock now. With 2 commander rank apprentices, they were doing quite well on standard stock items. But the professors from Lard Academy were going to have to return to their schools soon, and that would put the alchemy side in a bind. The 2 that were doing runesmithing were mostly making experimental pieces based on assignments that Karl gave them. But the other 2 were helping Remy with her day-to-day potion making. Once they were gone back to their regular jobs, she was going to need new assistants, unless she could convince Little Butterfly to make her some solid illusions to do the grunt work for her. They wouldn't be as good as actual alchemists, but they could do a fair bit of the drudgery. The portioning, cleaning, and chopping didn't need any magical skills at all. Should we put up an ad? If people knew that we needed an apprentice, I'm sure they would send us one. Remy suggested. We sell plenty of potions, we should take more than one. Thor added. Karl turned to Davis. It seems that we should look for at least 2 alchemy apprentices. We're about to lose ours, as they have jobs to return to at the academy. Without them, Remy will be short-staffed. The black-winged demon smiled. I will put up notices both in the shop and at the hiring board looking for them. Would Remy prefer them with or without a trade skill chosen? Remy mentally shrugged, which Karl relayed the same way. Davis nodded in understanding. It didn't really matter, as most of what they were making was still alchemy potions, just with new recipes. There were only a few special recipes that would be impossible for the average alchemist. Ophelia took the notice when Davis finished writing it, and tapped the side of her head. I know just where to find alchemist apprentices eager to learn and loyal to their employer, she declared, then walked out the gate to tack the hiring notice to the notice board outside the gates. When she came back in, she had a smug smile on her furry face. Now Remy can just go out when the guards stop an applicant. I asked them to save the kids the silver and just shout for us to come out, since we're right here. Remy smiled, an unnatural expression for a Naga's serpentine head. That's brilliant. But we can put it up in town as well if we don't get good candidates. We should get some good ones from the outer suburbs, though. They're constantly looking for good jobs, and the pay here at the Darklight Host shop is significantly better than most other places in town, since we give apprentices a cut of the profits. Karl didn't know that the other shops didn't give apprentices a profit share and just paid them a base salary. The products that their shop sold were incredibly expensive, for the most part, and it just didn't seem right to give them no part of the windfall. The guild had already amassed a sizable fortune in the store's branch of the guild bank, and that was after they had paid all their workers. The guild bank wasn't one monolithic storage area. Instead, it was separated into a main bank, a branch bank, and individual store storage. Karl hadn't used the main bank for anything, in case there were others who could access it without his knowledge. But the branch and store storage were strictly authorized users at this location only, so they felt like a safe enough spot to keep money and items stored. He couldn't see any other branches active, and there was nothing in the main guild bank, but that wasn't really unexpected after 10,000 years of inactivity. What he was more concerned about was some ancient dragons noticing that he was active and coming to look for the interlopers who had gained access to the guild. They might not be so understanding when he explained how he had become a member during a trip to the past. Dragons were territorial, from all that Karl knew about them, and they could view the guild as their own, especially if they were from the main branch. But he didn't have long to focus on that, as there were already applicants waiting outside the wall, hoping to become the new alchemists for the Darklight Host. Remember, you can't just pick the cute ones. They need skills and motivation. He reminded Remy as she headed out of the yard with Lotus right behind her. If they're here first, and not being forced, they obviously have motivation, right? That's halfway there. Karl sighed. Just remember that it's your own days that you are making harder if you don't get good ones. Karl knew that things were going to go sideways the moment that Lotus followed Remy out to vet their candidates. The candidates that had gathered were mostly nerdy demon children in their early teens, too small for a heavily physical trade, and too timid for business. But Karl had some hope that they would make a reasonable selection, even if it was mostly based on who could get to the posting the fastest. It had been up less than an hour, which didn't seem like much time for good candidates to find out about the job, especially if they were already in the city working day labor. But luck was part of the requirement when it came to getting the best jobs. The ones who were in the right spot at the right time were the ones who got the opportunities. With the assistance of the guards, they quickly formed 2 groups. Ones who had seen alchemy done before, and ones who had not. The first group was very small, and under the most perfunctory questioning by the gate guards, they were all moved over to form one group again. So Remy decided to sort them another way. Ones who were willing to wear black and white uniforms every day, and ones that were not. For alchemists, that was just a splash-resistant lab coat, but it did remove a few who didn't really want to be there. Then Lotus asked them random questions about plants that were used in the alchemy process, followed by more common-sense questions about handling dangerous liquids. Simple questions, ones that you could have learned in a kitchen as well. But that gave them ones with quick minds. This was the point where it became arbitrary, as they had half a dozen candidates still, and they only needed 2. But Lotus and Remy had a dilemma. 2 of them were small and fluffy. 2 of them were brilliant and knew a lot about plants. And the other 2 had answered all the safety questions right. So, they brought all 6 back on a temporary basis, intending to give them a few days of temp work to see if they were qualified. Dana laughed as Remy led the procession back into the city. What do you think the odds are that they picked only cute girls? She whispered. Not as high as expected. The satyr is a boy, and that's a young incubus, not a succubus. Karl noted. I'm proud of them. They might have taken their job seriously for a whole 10 minutes. Dana whispered, and then brought back 3 times as many employees as they went looking for. Ray agreed. That was a minor detail. But Karl didn't honestly expect that any of the young alchemists would actually be fired. Remy led them straight inside the house to the 2nd floor, where she had them pick rooms and change into the outfits that Ray had made for them. Only a few minutes later, an angry young incubus came stomping back out of the house, ignoring Karl and everyone else as he left the city. What happened? Karl asked Remy. He was mad about the lab coats. Apparently, it's insulting to tell an incubus that he needs to cover up at all times while working. Remy laughed. He tried to flirt with someone, didn't he? Karl guessed. Yes, and he didn't take it well when Lotus shot him down without a second thought. That brought them down to only 5 new alchemist apprentices, but Remy had them all changed into white lab coats and was herding them into the illusionary city outside the library for their first day of study. It's a good thing that we got all those books. I've got the textbook that they need to get started right here. Oh, I need a teacher outfit. Maybe Lotus can make me glasses. Teachers always look smarter with glasses. Karl laughed a little at her enthusiasm for teaching. 2 of her new students were newly advanced commanders from strong demonic bloodlines, but the others were going to struggle to ever make it to that standard. That would make for an interesting dynamic in the alchemy shop, as they would now have 3 lead potion makers. Once the students learned alchemy, that was. Commander rank potions were good enough to sell, and as the new hires grew up, the pair of them shouldn't have any problem becoming royals or even monarchs. And then there were 3 more who could work as assistants, portioning, chopping, and prepping ingredients for Remy and the stronger alchemists. Naturally, they would split into pairs, working with one person more smoothly than with the others. But for now, they all needed to learn the basics, and Remy wanted them to study for a while before she resorted to cheating and having Karl just teach them apprentice runic alchemy as a reward for their hard work. According to a teaching book that she had found in the house's library, that was the proper way to instill discipline and order among students. Kara and Ray both disagreed, but for different reasons. Kara didn't believe that mental discipline was necessary, as long as you had time management and creativity. Ray thought it was just more effective to make them too terrified to misbehave. They debated it for a few minutes, and then Thor suggested that life was about compromise. Some hatchlings needed a good tail swat to the head, and others just needed encouragement. It was better not to set your limits too strictly, in case something more, or something different, was needed to keep them on the right track. Honestly, Thor didn't know much about raising hatchlings, but he had read a book in the library about it one day. That left Karl to work on inscriptions on the 2nd floor, while the professors finished their last few projects and prepared for their trip back home. You know, I could have hawkfly you back. It would save days of travel. He suggested as Moira finished a template for the latest challenge he had set. I appreciate the offer, but we are to accompany a bulk order back as part of the security detail. With all the trade disruptions lately, the Academy wanted to be extra sure that they got their orders. The next morning, the 4 educators had to return to the Lard Academy. The departures left the guild house feeling oddly empty, even with the 5 new additions, who Tessa was teaching basic writing lessons that morning. It was an oversight in the selection process. While they were all hard workers and smart, none of them had attended a formal school, and their grasp of both the demonic and human common languages were shaky at best. They could read the textbook, but mostly by word recognition, and that simply would not do. But the Red Dragon clerics were good at taking care of kids of all sorts, even if their specialty was war orphans. So, she had brought out her old lesson books and began teaching them more of the human common tongue this morning, as that was what most of the course books were written in. How and when that tongue had spread across the world was a mystery to Karl, but it seemed that for textbooks, it was still the standard. He had a suspicion that he might know the answer, though. The common language was the one that dragons chose to speak in humanoid form, as so few other species could speak serpent, which didn't have a written language at all, other than the old magical runes. So, as this was called the Dragon Isles, they had most likely maintained it as their tongue here, and the humans were the ones getting presumptuous by claiming it as their own common tongue. Karl was sitting on the porch, enjoying the early dawn light and the smell of dew on the grass, when the first visitor of the morning came into the yard. A ragged-looking cat girl, mostly human, but with ears in the same white with black stripes as his bestial form, crept through the gate and then flopped down in the grass with a sigh of relief as the healing spell pulsed from the altar in the backyard. Karl looked out toward the city gates and caught the eye of a guard, who gestured toward the city, indicating that she hadn't come from the outside to see him. It was still a bit cool outside to be wearing a tattered tunic as an outfit, so Karl brought over one of the knitted quilts Ray had made in a spiderweb pattern and wrapped up the sleeping beastkin, then moved her to the other veranda swing in the sun. They were still there, on opposite benches, when the first clients of the dawn came. A pair of wrath fiends with a group of 6 Orcish warriors behind them came into the yard, where the Orcish folk promptly began fighting over who got to fill their canteens from the well first. The demons looked like they were going to apologize, but Karl just laughed and waved them inside. Appraiser Davis isn't in yet, but Mick can help you with anything you would like, he informed the duo. Actually, we wanted to make a custom order for our next trip. You see, we're going around the southern tip to see the Orc King in Gedge, and the orcs lack most sorts of advanced crafting. We wanted to bring them an assortment of magical items, but they can't be combat-related in any way. The larger of the 2 wrath demons explained. Karl nodded. Orcs don't accept weapons from others, only what they make among their own clans. But that's not a problem. We actually have a wide variety of patterns for useful domestic items. Cleaning, filling canteens, bathing. We've got waterproof war paint. I can make many of the items using stone, bone, and rough gems as well. I know that some clans prefer not to use the most refined of metals or intricately cut gems. The demon looked startled by Karl's words. You know a lot about the tribal lands of the orcs. There aren't many left who feel that way. Most of the clans are now becoming more metropolitan, with their tastes aligning to fancy clothing and almost human tastes in items. But there are still many in the deserts of Gedge that are hard to shop for. Karl smiled and gestured to the far wall of the shop behind him. We also have a wide variety of silk in multiple qualities. If you want to trade them raw silk so they can make their own fashions, I'm sure that most clans wouldn't turn it down. I met a few clans in my homeland that wouldn't take much more than food in trade, but I suspect that most aren't that restrictive. Karl offered. The merchant winced, then smiled. This will be a hard trip on our pockets either way. The potential profits are high, bringing magical items and silk down the coast. But the cost to load a trade ship, even a light schooner like ours, is immense. Karl got up from his seat in the sun. Let's go inside, and we can discuss what you need. I am certain that we can work out a bulk discount as long as you don't need massive amounts of higher-grade trade items. Commander rank and under, we have journeyman tradespeople to assist with. But as a smaller guild, our overlord-ranked master crafters are very limited. The second wrath demon, who had been silent until that point, spoke with a gentle lisp. I will be honest with you, overlord. We don't have the sort of funding that would be required to purchase even a handful of master-crafted items to trade. 1 or 2, possibly. But even that would cost more than the average load for our ship. Karl thought about that for a second. They had a good point. The 1 or 2 overlord-ranked weapons they sold every month brought in more revenue than all the commander rank and lower items combined. All right, there is no need for me to pressure you to break the bank. How powerful did you need? Ascended and commander? I don't think that we have any awakened rank apprentices at the moment, but we might have some old stock awakened rank silk. The 2 demons silently conferred using system messages. Ascended and commander rank is fine. We would like to purchase 3 tons of silk bolts in varying colors. Also, if you can custom make one role at commander or royal rank in the pattern that the men outside are wearing, I would like to gift them new tartan as a New Year's gift. Karl waited for Ray to confirm that much weight was viable. All right, we can have that ready by morning. Now, let's talk about the rest of the shipment. After they finished discussing the items that were required for the shipment to the desert orcs, which involved 1,000 of the rings that could create water, Karl realized that 2 sculptors and himself were not going to be nearly enough for the runecrafting section of the shop either. They required someone like Lotus on the team, who could mass-produce basic item templates. Fortunately, for this shipment, the orcs had suggested that most of the items were made of bone and wood. The desert orcs adored those 2 materials for fashion, and Karl's team had literal tons of monster bones that could be cleaned and polished for the purpose. Once the monster was eaten, there was no need to throw out the bones. They were still a magical crafting material in their own right, a minor treasure, so both Hawk and Ray had collected them. Hawk put them in a pile out of the way, while Ray mostly used them for decoration in her nocturnal forest. Ghost fire burned away everything undesirable, leaving the bones a nice charred black. And the runic string for creating small amounts of water to fill a canteen took only seconds to write. It was the energy draw of doing it hundreds of times over that would be the limiting factor. So, Karl had requested that the group come back in 4 days, the day before they had intended to depart, and pick up their order. That was still cutting it rather close, so Karl prepared yet another employee wanted sign, then realized he already knew someone who might be able to make a reference. Loros, Wendy, if you can get started on this stack of bones for water creation, I will be back as soon as I can. I'm going to try to recruit someone who can make us more wooden items. Karl explained. All right, boss. See you soon. Wendy agreed, while happily carving runes into the small bones. It might not be sculpting, but practice made perfect, and carving runes into this whole pile of small bones that Hawk had provided would be excellent practice. Her dad would be proud of her skill gains. As soon as he left the room, Karl headed straight for the Dryads. He could hear someone in the back workshop, so he turned down the alley and cried out to the younger crafter. Rain, is your mom awake? I'm hoping that you two can help me find a new employee. Karl called from 2 buildings away. The younger Dryad affixed her head through the vines around the workshop and smiled. She's still asleep, but what can I help you with? I need a full-time nature magic user to make wooden item blanks for the shop. If they don't have a trade skill, I can teach them an apprentice runecrafting skill as well. But they need to be powerful, as we get plenty of requests for royal and monarch ranked items. Royal ranked wood is good for monarch ranked items most of the time, but if they're still a commander or even a strong ascended, they will be able to make the bulk items that we need. Karl explained. So, the prerequisites are essentially that we have someone with the artistry to make ring blanks, and strong enough with nature magic to make the items you're shipping out in bulk, which are commander rank. She clarified. I suppose that someone with the same qualifications in earth magic, who could make permanent stone and metal items, would be all right as well. Karl agreed. Creation type earth magic. Well, I do know one of those, but I'm not sure how that request would go. It's one of Joan's sister's grandkids. Karl chuckled. I am certain that our resident nature priestess would treat a young dragon very well. That made the Dryad giggle loud enough that the neighbors affixed their heads out to see what was going on. I have no doubt that you are telling me the truth, but that might be precisely the problem. She has always been protective of her whelps, and seeing them take to new people might be too much for her to bear. Her partner is a stone dragon, one of the non-flying sorts of earth subdragons. But that means their children all have exceptional earth talents, and an affinity for fire, which would make them strong crafters. You would have to talk to Jones about that, though. I don't know if you can get to him, but I know that me trying to visit is difficult these days, with all the totems taking up his time. Now that he's advanced, he's got new responsibilities, and they want him to be in meetings all day while he learns their rules. Karl nodded. Yeah, that is a hazard of advancements. Once you have power, you get stuck with all sorts of new rules on how to use your power. As they talked, Misty came outside with a smile. Overlord Karl, my daughter says that you require a full-time worker to create items for your shop's sculptors. I know exactly the right person for the job if they are willing to agree. Would you like to take a little trip with me? The Dryad asked. Of course. Rain was suggesting one of Joan's relatives, but if you have someone else in mind, I can talk to both. You can never have enough artisans in a shop, as I have come to realize. The Dryad nodded in agreement. It's a bit of a journey to Gazdri, but with your Ghostfire Thunderbird, we should be able to cover 1,200 kilometers in a day. We just need to follow the river northwest, then where it ends, go straight west, and we will find the city. That route would be faster than following the main road. That sounded like a great idea to Hawk. Over that much distance, there had to be all sorts of new things to see. They had been all around the city of Drod already, and a little bit outside it for only a few trips. But this one should take them almost to the western border of Drod. Hawk remembered someone saying there were orcs there. Were they going to hire an orc shaman to make them items? That would be different. Maybe he could watch someone get shot down while flirting with Ophelia again. Karl dispatched a message to the guild, letting them know that he was going to travel for a few days to check on some potential new hires, and received immediate indignation in return. Neither Dana nor Lotus was pleased that he was going on a road journey without them, but they both had tasks left in the city. Even Thor and Ray were going to be remaining behind, in case Karl was slow to return. The only ones who would be coming with Karl on this trip were Hawk and Kara, as well as the reclusive little butterfly, whose trauma regarding the outside world left it unwilling to go outside its space, no matter how curious it was about the world. After all, it could create illusions to interact with the world, and the illusionary library would be fine, even if it were thousands of kilometers away. It had crafted the space to fuel itself, so it wouldn't run out of mana, as long as it wasn't heavily damaged. Are we all going? Or just one? Karl asked. Rain vanished back into her workshop, and the older dryad smiled at Karl. It's just us today. She is in the middle of a project. It would take more than curiosity to drag her away. Hawk exited his space to circle above them, and Karl picked up the petite dryad before leaping into the sky to board the giant bird. He sat with her between his legs, securely in place, as she belatedly realized that she was actually terrified of heights. Don't worry, the protective magic won't let you fall. It will be a longer flight, though. Likely 5 hours as we follow the river to the end and search for the appropriate city. But we will fly high enough that we don't have to fear being attacked from the ground. Karl consoled her. And what about flying beasts? She asked. Unless they are totem ranked, they won't bother Hawk as he flies past. If it makes you more comfortable, I can make us invisible, Karl offered. The terrified dryad nodded, and little butterfly extended her totem rank, invisibility, over the group. Now, there wasn't much that would be able to detect them during a rapid, high-altitude flight. Indeed, while they were perfectly safe, the dryad refused to detach herself from Karl to even turn and face forward. Though, after the first hour, looking out over the skyline didn't seem so bad. They were so far from the ground that falling wasn't an immediate threat. She couldn't even see the small details of the ground from here, and for a large part of the flight, they were above misty swamplands, until the sun burned the morning fog away. They traversed over the main force of the Leg Regiment, which was engaged in an immense battle with undead, and then a number of smaller battles either between local beasts and monsters, or between two villages' militia forces. Karl didn't hear anything about a full-blown civil war going on, so these issues must be fairly common, or considered to be isolated, or at least limited to the two villages' personal grudges. But it did give him a lot of understanding about how unstable the rural regions actually were. But as they flew, the nature of the region began to change. The land grew more arid, and the small villages gave way to larger farming communities along the river, and finally a massive city made entirely of log buildings. That must be Revered. We're a bit over halfway there. Revered is the first of the Orcish cities that we will come across. If you follow the road from here, it isn't much different in distance from the river, and it will be impossible to miss Gazdri. It's the second large city after leaving Revered, but it's still 300 kilometers away. Hawk changed course, ensuring that they wouldn't have to search for their target across open grasslands, but also so that he could see what sorts of animals the local farmers raised. The power level in the wilderness towns was at least as high as in Drod City, and Hawk could sense at least 4 totem rank beings in Revered, even though it was well under half the size of the capital. Even the farmers were mostly monarchs out here, and each of the clusters of houses had an overlord with them. Then, as they made their way down the road, Hawk sensed even more totem rank guardians among the small villages. This place really was a dangerous one to be casually traveling. But it had to be, as they raised royal rank oxen for food, and there were overlord rank giant tigers in the forested areas. We might have to come here to find our next friend. or even further west. They are strong. Hawk praised the local wildlife. I'm sure that we can find a suitable friend somewhere. But there is no rush. Thor isn't even at Overlord yet, and we just gained Little Butterfly. Karl felt Hawk's voice shift as he focused on speaking privately. You know that Thor is going to need the evolution spell, right? He made Monarch based on the new spell, but there is no way that he can make it to the Overlord rank bottleneck. Even with the treasures we've found him, it's not enough. Karl patted Hawk's back. Yeah, I will help him when we get back. He's struggled long enough, and we don't want him falling behind. Hawk mentally smirked. You know, if he got to stay with the Tessa, he wouldn't mind. As long as he was one rank stronger than her, that is. Karl laughed at the thought. The bird wasn't wrong, especially after she learned beast form, to turn into a fully scaled dragonkin. Thor had been smitten with their war cleric. Everyone cheered on their romance, but nobody said it openly, for fear that they would find some nonsense reason that it wasn't acceptable. Another medium-sized city passed beneath them, and Hawk spotted their target on the horizon. Under 100 kilometers to Gazdri. We will be there in half an hour, Karl informed Misty, who was sleeping fitfully in his arms. Too many hours of being terrified had mentally exhausted her. Once they received close to the cluster of farms around Gazdri, Karl got the butterfly to cancel the invisibility spell around them and let Hawk down out of the clouds to a decreased altitude where guards on the ground would be able to see that there were riders on his back. They didn't want to alarm the city or make them think that an Overlord-ranked flying beast was attacking the outlying areas. Karl had Hawk land 50 meters from the large platform outside the city gates, which was being used as a portal platform. It wasn't a permanent portal by any means, but it was the designated spot where merchants traveling by portal arrived and departed. Karl memorized the surroundings so that he could easily return. Having seen the whole region from above, it was much easier than expected, and Karl knew that he could open a portal here again without any issues. A burly Overlord-ranked orc gazed over Karl's furry form and the sleeping dryad in his arms as Hawk vanished into his space. It's a silver each to enter the town if you're not here to trade. The guard notified them. Karl passed him 2 coins and awakened the dryad. Misty, it's time to get up. We're on the ground again and in Gazdri, he whispered. Her eyes opened, and the dryad immediately grew vines that stretched to the ground from her feet. Ground, she sighed happily, then settled to her own 2 feet as the orc laughed. I take it that the nature elemental is not a big fan of flying. He queried Karl. Afraid of heights. Karl agreed. Misty took Karl by the hand and led him into the city. Oh, this will be so much fun. You're going to adore her when you meet her. Karl was led through the winding streets of Gazdri at a jog as Misty received more excited by the stop, finally stopping in front of a small log cabin with a sign out front that represented healing. Or at least that was what Karl assumed the crescent and the bandage represented. Injury or communicable disease. The tiny gnomish woman at the reception desk asked. Lonely best friend. Misty responded. The gnome just stared at her for a few seconds. That wasn't something that you came to the healers for. Maybe to a psychologist? Then a massive green woman with spikes down her back burst out from the back room and pulled the dryad into a hug before spinning her in circles. The gnome smiled as she understood that the lonely friend was her boss and waited while the 2 of them caught up on recent events in a full duplex conversation where both spoke at the same time. Once they calmed down, Misty did the introductions. Karl, this is Beth, my childhood best friend. The potential new hire that I wanted to suggest was her little sister, but it appears that she has a daughter that I didn't know about. They've received the same powers, strong nature magic and earth magic mixed. Karl nodded. That is exactly what we were looking for. Perhaps we won't have to ask Jones about recruiting his family members. The healer laughed. You're brave, daring to ask Jones to hire the precious princess of his family. She's nearly 30 years old already, and I don't think that she's ever been allowed outside the house unattended. The healer paused for a moment while she sent a message, and seconds later, light footsteps came running down the stairs. Mom, you said there was someone who might hire me? A light feminine voice asked, right before a small girl, less than a meter tall and covered in bright green fur, came around the corner. Not you. Where is your big sister? The healer asked. Karl raised his hand. This one is adorable. Can we keep her too? I have a high priestess of the green dragon to keep happy. The big woman laughed. I think not. At least not until her class awakens in 5 or 6 years. Now, Where is that bookish brat of mine? The little one ran back up the stairs, and the healer sighed. Sorry, she's been excited about getting a job ever since she found out what money was used for. She wants to get a pet cat, and I told her that she couldn't have one until she could afford to take care of it. Karl smirked, and the healer chuckled. I know what you were thinking. She is a pet cat, but that's part of why she wants something smaller and cuter to distract her older cousins. A moment later, a slightly larger girl, roughly lotus-sized, but with a long tail and a clearly Orcish face, came down the stairs. What is it, Mom? She huffed, with a book still open in her hand. My old friend came with an overlord looking for a guild crafter, and that's the best greeting you can muster? The healer demanded. The girl curtsied to Misty. Sorry, guildmaster. I apologize for my rudeness. Then she turned to Karl. Are you Dill's father? Karl laughed, and Misty hid her face behind a veil of branches. It's the other way around, actually. I'm the one looking for an earth and nature element creator, and Misty is your mom's childhood friend. Karl offered. The girl blushed a very dark green and bobbed multiple curtsies in apology. I am so sorry, sir. I misunderstood. I thought that. Never mind. Karl dismissed her fears with a pat on the head. How about you tell me about yourself and your abilities? My name is Dora. I am 18 years old, recently advanced to royal rank, with monarch-ranked bloodline potential, and a full skill tree as a rebirth shaman. I specialize in nature and earth element creation spells, as well as some minor healing. I studied first aid under my mother, Beth, for 4 years, but healing never called to me as a profession. Karl nodded. So, you can create plants and stone materials that do not disperse when the spell ends? Dora nodded. Exactly. But not just plants and stone. I can do wood, metal, even gems. They're not magical materials, at least not innately. But I can strengthen them to my current rank. Do you have time for a test? I think your skills might be a perfect fit for our guild. Dora grinned and nodded. What would you like for me to make? The tradition is for new crafters to make their first item for an employer for themselves to use. So, make an item that you would wear daily while working, and I will enhance it for use. Assuming that you can create an item of the required standard, that is. Karl explained. Dora nodded and crafted a simple silver hoop bracelet, about 2 centimeters wide, with a scaled pattern on the outside and a smooth interior. Karl examined the item carefully. Can you create complex carvings? I see that this is a repeating pattern. Dora shook her head. That is pushing it for my skills. Normally, I would create them with a smooth surface. Karl shrugged. That is fine. We have skilled sculptors on staff, and most of the items will be getting visible upgrades anyhow. But before this, I have a work contract for you. Just the standard stuff. Weekly pay rate, commission on the fully finished items you produce for sale in the shop, and the basic expectations and rules of the Darklight Host Guild. Beth's eyes went wide at that reference, but Dora didn't appear to recognize the name, and instead studied the contract carefully. This is quite generous, and it includes both food and lodging in the guild house. Is it mandatory to remain there? Once I find a partner, I do intend to get married and have a family. Karl shook his head. Not everyone lives in the guild house, but it is a standard benefit. Our chief appraiser, Davis, lives with his mother in the Drod Castle. Beth acknowledged in understanding, then read the contract again, and then Karl stopped her before she signed it. I will confirm the item first, and then we can complete the process. Karl carved the same set of bonuses that the other crafters were after. Increased crafting success chance, mana storage, skill power, and luck. That was good for a test item, and easy to write on the inside of a bracelet. Karl began to add mana, and the item seemed to absorb the energy as eagerly as the nature stone had absorbed the fertility charm. That was an excellent sign, and this material should have impressive levels of mana compatibility. All the way through the royal rank, it absorbed the power without restriction, and then through the monarch rank it showed slowly increasing resistance. Karl continued for a little longer and pushed the runes to overlord rank. He could feel that the material was at its limit as the runes changed to a ghostly green, a paler shade than her skin. But it successfully made it to the Overlord ranked item standard. Circlet of Crafter's Luck, Epic Quality. Increases success chance while crafting with a skill, increases skill power, increases luck by 50, 2x standard mana storage amounts. Karl nodded in satisfaction. I would call that more than a pass. The material is much more mana compatible than expected, and our smith will be glad to have you on the staff as much as the sculptors are. Now, equip that and sign the contract, so we can return to the guild house and you can meet the team." He insisted. Misty looked confused. It was already late in the day, and she had no intentions of making that flight in the dark, especially with an extra passenger, which would make her too awkward to wrap herself around Karl again. Dora signed the contract, which disappeared as it was registered with the system, and then affixed the new item around her wrist, which was already adorned with a half-dozen metal bracelets in different colors. It vanished, and then Dora's hand went to her throat, where a bright silver choker now sat softly against her scales. Her mother began to laugh, and the gnome at the reception desk giggled. "Did it just adjust its design position because you already had magical bracelets on, and you can only wear two?" The gnome gasped between giggles. Dora scowled at her, and pulled at the choker, which seemed to stretch, expanding to cover her whole neck, then shrunk back to its normal shape when released. "That is the strangest metal I have ever seen," Karl noted. "I don't know what I did wrong," Dora complained, her eyes shining with suppressed tears. "I think it's fine. Epic items always have some quirks. At least it didn't make a hard metal collar around your neck. People would get the wrong idea." Beth snorted with laughter, and Dora smacked her with her book. "I blame you, Mother. You are the one who made a half-dozen new species with your odd taste in men." Beth couldn't even argue with that. She was mixed dragon and orc to begin with, but the father of her older daughter was a green dragon, which had led to a very orky dragonkin. She was still a bit small, but Beth was sure that she would grow in time, as she was already properly violent when agitated. An excellent trait in a young orc. It had certainly blended better than the kitsune who had fathered her younger daughter. Orc Green and Fluffy was cute, but she was tiny. "Are we not staying the night?" Misty asked when it appeared that Karl was about to say goodbye to the healer. "Did you want to stay the night and go back in the morning?" "That's not a problem. I was just going to open a portal home to introduce Dora to the others, but it's not a rush. She can meet them all tomorrow," he offered. "Wait, you can use the portal spell?" "We're not flying back," Misty asked. "We only flew here because I'd never been here before. The next time you want to visit, just ask, and I'll send you here with an escort if I have time." Karl explained. That was a huge relief. "Why don't you get a room with your new guild crafter, and I will catch up with my friend for the night?" the dryad suggested. Dora smiled. "I know the perfect spot. They've got great food, and it's only a few blocks." "Mother, we will see you in the morning." That would also give Karl a private moment to impart the apprentice rinsmithing skill to their new hire. It was less embarrassing if they didn't freak out in public the first time that "Follow me, little one" was used on them. Dora led Karl to the hotel, and then looked hopefully into the fancy restaurant attached to the side. "Meals on the road are included in the guild contract, right?" she inquired hopefully. Karl laughed. "Naturally. That necklace you're wearing is worth well over 10,000 gold coins. The guild can afford to eat well." It was one of the finest restaurants in the town, though that wasn't saying much for most Orcish cities. Orcish cuisine wasn't well known for flavors, but this spot was run by an old elf, and elvish food was usually incredible. Karl presented Dora a pile of cloth, and she simply stared at it for a moment, wondering why she was holding it. "Equip it. It's an evening gown so that we meet the dress code for the restaurant," Karl explained as he changed to a white silk suit with a black shirt. They strolled into the hotel, and Karl gestured for a concierge to come to them. Dora looked a bit horrified, but the staff member came over with a smile. "We require a room for the evening, 2 beds, and a reservation at the restaurant. Is it possible to eat now?" Karl asked. The concierge bowed politely. "Yes, sir. I can arrange that for you. Staff will come to settle accounts during the aperitif." Karl nodded and handed the man a silver coin, then escorted Dora, who was now in a flowing black gown, to the restaurant's host. He quickly seated them and inquired if they preferred wine or a harder liquor, then vanished again. "This is so exciting. His daily dinner specials are legendary," Dora whispered. An elf accompanied the Orcish host back to the table with a polite smile. "My name is Oakleaf, and I will be your chef for the evening. Have either of you sampled elven cuisine before?" he asked. Dora shook her head, while Karl nodded. On the Nia continent, in the Republic of Maria, there are a number of elven villages. Their food is most excellent. The chef looked shocked. "You have been to Nia continent, and to the Kabtumia continent, as it is called here." I wouldn't say that I have traveled the entirety of either, but I did get a chance to enjoy traditional elven cuisine in the village of Glatt. The chef smiled happily. Then this should be nostalgic for you. For the lady, I would like to warn you that most elven cooking is vegan, but if you prefer meat, I am skilled in its preparation. Dora waggled her head. I can eat anything, thank you. The first course was some sort of nut and berry meatball in a sweet barbecue sauce, after which the concierge came in with the paperwork for the hotel and their room key. Karl signed and returned it with payment. Then the server delivered out a butternut squash soup. Dora was nearly in ecstasy with the flavors, and Karl made a note to have the kitchen staff add this to the menu. They had all the ingredients, or Lotus could make them. It was just a matter of making them into a soup. Course after course, the meal was delivered, until Karl was beginning to suspect that the half-orc was going to fall into a food coma at the table. Then they delivered out a sweet dessert cake, and Karl became quite certain that he would be carrying her to their room. Fortunately, she was light, and after a few minutes' worth of nap, she was riding a sugar high from the dessert and wide awake again. Feeling better now? Karl inquired as Dora groaned and held her distended stomach. I ate too much. So full, she mumbled, slowly getting to her feet to walk it off. Then how about something to take your mind off of your overindulgence? Karl suggested, before activating. Follow me, little one. This is a skill? I learned a whole trade from a skill? That is incredible. Dora began doing a happy dance around the room, cheering and laughing. Her stomachache was completely forgotten, and her mind was fully overtaken with the possibilities that came with the apprentice rinsmithing skill. That is what I hired you to do. There are 2 sculptors on the team who aren't capable of creating materials from nothing, so they needed someone just like you to keep them stocked. Karl explained. Absolutely brilliant. And now I am one of them. I can make anything, even as great as the new choker. Well, maybe not better than that, but really good. Karl considered spinning her around the way that her mother had with Misty, but reconsidered almost immediately. She might have forgotten that she was ready to burst from overeating, but spinning her in circles might not be a great idea. Now, that ability transfer skill is a guild secret. Everyone in the guild knows about it, but you can't tell anyone else, not even your mom. Karl warned. Half of Drod likely knew about it by now, but if the other half didn't find out, that was better than nothing. Got it. No telling anyone that we all learned the most amazing crafting skill with a memory transfer. But does that mean that you know this crafting skill too? Dora asked. Indeed. I actually know a more advanced form of it, but it's easier to transfer just the basics, and then let the crafters advance the knowledge on their own. For one, it has far fewer restrictions on who can use it, and for two, the increase in skill level within the system comes with crafting bonuses. Karl explained. Dora abruptly sat down in the middle of the floor, conjured another bracelet, this time in smooth metal, and then began to write on the outside in runic script. Then she realized that she had messed up the character linking and smoothed the metal to start over. That was going to make her training phase much easier. She could just erase runes that she had carved incorrectly and wouldn't waste an item. Karl was quite certain that Dora did not sleep at all that night. When he went to sleep, she was working on making bracelets. When he woke up, she was still working on making bracelets, but with a half-dozen of them on the table in the hotel room. You know that you can wait until I go over some of the compound runes and common phrases with you, right? You don't need to keep working all night. He joked. But how could I not? They're so pretty, Dora complained, waving her hand at the stack of wooden rings with the glowing purple runes on them. Plus, it took me so long to figure out what wood was the best for mana transfer. It's pretty obvious for metals, mana and lightning compatibility go hand in hand. But for wood? No wood conducts electricity well, but some of it conducts mana very well. Karl laughed at her enthusiasm as he realized that her green dragon side was showing very clearly through her personality. Even if she looked like a small orc with a lizard tail, she was very much half dragon. They went to the restaurant for breakfast, which was served in a local style, with a trollish cook. What you need? The troll called as they sat down. I will need 10 eggs, and all the bacon. Karl called back, then briefly wondered why he had spoken in trollish. Not had it translated. The words had come out in trollish. The cook gave him a thumbs up, while Dora stared at him strangely. You speak trollish? I could hear the translation in my head. She asked. Orcish too. Karl agreed. Dora laughed. Well, obviously. Everyone speaks Orcish. Karl poked her in the forehead. We're going to the capital, Drod City. They speak demon as the common language in the city. So the system will do all the translation for you. Dora hesitated as the food arrived out, a whole plate of bacon and eggs, with a side of toast. Your breakfast, sir, the server explained, while giving the plates a strange look. Wonderful, thank you. That is exactly what I needed this morning. The server looked somewhere between horrified and fascinated by the plate, but Karl was more interested in the pair of orcs that were waiting outside the window wearing druid robes with their hoods up. He had never seen an Orcish druid. Shamans, yes, but these were very clearly druids, according to their nameplates. Karl checked out after breakfast and led Dora out into the street to say goodbye to her mother and to collect Misty, so the dryad wasn't left on the wrong side of the country. As soon as they stepped into the street, the two orcs in druid robes moved to walk beside Karl. Come with me, we can converse by the healer's shop while Dora talks to her mom. Commander-rank druids weren't really a threat when he had Void Body active passively. Dora ran inside the healers, where Karl could hear Misty happily chatting with her friend while they waited for customers. All right, I see that you were waiting for me. Is there something that I can help you with? Karl inquired the two druids. I am Larry, and this is Daryl. We heard from a friend that your guild might have a spot for inscriptionists. There aren't many inscription shops here on the west side of the country, but you're from Drod, right? I heard that the demons like all sorts of written knowledge. Like Dora, we both specialize in nature magic, but we both have the inscriptionist skill, and we're ready to work. Karl contemplated that. Selling skill books to the library or stocking them in the guild house for new members wasn't a bad idea. But they also had nature magic. That would work well for the items that Loros and Wendy were producing. Dora could do slightly higher quality materials and metal where the druids only used nature magic, like Lotus. All right, if you accompany me back to the guild house, we can sign an employment contract. We can always use more skilled workers if you don't mind living in a city full of demons. The orc smiled. That's not a problem. There are orcs in Drod as well, just not so many of them. Besides, we're not the orkiest of orcs. Larry had a point. They were both large for humans, but definitely undersized for full-grown Orcish males. Possibly because they picked a less violent class, or perhaps just because of a lack of accomplishments. Either way, Karl was sure that they could get them whipped into shape soon enough. Sending the girls to the dungeon had worked exceptionally well. Dora and Misty arrived back out and found Karl still standing with the two orcs. Did you need more time to finish business? Dora inquired politely. Karl shook his head. No, we're hiring these two druids as well. They can use nature magic to make wooden items, and they have inscription skills, so they can make scrolls and skill books for the guild. Dora, meet Larry and Daryl. Daryl, Larry, meet Dora. The three of them chuckled quietly. Yeah, we've met. This might be a good-sized city, but oddballs tend to draw each other. Karl opened a portal near the wall of the healer's shop to the portal platform outside Drod, and immediately a half-dozen curious onlookers stuck their heads out of nearby shops. Karl followed the others through and allowed the portal close behind them just in time for the guard to notice he was part of the group. Oh, we're champion. Welcome home. Are these your people? Karl nodded. Yeah, I went on a recruiting mission. 3 of these will be working with the Darklight host soon. The guard smiled. Understood. Have a lovely day and enjoy your stay in the city. Misty, I will come by next week to pick up the table I ordered from your daughter. Misty nodded happily. It's ready whenever you are. She had it finished last night before I left. We just hadn't had time to bring it across town yet. The guard gave her a smile and a pat on the shoulder. In that case, I will come by after my shift. I've got some of that raspberry tea that you like. The moment that Karl brought Dora through the gates of the guild house, pandemonium reigned. The altar in the backyard pulsed with energy to heal the fatigue and lingering injuries of the new arrivals. The half-orc, half-green dragon rebirth shaman took off, dashing toward the altar. Then, a tiny green dragon, Lotus in beast form, tackled her and took her to the ground as the priestess transformed back. That panicked the shaman, which confused the Orcish druids, which brought the gate guards dashing to watch the show. Is it constantly like this? Larry questioned quietly as Karl continued leading them toward the workshop. Only sometimes. The Green Dragon High Priestess just discovered a half-dragon of the Green Dragon clan, and the shaman just found an altar to her species' patron deity. Give them like 6 hours, and they'll be calm again. From the porch, Davis chuckled as he heard those words, but there was a good chance that Karl was not wrong. Even if they calmed down enough to move out of the yard, they weren't getting anything productive done today. Gentlemen, meet the sculptors. These are Loros and Wendy. In the back corner is Ashbringer, our Grandmaster Smith. He looks busy, so we will do introductions later. Ashbringer flapped one leathery wing in acknowledgement, and then went back to his crafting. Ladies, these are Larry and Daryl, a pair of druids who have commander rank nature magic. They will make many of the item blanks that you require in the future, but they are also inscriptionists, so they will be toiling inside the majority of the time, creating scrolls and skill books. Karl explained. I get it now. We make the rough form. They make it pretty. Then they do some magic and turn it into a powerful item. Daryl asked. Loros acknowledged in agreement. That's exactly right. We can make all sorts of useful commander rank rings, weapons, amulets, and statues. We just need material to work with. Until now, we have been buying the raw materials or having Lotus make them. But if we've got two more that can do it, that's much less strain on the members. Karl smiled. Dora can as well. She will also be joining you in the runecrafting section, though she's not so much a sculptor. Mostly she will be creating the base items and then engraving items that are already carved, as she is royal rank and can make items for the city. Wendy acknowledged along with Karl's words, then grinned at the druids. Tell me, can you turn into bears? She asked. Both gazed confused. No, we're not on the beast transformation path of the skill tree. What? Wendy shrugged. We've got a bear totem berserker, and she's really cuddly. I thought you might make a good teddy bear. The pair of orcs laughed. I don't think those words usually go together, but I'm sorry to let you down. However, once I get a few more skill points, I will be able to summon a common creature. Some of those can be cuddly. Loros laughed. There is an overlord-ranked illusionist here. She's not actually short on soft things. She was just looking for new ones. Karl smiled. There's a lot about this guild that you should probably know now that you're here. Let's go inside and meet the others. That should help it all make sense. When they came inside, both Davis and Mick were busy with customers, so Karl took them straight to the second floor, where everyone but Remy and her new hires were waiting. Both orcs froze when they saw Ray, and the spider smiled at them in her humanoid disguise. Sir, no offense, but you do know what that is, right? Larry whispered. The blood destruction demonic spider? She's one of my partners. We've been together since she was just an adorable little emo hatchling bloodbath spider. Ray nodded happily. I made my first web in a separate space that his skill created. Don't worry, I'm quite civilized. Thor is the one that you need to worry about. He likes people far too much, and if you're not careful, he will talk your ear off. Thor chuckled, and the two orcs belatedly realized that Ray was not the only magical beast in the room. Are there others? Larry asked. There is a Naga queen around here somewhere, and a Ghostfire Thunderbird. You probably won't meet Little Butterfly, but you'll see her illusions all over. And then there is Kara, whose hands are currently in your pockets. The orcs looked down to find their pockets turned inside out, and a very disappointed Kara was preparing to put snacks in the empty spaces, just so the new arrivals wouldn't be so poor. Larry and Daryl simply stared at the badger as she focused on fixing their pockets, then stuffing an entire cupcake in each. Much better. Did she give you a cupcake? Technically two, but they're a bit squished now, so you can call it one each. Karl agreed. From the bottom of the stairs, Mick was laughing. She had seen Kara go to the kitchen for the cupcakes, and followed to see what she needed them for. She wasn't the sort to snack between meals, so there had to be something going on with the new guys. Daryl began to laugh, a deep-throated one that made his whole body shake. I think that we are going to like this place. I had been afraid that being stuck in a city would be too boring and far from nature, but that's not the case at all. Plus, we're on the edge of the inner city, so it's not far to go out if we need some time in the forest. He managed to stammer out while he worked to control his amusement. Larry held his hands at his side and unequipped his robes, letting the smashed cupcakes fall into his palms so he could eat them without losing any icing. The cooks are spectacular as well. I have to give them this much. The demons are much better cooks than the orcs are. He added. Over the course of the next week, things began to calm at the guild house again. The crafters were settling into their new jobs, and with the extra help, they were no longer short on anything, except for potions. Remy was finally finishing her trial period to make sure that all of the candidates she had picked were worthy of transferring an advanced ability to, and after the dropout the first day, they had all proven to be exceptionally skilled. Now, she was ready to have them all advanced, but there was another important event coming up in only a few weeks. Birthdays. They had managed to miss one during the time gap after the temple trial, but this year everyone was ready to go all out and celebrate the whole core party's birthdays at once. They were all within a month of each other, a result of a lack of other entertainment during the winter months, Karl was certain, so one huge gathering would be the best option. The 5 aspiring alchemists were gathered in the main chamber on the second floor for the first moment since they arrived. They had been sleeping in the rooms of the building Remy had taken as a lab, as the Naga Queen was known to call them back to work as soon as she had decided that they were rested enough. With the unchanging light of the illusionary city, they had no idea how long they had been asleep, how long they had been working for the Darklight host, or anything else. They were like lost cave dwellers seeing the sun for the first time. Boss, let me introduce you to my lab assistants, and the Darklight host's applicants for the position of runic alchemist. In order, these are Amber, Billy, Charlie, Danny, and Emma. Remy announced proudly. Seriously? Karl queried as he realized they were alphabetically organized. Pure coincidence, I swear. Lotus picked half of them. Remy defended. So, you have all passed Remy's tests, have you? All right. Has she explained what is going to come now? Karl asked. The 5 shook their heads. I am going to impart a skill to you, and when you have it, you will understand the basics of runic alchemy. With that, you will be able to more effectively help Remy, as well as being able to make functional potions of your own for sale in the shop. Remy will still be responsible for your education and the plans for production of various products. That is her department, and she knows what everyone needs. Now, prepare yourselves. Karl activated Follow Me, Little One, to transfer the mix of rune crafting and Remy's alchemy skills that would provide them apprentice runic alchemy. Karl could feel that it was far inferior to what he could actually be giving them, but it had worked out well for the others to get apprentice rank skills. The 4 obsession demons and 1 satyr all leaped in joy when they received the skill, and Ray presented them all with new lab coats as an advancement gift. The new alchemists looked around the second floor, and especially at the rooms which had been marked as theirs. This house really holds a lot of people, doesn't it? There were a bunch more rooms on the 3rd floor as well. Are they all special, like the library? Billy, the satyr boy among the otherwise female alchemists, asked. No, just the 1 chamber so far. Overlapping numerous illusionary domains would not only induce magical conflicts, but it would take an immense amount of power to sustain. Even when it's not taking damage, it does take some magic energy to sustain, and there is no real need to make more of them when we've only got a quarter of the rooms filled. Karl explained. That was understandable to them, and the city beyond the library almost felt like their own private place, as it was accessed through a ramp outside a window in the library. Of course, others were there most nights, as Little Butterfly loved to put on shows for them based on whatever her and Remy were reading. But during the workday, it was completely silent, without interruptions, unless Kara was bored and chasing illusions around. While they were planning a celebratory dinner for that evening, they also had other plans for the day, messing with the city resource collection officers being the first and foremost among those things. First, Karl had the druids make 4 identical skill books, as it took them the whole week to write 2 each. Only Ray could use Entangling Vines, but as she could use it, so could Karl. That left 3 books to go to the city. Second, they had a whole stack of royal rank practice items with combat buffs on them, courtesy of Dora. But the real masterpiece of this month's order was the matched pair of daggers that Karl and Ashbringer had made. Dagger of Soul Poison, Epic Grade. Overlord rank. Attacks cause a lethal poison effect. Deals an additional 30% weapon damage as soul damage. They were positively cruel daggers, and Ray had gone out into the wilderness to discreetly test them. The slightest scratch would cause a monarch-ranked being to begin to spasm within 5 seconds, and most were dead within 30 seconds. However, Ray had learned that if you focused on the location of the wound, you could change that. It didn't change the outcome by much, they were still dying. But a wound over the heart or to the armpit of humanoids was nearly instant, while wounds to the ends of the limbs were closer to a minute. Karl and Ashbringer had considered not selling these ones at all, and simply selling something else to prove to the city that they weren't smuggling weapons. But when Governor Shin had come himself to make a custom order during the pickup, the plan had been changed. This, Overlord rank lethal poison? You can't think that we would actually auction that item. The governor stammered as he looked at the pair of daggers. Ray and Ashbringer smirked at each other. Well, I suppose that if you don't want them, we can give them to Lady Ray. Karl reluctantly agreed. For a half-second, the governor looked relieved, then realized that they were going to give lethal poison to a blood-destruction demonic spider. You are doing this just to increase my blood pressure, aren't you? He demanded. Here, let's move on to the next item. We've got spell books. Spell books that no more than a handful of creatures in the city could possibly use. In the end, they kept the daggers, and only one Overlord-ranked Ghost Fireblade had been sold from Ashbringer's forge this month. But they had another custom order. There was a government envoy from Nababin coming to the city for trade meetings, and the Lord had every intention of showing the dwarves that Drod had options other than importing dwarven steel and mithril to maintain the nation supplied with top-quality items. It was a bluff, obviously, but they were asking every Overlord-ranked and higher artisan they could find to construct a masterpiece to be sold to the dwarves. Nothing that would cause a huge stir, Governor Shin had warned, but something that would construct them sit up and acquire notice. Karl had eagerly concurred before ushering the governor out and bringing Ashbringer to his private room on the 3rd floor for the extra soundproofing. I have an idea, and I think that it's going to construct us countless new friends. Or maybe some enemies. You see, I have a whole book of dwarven runecrafting that most of my designs are based off. They're bound to recognize them the moment that I hand them a runecrafted item of any real quality. So, I wish to construct it memorable. What do you need to obtain the materials to make an artifact-grade weapon base? I don't care what sort of weapon you pick, but it has to be so over the top that the dwarves won't know what to say. Karl explained. And then the Darklight host gets an invitation to the forges in Bara, which just conveniently happens to possess an Overlord-ranked dungeon, full of elven steel. Ashbringer replied with a smile. Karl nodded in agreement. It would be a wonderful new source of materials, and the dwarves clearly knew more about crafting magical items than most other species. Ashbringer was a fantastic blacksmith, but because of his nature as a demon, he was very restricted in the elements that he could produce. He could do all sorts of fire, and his magic didn't hinder poison or soul effects, but that was about it. I can get the materials easily enough. They're rare, but not so rare that you can't find them if you know where to look. The real challenge is making an item of high enough quality. I am certain that I can do it, and we have already seen that your runes can make an artifact-grade item, though it was not easy. If we want to work together on an item for the dwarves, I recommend a battle axe. Two-handed, asymmetric double blades. They love them. Second would be a hammer axe. Then a hammer. Karl smiled. Well, I will leave the base weapon design to you, and then I will design the runes to go with the shape that you have designed. I think that we could likely toss a nice skill gem into the construct as well, a special touch that most crafters wouldn't be able to manage. Ashbringer nodded, then sketched out the design for a battle axe or possibly a polearm of some sort, with one wedge blade and one crescent blade. The design will make them both identical in weight distribution, so the axe will swing perfectly, but cut differently on either side. The demon explained. All right, I can work with this. It's going to be two-handed, correct? So I will have room to carve down the handle if needed? Karl asked. Ashbringer extended his hands apart. I will make it to my size, so the handle will be 2 meters long. That was more than enough room to work. All right, you get started on that. I will get started on the inscription and the spell stone. Do you have one in mind that will go with the weapon you're making? Karl asked. Ashbringer smiled. Gravity Slam, the ability that Ophelia and Thor use. It's great for shattering stone, and dwarves get a little turned on just thinking about weapons that can also be used as mining tools. Karl laughed and made a note of it. Gravity Slam is one that I've done before. It's a real winner in combat. I will add inscriptions for vibration damage as well, so that the stone crumbles under the attack. With the basics decided, they split off to their respective workstations and began preparing to fulfill the governor's request. You know, if I advanced, we would probably have more skills that the dwarves would like. Thor suggested gently in Karl's mind. Still stuck short of the bottleneck? Karl asked. Thor mentally nodded. There isn't even pressure anymore. I'm just here. Well, resources and luck can only take us so far. All right, when do you want to do the evolution, And do you have something in mind, in case it gives us options for the materials? Karl asked. Tanky, but rideable. Thor insisted. Karl wasn't sure that there would even be an option, but if Thor focused hard enough, he might be able to shape his own evolution. All right, I will check what we need now. Karl agreed. Thor was the only one yet to make Overlord, and that was holding back the growth of the others. Even if Karl knew how to set Thor free to ride into battle with Tessa, they were already the same rank, and eventually Tessa would probably advance again. Target: Thor's species Divine Thunder Serum. Evolution requirements: Tribulation Serum, 1 totem ranked lightning gem, 1 kilogram holy stones, white spot divine grass. Holy Radiance Serum, 1 totem ranked holy stone, misty breath flowers. Impenetrable Bulwark Behemoth, 1 totem ranked elemental stone, 3 Overlord ranked horn ornaments inscribed with limited invulnerability effects, 10 kilograms Overlord ranked fruits of the opposite element from the elemental stone. Thor read the options at the same time Karl did. I can use a lightning stone for that, right? There are lightning stones in the bag from the sword dragon guy. He suggested. Do we have the fruits? Karl asked. Remy has Overlord rank water and ice berries. Thor confirmed. Then I will start making the horn decorations as soon as I finish the pattern for the governor's request this afternoon. We should be able to advance you in the morning. It wasn't even a contest after Thor saw the options that were presented for his evolution. Impenetrable Bulwark Behemoth, 1 totem ranked elemental stone, 3 Overlord ranked horn ornaments inscribed or enchanted with limited invulnerability effects, 10 kilograms Overlord ranked fruits of the opposite element to the elemental stone. By morning, all of the materials had been gathered, and Karl had made the 3 horn ornaments that the spell demanded. Why Thor's horns needed limited invulnerability for this advancement was a mystery, but it did go with the name. For this event, they had gathered in the courtyard in front of the guild house, at Thor's insistence. If he was going to become an overlord, he wanted people to notice. After all, how would enemies know to stay away if they had never seen the might of the guild's protector? Everyone, welcome to Thor's advancement ceremony. As he has reached the peak of his bloodline, it will take a special ritual to help him advance. First, the specially made jewelry goes on the horns. Next, the bowl full of Overlord-ranked fruit is balanced on his head, and the elemental stone is placed on his snout. Karl began. The rings on the horns were necessary. The rest was just to see if Thor could stand still enough not to dump them. And now, with a bit of magic, the guild members began to cheer for Thor, and Karl activated Evolution. Evolution successful. Divine Thunder Serum, Impenetrable Bulwark Behemoth. Skill gained, Behemoth, passive ability. Increases volume by 10x. Skill gained, Behemoth's vitality, triples regeneration speed. Skill gained, Behemoth's vitality, triples regeneration speed. Skill gained, Impenetrable Bulwark, passive skill. Reduces damage taken by 20%, plus 1 point per day of the Behemoth's age. Skill gained, Blockade, creates a wall of ice or lightning up to 50 cubic meters per rank of the caster. Thor's body began to shift, seeming to ripple and shudder under his scales as his body grew. He grew longer, with a more powerful tail, and the protective fringe at the back of his head vanished, while his neck extended slightly. The thick stomping pads of Thor's feet reshaped to have long, clawed toes, with webbing between them, but kept a powerful musculature to them, not dainty like Hawk's claws. His scales gained vibrant white streaks to go with the gold, and finally, his evolution finished. A few of the gate guards had come in to watch the spectacle and whistled in appreciation for the evolved beast. Now 4 meters tall, but nearly 15 meters long including his tail, with 3 ebony black horns on his beaked head and thick armored plates down his back, he was quite the imposing sight. Is that some form of swamp dragon? One of them asked. It's an evolution for the Divine Thunder Serum. The system calls it the Impenetrable Bulwark Behemoth. Karl explained. The guard looked confused, then moved his hands in a shrinking gesture, bringing them almost together. That's one of them? I didn't know that they got so small. They have them on the southwestern island, and the ones there are big enough to make ancient dragons look small. The guard explained. Karl shrugged. Perhaps they're older? Or the evolution might have reset him to a juvenile state. What rank are the ones you met? The guard frowned. They're all Overlord-ranked beasts, but they're like dragons and snakes. They just keep getting bigger with age. There is a rumor that the oldest of the behemoths is literally invincible. It's simply so large and resilient that nothing can hurt it. That sounded right, going by the skills that Thor had. 1 point a day wasn't a big deal when he was less than 3 years old. But what if he was 300? The damage reduction would have stacked so high, and his base health would be so high with an eternally growing body, that even totem-ranked attacks wouldn't get past its passive skills. If someone taught impenetrable bulwark to Orthos, what would happen? He was 12,000 or more years old. A creature like that could nearly survive the end of the world without taking damage. You looked deep in thought. Ashbringer whispered to Karl. His new skill reduces damage taken by 1 point per day he has lived. What if I taught that skill to an ancient dragon? Karl whispered back. Ashbringer smirked. Before or after every demigod of every other pantheon drew lots for the chance to obliterate your body and scatter your soul between the planes? Karl chuckled, but everyone else thought that it was a laugh of joy for Thor's new advancement. He had made a huge step today, and his power was still growing. Then, he broke through to the Overlord rank, and his body began to grow rapidly, before shrinking to hatchling-sized as Thor deactivated Behemoth. Then it grew back to slightly larger than it had been at Monarch rank, nearing 20 meters. With Behemoth increasing his volume, his size would roughly double in all directions, making him 8 meters tall and 40 meters long, the size of an adult chromatic dragon, minus the wings, but much more powerfully built. However, for Thor that was impractical, and his brain was working overtime, trying to solve the problem of remaining a rideable battle Thor. He had it. The opposite of Behemoth. He could feel how to grow, now he understood how to shrink. Skill learned, unobtrusive Behemoth, reduces size by up to 10x. Remy loved that skill the moment that she realized it would work on her and Karl as well. But the name was all wrong. Shouldn't it be called just a small snack? If she was a tenth her current size, she would be absolutely adorable. Advancing to Overlord had already put her back into a smaller, juvenile state. But a tenth that size would be perfect for making pleading attempts. Shameless, utterly shameless. Hawk insisted. Just wait. Nobody can resist cute things for long. One day, it will help us get the best snacks. Remy replied haughtily. In the courtyard, Thor adjusted his size to be only 2 meters tall, and Tessa hopped on his back with a smile. He was longer now, more stable. While he had lost the defensive fringe at the back of his head, that also gave her more freedom to attack to the front. Fighting from Thor's back would not be a problem. Thor's first instinct had been in order to run off to the dungeon with Tessa on his back, so they could test his new abilities, yet they additionally had more guild members to bring with them. Everyone had been growing so well, which they were slowly building a weekly training regime, the way that most people built a gym routine. Thor had been definitely above the needed rank of the dungeon now, yet this didn't stop the overlords from entering, and it would take some time for him to get used to his new body shape and the change in tactics with Tessa fighting on a different-sized mount. This time, they had Ray and the 2 Orcish druids with them. It was an odd combination, but Ray had ideas on the best way to use the Entangling Vines spell in combat. The combination of vines and webs was a good one for crowd control, and if she could teach the orcs to do it right, it wouldn't matter that their vines were a rank below the ogres. They would be able to keep the groups from reinforcing each other and fighting as a team. It was probably a good thing that Ray was going with the orcs and not with any of the others. Despite their fearsome reputation, the demons in the guild didn't really have the iron nerves that were needed to be around Ray in combat. For one, she had a habit of making the enemies explode like it was a reset button when you messed up a lesson, and her habit of vanishing to grab enemies for you to train on, then reappearing with an ogre was disconcerting, to say the least. But Karl had other concerns. Ashbringer was nearly finished with the weapon that they were making for the governor's commission, and they didn't have long before the dwarves were due to arrive. He wanted to make a good impression on them, so he could go visit their city freely in the future and gather materials from the Overlord-ranked dungeon. Carefully, he prepared an Overlord-ranked nature stone for the Gravity Slam spell, which Ashbringer mounted in the head of the axe, and then Karl got to work. With the runes drawn on a life-sized blueprint. The idea was simple and clear. He just needed to ensure that all of the runes were correct, and that he had gotten the inscriptions for weapon growth with use correct. Well, that and verifying that the extra bits he had added to give the weapon a purpose, as that appeared to be a necessary part of creating an artifact. Once he was through the first few runic groups, Karl knew that he was doing something right, as the weapon was starting to draw power from him the same way that the blade he had upgraded for the Divine Fire Dragon had. This one was obviously a lower quality base stock, but the result should be the sort of masterpiece that you would only expect to see in a royal treasury somewhere. The weapon resonated with power as Karl finished his inscription and then waited for the item to stabilize as he continued to add mana to it. The power level wasn't increasing anymore, it was remaining on the low side of Overlord. But the aura of power that it gave off was becoming smooth and mellow, almost confident, if magic could have an emotion. Can someone send a runner to the governor? The weapon is ready for pickup, and I believe that he will want to do that personally. You know what? Never mind. I will bring it straight to him. Ashbringer, did you want to see the look on his face? Karl called as he finished admiring the guild's newest masterpiece. Ashbringer came upstairs to take a look at the weapon and smiled as he read the information from the system. Stonecrusher Axe, Artifact Grade. Innate Skill, Gravity Slam. Adds gravity damage to every strike. Deals extra damage to buildings, fortifications, and solid stone. Enemies struck suffer, knockdown effect. Deceptively simple. But at artifact grade, it has to be brutally effective. I wonder if there is somewhere that we can test this before we turn it over for display. Ashbringer wondered. I should be able to use it without bonding it. If you want to take it to the dungeon? Karl suggested. From the dungeon, Ray laughed. Right, there is a team there now. We would have to wait. Ashbringer shrugged. Let's just go turn it over to the governor before any of us makes a mistake and bonds it. If we have to start over, it will be a mess. You can't make two identical artifacts in your lifetime, so I would have to come up with a whole new design. Karl didn't know that. Perhaps if he tried the same layout again, it would come out as an epic grade weapon instead of an artifact. No wonder they were so rare. Karl led the way to the castle, where the guard motioned for them to step forward and bypass the line. Guild Champion, what brings you to the castle today? The guard asked politely. Governor Shin commissioned a custom weapon to be made for the dwarves' imminent visit. Karl explained. Oh, thank goodness. They're already here. Came through the portal platform weeks early. To try the seafood, they said, like they aren't also from a coastal town. The guard flagged someone forward, and a castle attendant came to escort Karl and Ashbringer. The boy was almost at a run, but the long strides of the two much larger men had no trouble keeping up as they raced through the corridors. The attendant rapped a pattern on a thick wooden door, and the gem on his sleeve glowed green as the servants inside let him know it was safe to enter. The room was soundproof, as Karl realized as the door was cracked open, and he heard deep laughter to go with the nervous chuckle of the governor. Oh, Grandmaster Ashbringer, Lord Karl, what brings you here today? Governor Shin asked. Lord? He doesn't look like a demon lord to me. Plus, he smells like stone and void. One elderly dwarf commented. Lord Karl is a two-golden-ringed war champion, but also the city's premier rune master. Governor Shin commented. The dwarves began to laugh so hard they had to set their drinks down. Karl clapped the old man on the shoulder and smiled, then placed the Stonecrusher axe on the desk between them and the governor. We have produced the item you requested, Governor. Everyone went silent as the weapon was placed on the desk. It's beautiful. Governor Shin sighed. That has to hit harder than I'd smash your sister. One of the dwarves announced, smiling at the governor. You'd need two hands either way. His sister is a big old gal, and you've got stumpy legs. Karl agreed. WTF? Ashbringer queried in a private message, but Karl just winked at him as the dwarves commenced to laugh. Freshly made, runes haven't even settled overnight yet. It's not a fake. The oldest of the dwarves announced. Oi, that's in Dwarven. One of the emissaries declared as he examined the runes. Well, I am somewhat better at Dwarven poetry than any other language when the topic is the finer aspects of striking stone. Karl shrugged. The dwarves stared at him suspiciously, so Karl took the governor's notepad and wrote out the Dwarven runes he had used for Overlord Othello's new blade back in the Golden Dragon Nation. This is the first one I made using that technique, and the result was spectacular. Even gave her a personalized effect of extra damage against perverts. Karl explained. The dwarves read the sheet and began to laugh. Transform back. Let's get a look at you then. The eldest dwarf insisted. Governor Shin looked curious, but Karl didn't hesitate to dismiss beast form. and stand on his human legs for the first time in a month or more. What do you know? You're not a dwarf. You kind of smell like one, though? So perhaps just a little bit. The old man muttered. Not a human, either. Now, I've done some things I'm not proud of while drinking, but did someone shag a void elemental? One of the other men asked. The old man laughed. Don't be silly. That would be like taking a fire elemental to bed. Karl cleared his throat. Ashbringer is half fire elemental. The dwarves roared with laughter, and Karl commenced to wonder if this whole visit was just entertainment for them, and not some serious political matter, the way that Governor Shin saw it. Karl sneered at one of the younger men, a ginger-haired dwarf with soot embedded deep in the lines and pores of his hands. Don't even play like you wouldn't give it a shot if the Lady of the Forge came to life, he added. Ashbringer smirked, and the dwarf looked pensive for a moment before nodding in agreement. The elderly dwarf leading the delegation sighed. All right, enough jokes. I see that you've managed to obtain a single actual rune master. If there were more, Drod wouldn't need months and months to prepare for a visit. The quality of the weapon, as well, is incredible, especially for a demon. We will accept that you are a proper producing city, but we can't say that Drod is a weapon-making nation. In light of that, we will have the tariff. Governor Shin lamented in relief, until the old dwarf picked up the axe. How much? I can trade you another artifact, or various items of equal value. He insisted. Governor Shin got a shrewd look on his face. He hadn't expected the dwarves to actually want the weapon. He was trying to show off and avoid getting embarrassed during their trade negotiations, even if it cost him totem-ranked resources. I will let you deal directly with the creators. Governor Shin deflected. Ashbringer acquiesced at Karl, who grinned at the dwarves. How about this? I need a short list of materials, and I would like to request free access to your Bara City's dungeon. Karl requested. The dwarf smiled. He hadn't queried for anything outlandish, just crafting materials to make more equipment. Ashbringer brought out his list of materials for making Overlord rank weapons, which was mostly metals, with a few gems. Karl could use those to finish any of the enchantments the weapons needed, but he added one more item to the list. Mythic rank magical beast blood. 5 gallons worth. He was certain that Ray was doing a happy dance in the dungeon right now, but Karl was also reasonably sure that he could secure her next advancement's bath products. The dwarves frowned at the last addition to the list. Does it have to be from a beast? Karl shrugged. Demon, shadow element monster, or even dragon blood would work as well. But I have found that sentient beings get quite particular about being stabbed and bled. The dwarves began to seriously consider it. It wasn't like there were no mythic rank creatures in their nation. In fact, there were quite a few. But as Karl had pointed out, they would get more than a little bit insulted if someone stabbed them. And the more civilized of the mythic beasts had agreements in place with the dwarves to control a region of the nation so that the dwarves didn't have to continually eliminate growing threats. Killing one would leave a territory open and cause more problems than it solved. However, the oldest of the dwarves had a plan. I know a source, but before I agree to it, I need to know what it is for. Karl considered how he would answer, then decided that the simple truth would be easiest. The system gave me the class of Beastmaster, now Beastmaster Packmaster. I have a bonded partner, a blood destruction demonic spider, formerly a bloodbath spider. Her advancement process involves higher rank blood in large quantities. In order for her to reach totem rank, I will need that blood. The dwarf nodded. There is a long tradition of bonded animals in dwarven culture. Now, it's normally one of the mountain goats, a stone wolf, or a dire bear, but spiders aren't unheard of, as they also like to live in the mountains. The dwarves had a class that could bond monsters. Now that was convenient. But perhaps his class wasn't as special as it had seemed in the Golden Dragon Nation, unless they were something like the Beast Rangers, who only got a single partner. The old dwarf extended his hand. I agree to your price. We will bring you and Grandmaster Ashbringer to Bara and register you with the guard station for entry to the dungeon. It is a 10-person instance. Does your guild have enough overlords? Karl shook his head. We can get close, but there aren't 10 of us at overlord rank. We are primarily a crafting guild. 2 plus the beasts was close to 10, in a way, but the old man seemed to expect that. There are places to form a group in the city. I will arrange for someone to show you around and take you in on a visit. The first time you visit, the guide normally charges a large fee to protect the newbies from the elves and spiders, but for a rune master, I am certain I can get a group to compromise. Ashbringer sighed. I have a non-combat type class. Bringing me into the dungeon would only be dead weight. However, bringing Karl is as good as a half-dozen overlords on his own. He can bring his bonded beasts with him as a single person count. The dwarves looked impressed at that one. That's even better than the golem mages, who can summon extra fighters. One of them noted, I can do that as well. Golems, bodyguards which can use skills, plus the beasts, with their carefully curated selection of abilities. Karl explained, that is just incredibly overpowered. If you brought a few healers and tank-type classes, you could likely do the dungeon with only half the usual number of overlords. But it's still best to bring all 10. The dungeon is a unique one, in the way that it rewards its entrance. There is no loot on the creatures at all. When you finish the run, everyone is rewarded for their participation, and there is a cap. We tried sending a totem-ranked golem mage through with just his 4 constructs, and he didn't get any more than a single individual did when we sent 3 of them together. Karl nodded in understanding. So there are rewards for doing better, but the rewards for carrying an under-leveled or non-contributing group are capped. You know, taking the young demons through the dungeon here really helps them grow. I wonder if I could bring a half-group of overlords and then pad the numbers with weaker guild members? As long as they're doing something, they should get some reward. The old dwarf laughed. You mean, if they're not ensnared by the spiders and eaten, right? You still need a body to resurrect them. Karl shrugged. I have an overlord-ranked group barrier skill. As long as they don't draw too much attention, they shouldn't be targeted. But I get your point. It might be too much risk to take a commander-ranked demonist through the dungeon, especially when there is no loot for them to pick up for us. The dwarf chuckled. Yes, it's a bit odd not to need a pack mule for a dungeon of this size. We have other instances nearby as well, but they're all of the more conventional sort, and the groups bring a few miners with them to collect ores until the timer is almost up. If you stay in too long, you lose everything that you collected, and you're ejected. Karl didn't know that, but he had never tried to sleep in a dungeon or anything of that nature. The trial instances did have a time limit on them, though, so it made sense that there would be a limit on the dungeons, and perhaps a much shorter one, as they would let you in more frequently. If you could go all the time, there wasn't really a reason why the dungeon should let you just live in it rent-free. Then the old man gestured to the governor. We still have a day's worth of negotiations to finish here. I will come get you tomorrow morning once we're finished. Karl bowed and prepared to head for the door, ignoring the pleading look that the governor was giving him. He was much better at dealing with the dwarves than Governor Shin was. They loved to pick on him, and he simply could not understand their sense of humor. Even worse, they ordered the most awful food. Governor Shin couldn't stand the taste of ale to begin with, but the dwarves would boil meat and potatoes in it as a form of seasoning. Just the smell of it was enough to make formal events torture. Now, if they would agree to have the meat braised in wine, that would be different. Karl and Ashbringer returned to the guild house in high spirits. They had obtained a whole list of rare materials from the dwarves, and now they were going to get access to the dungeon, full of overlord-ranked steel and other materials for crafting. Karl could loot the place dry every other day for all that Ashbringer cared. The more materials, the merrier, and he could turn it all into item blanks and refined bars for the sculptors to work with. Ray, how is Thor's run through the dungeon going? We finished with the governor's office, and we arranged to leave tomorrow morning to go to an overlord-ranked dungeon. Karl asked. Overlord-ranked consecrated ground is broken. Or maybe it's the change to eternal lightning? The ogres are half dead even before anyone hits them. Ray replied with glee. She was running a tutorial on the proper way to restrain ogres with entangling vines, which was essentially turning the ogres into smashing posts for Thor and lance targets for Tessa and her spear. It couldn't really be called a fight when they were held in place with their hands restrained, but Thor was having a lot of fun in the dungeon today. Karl laughed at the series of mental images Ray was sending to him. Even though his feet weren't round and stompy anymore, he was still just as happily prancing around after tearing the ogres apart. Karl wasn't sure if that was the appropriate way to flirt with a war priestess, but it seemed to be working fairly well on Tessa. She appeared to be having just as much fun as Thor was, and they were nearly done the dungeon already. Thor had also learned a great new trick. Blockade didn't have to be a stationary skill. He could target the location on himself and use it like a plow or a battering ram. The only trick that he was still trying to master was using Behemoth on other targets. But there was a minor issue. Unobtrusive behemoth reduced size by up to 10 times. Behemoth increased volume by 10 times, which was closer to a doubled length and height. Even if he could use it on Tessa, their base sizes were so different that he still couldn't be max size in combat without turning her into an assistant. In short, Tessa needed ranged holy damage. Maybe a bow. That way she could shoot at things from the back of a giant Thor and not have to strain herself reaching with a spear. Once Karl was back at the guild house, he began formulating a plan for his future advancements and the stockpiling of materials for the guild house. If they couldn't amass 10 overlords to do the dungeon as a guild, then he would go with others. But that limited the amount of trash loot that they would be able to bring back to the guild. So, he would have to do it multiple times to get all that they needed for the forges and the accessories, which meant more time away from the guild house. It was a vicious circle, but doing the dungeon repeatedly, as often as it would let him, was a viable option to keep them fully stocked, even if it wasn't a massive loot haul every time that they went. However, he did know that there was a trick to it. He ideally wanted his share of the loot to be 1/3 of the total. That was the cap according to the dwarves. So, if he went with another group and let Ray and Kara rampage, it shouldn't be an issue to do half as much as the other 9 combined. Especially when you factored in that at least 2 were likely to be on healing duty the whole time. Karl didn't know how the healing factored into the calculations, but he knew enough about the system to understand that they would be getting appropriately rewarded for their contributions. But as the whole dungeon was overlords, and Karl didn't know how dangerous it was, or what the power level standard for the teams that were going into it would be, he wasn't going to take the rest of the guild this time. If it were appropriate, he would bring the ladies on another trip, as they were only a rank lower than what was in the dungeon. For some fights, 1 rank different wasn't a big deal. But if the spiders were on the level of Ray at Monarch, minus the incorporeal bodies, then it would be a nightmare to bring a Monarch-ranked group into the dungeon, and trying to power-level newbies would be a lost cause. He should get a ranged weapon made before the next battle, though. His bow was sadly underpowered for his needs, and if he was going with a random group, then there was a high chance that the predominance of warrior-class assignments would make it undesirable to be another frontline fighter. Telling them that he could summon additional ranged attackers, in the form of the bodyguards, in addition to the beasts, would be much more likely to make him friends among the adventurers. Bara was a dwarven city, in a coastal mountain town, so Karl assumed that the city would function somewhat closer to how the Golden Dragon Nation did, with dedicated groups of people who would be willing to enter the dungeon, and not hundreds or thousands of wrath demons who simply got bored and went there to pick a fight. That system worked very well in Drod, but it wasn't exactly what most cultures would call a normal state of affairs. Other than the orcs, who loved fighting as much as the wrath demons did, Karl couldn't think of another sentient species that was likely to pick that sort of setup. Civilized living was hard on the wrath demons, they needed the outlet. And while only the stronger ones could go into the dungeon, it was a perfect place for them to not only prove their strength, but to vent their frustrations. Nothing would help them relax quite like imagining the ogres as their annoying co-worker or their boss. "You look lost in thought, Chief," Ashbringer noted as they reached the guild house. "I need to get a new bow made, Overlord ranked. They're likely going to need a ranged attacker, especially if I leave Remy and Thor here to hold down the fort." The demon frowned. "You would leave part of your team behind while going to a dungeon in another country?" Karl shrugged. "I'll take Ray, Kara, and Hawk, along with Little Butterfly. Thor can look after the ladies, Remy can work on her potions, and I will entrust you to keep the runesmiths in line while I'm away. That keeps everything running smoothly, except for more powerful commissions, but we don't have one of those right now. Well, there are plenty of items that I should be making for the guild members, but they can wait an extra day while I'm in Burra." Ashbringer nodded. "All right, I will make you an Overlord rank metallic compound bow now, and you can finish it tonight, so you have it ready for the morning." From the dungeon, Ray added her thoughts. "I have leather armor made for almost everyone now. I didn't make one for you yet, and making one for our Dana mage has been hard as she keeps changing between cat and human. It's not easy to make things that look good on both." She explained. Well, that was an improvement. Overlord ranked armor to go with the accessories that they already had would keep them mostly out of danger. The fact that they were made by Ray meant that the ladies would also look good doing it. As far as armorers, there were not many who could beat Ray for pure fashionability. Of course, many simply wanted functionality, but even if they tried, it would be challenging to create anything at her standards. Again, Karl found himself stuck at a workbench all day, drawing runic patterns. But when Ashbringer came in with a 3-pulley compound bow made from shining silver metal, it was definitely worth the extra time spent. The bow had an incredible affinity to the void element, thanks to its core materials, and Karl knew just the spell to add to it. Kara's Void Blast. The upgraded version of Disintegration was epic grade, incredibly mana efficient while being even more deadly, and he could adjust it every shot to determine the size of the void explosion on the arrow. Building it into the bow made it both faster and even more mana efficient to cast. Using Blessed Item and Poison Arrow to create the arrows would give a base of holy damage with a lingering toxic effect, which may or may not be an advantage, but it was unlikely to be a disadvantage. That would be 3 different spell gems that would need to be made, but a few instructions to the sculptors had them carving a wooden grip sized for his hand with the holes to hide the inscribed stones in the back. The rest of the bow was dedicated to increasing arrow speed and targeting by user intent, along with linking the 3 spells. The final result was absolutely magnificent. The bow glowed with a ghostly green light from the Overlord-ranked runes, which went well with the toxic arrow vibe. But the deceptively simple bow hardly needed the arrow speed enhancement. Ashbringer had made it specifically for Karl, who had well beyond human strength. With a draw that heavy, the arrows would be difficult to dodge even without enhancement. Now, he had all that he needed to go to an Overlord-ranked dungeon in any role that they might need. The next morning, the dwarves came by while Karl and the others were eating breakfast and joined the group for a large mug of coffee before opening a portal to Bara in the yard. The groups start early, and we're in the same time zone as Drod is. Don't want you to have to go with one of the groups of rejects and leftovers. If you're going to stay in the city and keep running the dungeon, you should be at the meeting grounds just after dawn. Unless you can find a steady group to go with, that is. There are plenty who go in to farm the place for loot, but they normally have a full group already. It's the visiting adventurers who go with a small core group of guides that you're looking for. Just be careful not to get scammed in the future. Some of them will try to charge an exorbitant rate, like they're not getting anything out of the dungeon, or like they could do it without the rest of the group. The oldest of the dwarves explained, "All right, I made a new bow to go with my other gear, in case they preferred a ranged fighter to go with the melee and magical type beasts. I think that I should have everything that I need." Karl agreed. "What about healing? I'm sure there are potion shops here in town." The dwarf replied, "We are one of the potion shops. Not just healing and mana, but we've got all sorts of utility items as well. The anti-aging cream is a big hit, and it does actually work." Karl explained. "Anti-aging that works?" The old dwarf asked. "A rejuvenation potion that brings skin and muscle tissue back to its base state, the way that it was as a juvenile. The more that you use it, the more dramatically the body's state will change." The dwarf chuckled, then stopped walking toward the portal. "How about you get me some of that? The missus might appreciate it, or she might get mad, and I'll have a bit of extra entertainment for the day." One of the others sighed. "He only says that because he's a totem, and she can't kick his ass. It's the rest of us who suffer when he gets her in a bad mood." Karl reached into the crates in Remy's space and picked out a bottle of the cream, then handed it to the old dwarf. "Either use it directly on problem areas, or dilute a bit with water to use as a body wash for all-around improvement." Karl offered. "The missus is 210 years old. Most likely, she will need to slather it on like burn cream to have it make any difference." The old man joked. Remy laughed in Karl's mind at the thought. Some of their customers had done just that, and it had temporarily suppressed the rank of one of the wrath demons down a level due to the amount her body had regressed. Try it as a body wash first. The effect lasts for nearly a month on most species. If she uses it every day for a week, you'll have a much more youthful-looking wife. Then Karl snagged a small bottle of hair regrowth serum from Remy's space. "If you take one shot glass of that, she'll have a more youthful-looking husband as well," he whispered, just loud enough that the others could hear. The old man chuckled, then took a swig straight from the potion bottle. The bald top to his hair began to grow at a visible pace, and his beard filled into a thick and luxurious mass, leaving loose beard hairs all around his formerly immaculate braid. It didn't change his hair color from snow white, though. The others stared in amazement as the old man looked down into the well, using it as a mirror to see the change. Well, now I'm not sure if she'll recognize me, but I've got to fix my beard. I can't be wandering around like this. Karl chuckled and pointed to the house. There are full-length mirrors in the second-floor common shower room. The dwarf turned and pocketed the potions into his inventory before anyone could try to grab them from him, then trundled back inside. The shaman in the group sighed and closed the portal, as it had already been opened too long for courtesy. I guess a minute or two won't matter, he muttered, checking his watch. They surely had better things to do today than escort Karl around, or wait for an old man to braid his beard. But those were the minor hazards of being around the Darklight host. He came back surprisingly quickly, with his hair in a long braid down his back, and his beard split into 3 braids, a thick central one, and 2 smaller side braids running down his cheeks and hanging to the sides of his chest. All right, now we can go. If you need more products from this shop, you can order them from the branch manager. The old man insisted, now eager to get headed back and surprise his wife. The portal opened into absolute darkness, allowing Karl's vision to quickly switch to thermal imaging and echolocation, along with soul sight. The overlay of the 3 was almost as good as regular vision, but the colors were entirely different, and some of the moving objects here had no soul image at all. Do the dwarves use mini golems and automatons? Karl asked as they walked out of the room and into a dimly lit corridor. Yes, how did you know? The old man asked. Soul sight. There are moving creatures that are not living. The dwarves nodded. The new ones have some improvements. We put heat pads on them so that night sight of other species can find them more easily. But we forgot for a moment that you might not have the same level of night vision that we do. Karl smiled. No worries. I can see without any light at all, as well as in the middle of the day, in fact, just not quite the same. The dwarves nodded happily. It was good when visitors adapted quickly to the city. If they had to go buy him a night vision amulet from the tourist shops, it would be a huge waste of time, as they hadn't come in at the public platform, but a private one, mostly used for travel within the city itself. The old dwarf stopped at a house a few blocks up and knocked on the door, then waited, while the others tried not to laugh. The door opened, and an ancient woman, bent with age, glared out at him. Go away, we're not buying. She insisted, then slammed the door in his face. The old man knocked again, and the woman huffed as she opened the door, then stepped away to let him inside. His mother-in-law. We can go to the dungeon staging area now. I will show you the public portal's location, so you know where to arrive next time, and then help you set up a group. The shaman who had cast their portals for them explained. That revelation completely changed the way Karl understood the dwarves' interaction. Karl had thought that was his wife at first, but if it was his mother-in-law slamming the door in his face and then relenting, not his wife not recognizing him, it became much more amusing. The dungeon formed on the outer surface of the mountain, so the staging areas are just inside the entrance, near the public portals. That helps reduce the need for bright lights throughout the city, but you will find that most of the items closest to the entrance are overpriced and intended for the gullible or extremely wealthy. Not that you're likely to be short on money, being an overlord-ranked craftsman, but the Dungeon Gate is less popular among locals as a shopping district than the Deep Gate, 40 levels below us, which comes out on the west side of the river. The shaman explained. That would also explain why Karl was seeing so many other species in this area. Even if the city was primarily dwarven, the outer regions were more hospitable to other species than the inner parts of the city, where the oppressive weight of the stone and the depths would bear down on their minds. Karl was still at home in the city the same way he was in the mines, but he could see that many of the other species didn't like to stray too far from the light. This is the staging area for groups, and that building with the stepped double spiral pillars covers the portal. If you follow me this way, I will introduce you to a few of the better group leaders. The shaman led Karl to a group of dwarves that were standing around with 4 nervous-looking dragonkin. Thomas, good timing. Do you still have a spot left? We made a new friend in Drod, and he's got a pass for free entry. The shaman greeted the leader of the team, a stout dwarven paladin with long red hair. Shaman Petros, it's not often that the council makes friends with the demons, so this one must be special. The paladin replied in an even tone. He's a rune master, and he can write dwarven mystic runes. The shaman replied. The whole group turned to look at Karl, and one of the dragonkin rumbled in amusement, a very draconic noise. So, he's not a demon at all. Only a dwarf's offspring could make dwarven runes work. But a true rune master? Council Shaman, Slate Petros, you have found exceptional luck today. The jet black-haired dragonkin girl noted with a smile. You don't sound surprised? Thomas, the paladin leading the group, asked. The dragon priestess winked at him. I am a high priestess of the death god. There are a few things that I don't know. Karl smiled. Is it that? Or is it that dragons gossip incessantly and Nacht already told your bishop? The priestess began to laugh, amusement dancing in her eyes. Naksha, youngest niece of Nacht, of the divine beast nation. Welcome to the Dragon Isles, fellow exile. She replied, and briefly pulsed with pure draconic power, letting Karl know that she was not, in fact, a dragonkin, but a purebred black dragon. Oh, so it's first-hand gossip. Karl laughed. You know her? One of the other dragonkin asked, curious about the interaction. I know her uncle. In fact, I was there when he met the requirements to become a black dragon ancient. Karl offered. He's an ancient now. Damn, I had wanted to be there for the inheritance. Who got it? Has the inheritance awakened, or are they still waiting for the god's attention? Karl shrugged. I have no idea what the status of the inheritance is now. I haven't heard about it being activated yet, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. The other dragonkin were getting excited about a lore drop on their reclusive companion, but Thomas was all business. We will take Overlord Karl with the group for this trip. Even if we weren't short a member for the day, he's got a free entry pass. The dwarf insisted, as if that settled everything. Shaman Petros laughed. Yes, that does make it easier for him to find a group, does it not? Few will turn down the chance for a free group entry. But compared to the value of the trade we made, it's nothing. Now the dwarves were all fascinated. It was not cheap to get a 10-person group into the Overlord-ranked dungeon, nearly equal to a 10% tax on your gains. If your group was incompetent, it could be a losing day for you. The shaman nodded in satisfaction, then simply turned and left, his duty done. He had more to do today, and the group leader would show Karl the rest of what he needed to know. All right, what are your skills? The paladin asked, wondering where Karl should be in their lineup. I am a beast master, so I have a small group of beasts with me. But I also have golems, bodyguard-type summons, as well as ranged and melee damage skills. It might be best to let the beasts out after we're inside, but there is a Ghostfire Thunderbird, a Blood Destruction Demonic Spider, and a Void Badger, all at Overlord rank. Karl explained. The dragonkin stared at him for a moment, and the dwarves were suspiciously silent. It was Thomas who broke the silence. You brought a Void Badger here, to an entire mountain filled with gems and shiny objects. Karl smiled at the dwarf. I know that it sounds bad, but I promise that she has been taught all about property rights and the difference between purchasing and looting. Did she care? Thomas asked. Karl shook his head. Not particularly, but she's willing to listen, at least long enough to find out what sort of shiny objects she can purchase with the ones that she already has. You see, we made out rather well with the Bomgan fleet, and she is not short on loot. The dwarves and the dragonkin laughed at that. A badger that has enough loot? That's like saying you know a dryad who doesn't like flowers, or a vegetarian snake. I feel understood and appreciated. Kara agreed, putting her paws over her heart as if touched by their words. How about this? For now, I will keep her in a separate space and purchase the things that she wants on her behalf. Inside the dungeon, everyone will abide by the rules, though I'm told that this one assigns loot automatically at the end. So that shouldn't be an issue. Karl suggested. Thomas nodded in agreement, then asked, what skill advanced when she reached Overlord rank? Void Blast. Don't worry, our damage output should be more than sufficient. Karl replied. The paladin stared at him for a few seconds. You're saying that your Void Badger doesn't have Void Shield, but Void Blast? Karl frowned. She never had Void Shield. She had Disintegration when she was little, and then when she reached Overlord, the combination of her skills and mine advanced it to the epic grade skill, Void Blast at Totem rank. But now that you have mentioned it, she really wants Void Shield. One of my other beasts has Eternal Lightning, a holy and lightning element barrier ability, and a void elemental version of that sounds excellent to Kara. The paladin sighed. You have no idea how long I worked to get the holy barrier skill. It's even above consecrated ground in my skill tree. In some ways, beasts have it easy, starting out with powerful innate skills. But no more dilly-dallying. Let's get a move on and get into the dungeon. On a good day, it takes 4 hours to get through, so I'm expecting no more than 6 hours. Kara and Ray laughed in their spaces. 6 hours to finish a dungeon? Oh, this man was in for a surprise. His little dwarven legs were going to be working hard today. Thomas grabbed Karl and led him to the dungeon to get their free entry, where the guard handed Karl a token. Keep this on your person to save time in the future. It is your dungeon pass. Just flash it, and you can lead your group inside. The guard explained, then smiled at the dwarves. Overlord Thomas, it seems you had some good luck today with a member calling out sick. See you after lunch. They entered the dungeon, which was an ancient dark elven forest, filled with the same sort of mushroom trees that had been in the dungeon where Thor first got the rare grasses he liked so much. They were only inside a few seconds when the little butterfly sent out a pair of illusionary Dana clones, who uprooted small mushrooms, then vanished with them back into the beast space. All right, bring out your beasts, and let's meet them. Then summon any other constructs and protectors you have. That means all of you. I know the mages should have golems as well. Thomas insisted. Karl brought out Hawk, Ray, and Kara, then summoned the bodyguards, as Ray remembered that she had to be visible for people to remember that she existed. The epic guard came out last, and then Karl decided to try summoning golems as well. Ray could do it, so he could do it. He just hadn't. Please select basic bestial form. Karl blinked as a display with hundreds of common animals appeared in his vision. He hadn't been expecting that. But what golem form would be best? Dire Bear selected. A pair of 3-ton giant black bears appeared, but they were clearly constructs, not living beings. The other group members watched all the summons and constructs appear around the Beastmaster after the beasts came out, and Naksha shook her head in dismay. That's just broken. You've got an entire army with you, and they're all overlords. Karl laughed. No, I can make an actual army, and it's even more ridiculous. But they're not really combat troops. Thomas smiled. I would like to see it anyhow, so it's not a surprise if you need to use it. Karl focused on illusionary domain and created 20 clones of the dwarf standing in 2 ranks with their shields up in a protective formation. Then he extended eternal lightning over them and nodded in satisfaction. Thomas brushed his beard a bit straighter as he realized that Karl had even duplicated the strands that had escaped his braid. Is that a group barrier skill? Thomas asked. Yeah, I'll put it over everyone when we're ready to start fighting. But I can't keep it active on a whole army of illusions for long. I just cast it, then let it wear off with combat. But if we're going to loot some of the ore before going, they're good for that. Karl offered. The other dwarves nodded. No harm in a bit of extra looting. The ore is the only thing in here that isn't at least vaguely offensive. Now, the first thing that we will come across is a nest of spiderlings. They're nasty, and everything in here is overlord ranked. There are no weak monsters in here, only large and small ones. Karl, you can join the mages on ranged damage duty, while 2 of your beasts join the melee group. If the Thunderbird can avoid flying too high, that would be best. Sometimes you can pull extra groups accidentally if you fly over their airspace. Use the Thor shrink on me. Hawk insisted. Unobtrusive behemoth shrunk Hawk to a 3-meter wingspan. Still large, but in a city that was much more maneuverable than a 30-meter body. Oh, that is perfect. All right, I think everyone knows their role. What attack should we expect from the beasts, other than Miss Kara, unless she has more unexpected skills? Thomas continued. Lady Ray has a skill to make her incorporeal and immune to physical damage, as well as invisibility. The spider-shaped golems are hers, so they will follow her lead in combat. Also, she has blood destruction, which can be used at a range and will get messy. Hawk will be using fire. That simple description was enough for them to understand the basics of what was about to happen. But when Thomas moved the group to engage the spiderling's nest, what he found was like nothing he had ever seen before. Ray had activated demonic oppression, and the weaker spiders were cowering in terror, avoiding attacking the area where Ray was, and visible less aggressive than any dungeon monster should be. Karl fired a void blast enhanced arrow into one side, while Hawk dove and bombarded the other with fireballs, setting the webs on fire and scorching the spiderlings. The destruction was instant, and Karl didn't even get a chance to see how good the lingering poison effect would be. Well, that was different. Apparently, they're terrified of your Lady Ray. Naksha joked. Everyone is terrified of her. One of the other dragonkin muttered. Everyone except Thomas, who only looked pleased at the clearance speed as he led them forward. The next group had a pair of dark elves riding on spiders, leading the group of spiderlings. While the elves didn't hesitate to engage, their mounts balked for a moment before obeying, giving the ranged fighters a half-second longer than usual to prepare before being engaged by the insanely agile combatants. The spider riders leaped straight over the defenders and went for the ranged fighters, only for one to be bombarded with spells, while the other had its rider stripped by Hawk, who twirled in the air, adjusting to the weight, then lit the dark elf on fire and hurled it into the nest where the dire bear golems were waiting for it. The elf put up a valiant fight, but against two dire bears and already covered in ghost fire, it was a losing battle. One of the dragonkin intercepted the spider, stopping its flight, while the ranged fighters focused on killing it. Then they could turn their attention to the spiderlings, which were fighting the melee group and the golems. The pure number of monsters would make it difficult for a small group to survive in here. They had over a dozen golems and summons active, and they were all fighting multiple spiderlings at the start of the engagement. Ranged, pull the next group to us. This spot is more defensible, and there are groups on either side of that intersection. Thomas instructed. Hawk has it. The bird grabbed a dying spiderling and hurled it off the wall across the street, letting it bounce into the group hiding around the corner. That was something that most spells couldn't do. In general, spells were line of sight in nature, and firing them blind around a corner was possible, but difficult. Plus, if you missed, or the group didn't see you, it wouldn't engage. In general, spells were line of sight in nature, and firing them blind around a corner was possible, but difficult. Plus, if you missed, or the group didn't see you, it wouldn't engage. That allowed you to bombard it from out of sight, but that would take all day. However, the dying spiderling knew exactly where it came from, and the bombarded group ran to provide support, just as Hawk had hoped. Thomas smiled as he saw the group of elves with 3 spider riders in the back charge down the street and towards them. Good work, bird. There is a mage in this group. Focus him down first. The paladin called. Ray, Shadow stepped behind the group and grabbed the mage, which then exploded into a dark red mist. Karl had to admire her restraint. She made it 2 whole groups before she made something explode. The surprise attack distracted the attackers just before the dwarven warriors charged. They slammed into the troops, while the ranged fighters targeted the spider riders. It was an efficient clearance, and the dwarven shaman who was doing the majority of their healing was using a long-duration healing spell that was keeping everyone in top form, even when they happened to take enough damage that the eternal lightning barrier briefly broke. The amount of damage that these elves could do with their deep black blades that seemed to absorb the light around them was impressive. For so many fights, Karl and Thor had rarely worried about the barrier being broken. But now Karl was using the majority of his mana regeneration to keep them active, and the rest on firing arrows. 22:37. He wasn't the primary damage dealer this time, unless you counted his beasts and summons. It was a great relief for the healers, as the secondary healer was a black dragon cleric, and her specialty was not healing, but adding damage buffs to others. Between that and casting shadow magic for damage, she was still busy, but they were getting by with just the one shamanistic healer and Karl's barriers. They were also moving through the fights at a remarkably fast pace, as far as Karl could tell. Thomas was having Hawk pull groups directly to them to continue fighting in the same location, and Hawk could get them moving before the previous fight had even ended. 5 groups into the fight at that location, Thomas held up his hand, signaling a pause between groups. Take a breather and keep hydrated. This isn't like those short 30-minute dungeons. We will be in here long enough to need at least 1 meal and a few hydration breaks. He declared. That was wonderful news for Ray. She could be in a dungeon all day long and still have things to kill, plus inferior spider species to bully. This place was incredible. Even Hawk approved. Spiderlings and their webs burned in a most beautiful way. Once the water break was over, Thomas led them to another intersection, and then had Ray pull the next group. Once they had followed her into combat, Hawk could pull the ones that came after, so nobody needed to leave their station. But without other dungeon mobs in combat to lure them in, or having Hawk move into range of the elves' magic, attacking and retreating could fail to pull them away from their position. That would not be true if Ray and her golems went on the attack, however. Just remember, bring them back to us. It's faster that way. The dwarf reminded her, as Ray laughed in Karl's head. They had only known each other for under an hour, and the dwarf already understood her. They had only known each other for under an hour, and the dwarf already understood her. Not just her, but Hawk and Kara as well. She had even caught the paladin holding an elf sword arm so that Kara could use pilfer before killing the unfortunate warrior. Why is the Void Badger so confident in battle? Is she used to fighting with your barriers active? One of the Dragonkin mages asked. Karl smiled. She is, but she is like that all the time. You see, a winged Void Badger has a racial equivalent of limited immunity and an incredibly large health pool. If you can't do 10% of her health in a strike, you can't hurt her. Plus, we managed to upgrade it, so she heals at the same rate at trollish regeneration. The mage looked impressed. The Beast Master class is truly terrifying. Ray pulled the first group to them, and Karl noticed that the formation had shifted, as had the incoming targets. These were all dark elves, with a cleric and 2 mages behind 6 warriors. At this point, everyone knew the routine. Let Ray eat the cleric while they focused on the mages. It was a tried and true method, as the spider priests, as the dwarves called the dark elven clerics, were similar to the black dragon clerics, in that their specialty was buffing their allies, not in directly healing. However, they did have an excellent life-steal spell that Ray was hoping to gain by osmosis. Now, under normal circumstances, that would be an absolutely ridiculous idea. But this was Ray, Queen of Blood Magic. If anyone could learn a skill simply by eating enough creatures that had the skill, it would be her. Plus, it looked like these dark elves worshipped the spider goddess, so that was an extra point in her favor. If the spell was a blessing from their god, Ray might just gain it as a form of divine blessing. Hawk grabbed another group, while Ray patiently waited on the wall of a building for their cleric to pass by. The moment that it did, she pounced, tearing it apart and then eating the pieces. What is the spider doing? One of the beastkin asked in a terrified, pleading tone as the pieces of cleric seemed to simply vanish into thin air. She's incorporeal. Don't worry about it too much. She will be fine, and she's not taking damage. Karl replied casually. That didn't answer the question, but Ray was close to a breakthrough. She could feel the skill that she was after, and with some practice, she knew that she would eventually get the life-stealing effect right. But if she could find a few more targets, it would be much faster. Why she actually needed the skill was a mystery. Night Haunter came with incredible regenerative powers in incorporeal form. Plus, Karl already knew a life-steal skill that she could use, just not this particular one. Ray was happy, though, and that was what really mattered. Then, on one pull, the mages retreated behind a barrier and were attempting to cast a major group spell of some sort. Karl reinforced the barrier. This effect uses all their mana, and it's been known to kill multiple party members if the healing over the duration isn't high enough. Thomas insisted. Karl nodded, but didn't change the barrier. Kara, you're up. They've got like 10 seconds left in the casting. 8, 6, 4, nope. Mwahaha. Everyone watched as the mages finished their chant and threw their hands up in the air. Then nothing. The mages looked just as shocked and confused as the rest of the group. Winged Void Badger. She can nullify at the Overlord rank. Karl shouted to the warriors in front, so they didn't leave their positions. The Dark Elves didn't seem to understand, but the mages were exhausted. A single flick with Kara's claw took down their barrier, and then the badger was on them, pummeling them into the dirt and pulling their robes up over their heads to stop them from being able to properly fight back. The Dragonkin didn't seem to know how to respond to that, but the dwarves thought it was brilliant. Yeah, jersey them and sucker punch to the face. Oh, is that a void blast on her fist? The healing shaman cheered. Kara is known for her creative fighting style. Karl agreed. I swear that every badger-type magical beast has the soul of a hooligan who pleased the gods trapped in them. The black dragon cleric laughed. They finished with another group of the mages in under a minute, as after the first time, Kara simply nullified their barrier and let Ray in with her golems. The elves had insane magical power, but the group had a Kara. Once that was factored in, the Dark Elves really did stand no chance against the dynamic duo. For the boss ahead, the best option is to slow them down as much as possible. What do we have for options today? Thomas asked as they finished with the mages and took a breather for a drink and a light snack. The mages listed the basics. Slow and paralyze. Well, I can have Ray wrap it up in Overlord rank webbing. That should slow it down. Or I can create an ice or lightning barrier on the ground. That will make things spicy. Karl suggested. How about a big fat no to turning the entire boss encounter into a skating rink? The shaman suggested. So, lightning? It's a wall-type spell, but nothing says that you have to extend it upwards. If we can get the boss to leap or move, I can create the sheet of lightning under its feet. It won't hurt group members, but lightning has a stun effect when enemies are standing in it. Karl offered. Technically, he had two options. Thor knew, lightning zone, and blockade. The blockade skill covered a much larger area, though. At least it did if you only made it a few centimeters thick. Thomas shook his head. The reason we need to slow it is so the warriors can keep it from flying around. Encouraging it not to land only makes things worse for us. The spider silk trap seems like a viable option, and we can try to slow or paralyze it, but the boss monsters are highly resistant to negative spell effects. The group nodded, and the warriors worked on a plan. All right, Ray will wrap it, keep it near the ground. The buildings at the edge should make good anchors if you need to tie the webs off. But we suspect that the boss will cut through them fast enough that it is all you'll be doing. Kara, nullify the more powerful spells. Mages, no fire, and nothing that will shred the webs if you can avoid it. The warriors have a shorter attack range, so we will do what we can. But primarily, we are there as a meat shield to protect the mages from the wrath of the boss while they bring it down. Thomas announced. Got it. We will spread around the area, so it can't attack us all at once, and Karl can focus on restoring the barriers of whoever has its attention. The shaman agreed. Thomas smiled. I have a taunt ability, which will keep it on me for a while. Just do as much damage as you can while it's distracted. Unlike other boss monsters that they had faced in the past, this one was not any larger than the average dark elf. It looked just like any other elven warrior, other than the more elaborate armor, but the sense of danger Karl got was much higher. Thomas nodded and led the group into battle, using his taunt to draw the target's attention to him. However, with the power of the boss, Karl could see that it wasn't completely devoted to attacking him and was still positioning itself to watch the rest of the group. It simply viewed him as the largest threat. For a moment, Ray launched a stream of Overlord rank webbing that stuck to the boss as it tried to fight, and then the spells began as the warriors charged into melee range. The sticky silk webbing was much better than anyone could have hoped for. With the boss forced to deal with repeated attacks from close range, there was no chance to tear it all away, which left it essentially tethered to Ray. She took advantage of that fact to periodically pull the boss off balance, but never off its feet, so that it didn't stop attacking to tear the silk all the way off. Then the boss exploded with power, and the web was obliterated instantly, while the boss leapt into the air and began to cast a spell. Karl fired a volley of arrows into him as Kara interrupted his spell with Nullify. The boss immediately tried again, only to be interrupted once more. It wasn't going to stand for that, and fired a hailstorm of small metal darts at Kara, who countered with a Void Blast. The winged Void Badger stuck out her tongue at the boss as she also leapt into the air and began to circle. They were instant mortal enemies, and she loved it. The boss tried another spell, only to be countered and blasted with a volley of spells and arrows from their ranged members. This was definitely not the usual way of fighting the boss. But even when Thomas tried to use Taunt, the boss only fired a single spell at him before returning his attention to Kara. The dark elf shimmered, and then appeared behind Kara, who turned on him in a ball of angry, growling fur. They were circling too fast for most of the mages to get a clear line of sight for their spells anywhere in that direction, but Ray's golems darted in and out, stabbing the enemy, while Ray waited for the right moment to ensnare him again. Kara shifted to attack the boss's face, and Ray took the opportunity. She snared the boss' feet and pulled him down, crashing to the ground, where he was set upon by the warriors. Angry Badger is bloody terrifying, the dwarven shaman noted. It's as if she's everywhere at once, isn't it? And being so close like that, you can't even use a blade on her. Karl agreed. Once the boss was on the ground, it died remarkably quickly. The warriors held its arms down, and Kara nullified all its attempts to break free with its explosion of power as she held the boss's collar and beat his face with Void Blast enhanced slaps. A chime sounded through the dungeon as the boss was defeated, and Thomas smiled. That's one zone down. We're half done with the dungeon now. This is the first real chance to leave the instance. as if you leave before defeating the first boss, you get no loot. If you leave now, you get half, and that's a big loss. But if things have gone wrong, at least you won't lose money for the day. He explained. Karl mentally calculated the time, as he could see others doing. They were way ahead of schedule. Now, the second half is basically the same as the first, except that there is more of everything. Many new groups fall into a routine after the first half, but that is dangerous. Starting from now, we will split the melee duties into 3 groups. One controls the spiderlings, one deals with the elves, one with the spider riders. Do we have any preferences before I assign roles? Thomas continued. Ray transformed to humanoid for a moment and gave him a sharp, toothed smile. I want the spider priestesses. As long as you put me in that group, I am happy. Then she transformed back into her natural state, and the paladin nodded. All right, we have our damage dealers for the elves. I will join her with them, as they are the most difficult, due to their intelligence. Karl, Hawk, Kara, and Naksha, you are on spiderling duty. You all have the best area damage abilities. Everyone else will start with the spider riders, and then move to the elves. Thomas decided. He led the way again, with Ray using Night Haunter to climb through the fungi trees without attracting attention. Every so often, an illusion would appear and cut down or pluck something to bring to the butterfly, but nobody in the group seemed to notice or care. Those items had no real value for trade, so if someone needed them, they were welcome to them. Karl had the bear golems block the spiderlings as they were burnt and bombarded to death. Then, Hawk got tired of doing things normally and decided that stacking Hellstorm vortexes for additional suction was a better way to collect the spiderlings. It worked wonderfully, as they were Overlord ranked, but only a few kilos in weight, with no good way to anchor themselves to the ground after their webs were burnt. Unlike Ray, their legs weren't bladed, they were just chitinous limbs. So, all the spiderlings ended up in the fire, where Karl and Naksha bombarded them with spells to accelerate the process. That had their part of the battle finished well before any of the others. So Hawk moved to deal with the spider riders, who were fun to pull from their mounts and hurl at Ray. Karl and Naksha turned their attention to the elves, who had higher numbers, and the group was quickly corralled. Excellent. Just like that. The next few groups are the same. The next few pulls went smoothly, with Hellstorm gathering all the spiderlings into one spot for elimination. They were mostly a nuisance to most groups, but eliminating them from the equation freed up the whole group to deal with the elves and prevented the priests from buffing the spiderlings so they could do real damage to the adventurers. Not that Ray let them live that long. That was the great thing about dungeons. You could use the same trick over and over because the next group never learned them, as long as you ended the fight before you drew their attention. It might not be the most realistic situation in the real world, where groups would communicate, but if the dungeon mobs did communicate, and they had a whole city of dark elves coming at them the moment they entered, not many groups would survive a dungeon run. Ray naturally thought it would be fun to try, and Kara was sure that it would be hilarious to herd them all into an elaborate trap. But the rest of the group would definitely not agree with their ideas of fun. All right, this next group is a nightmare. As soon as you pull the first one, it triggers the others, and they will keep coming until everything is dead. It's a guard garrison, so mostly dark elven warriors, no spiderlings. Then as soon as that ends, the boss will appear in the middle of that courtyard. Normally, we pull them here, so we have a chance to take a break before the boss. But you all look like you're in good shape today, so I say that we fight in the middle of the courtyard and use area damage to deal with the waves of warriors. The final boss is a spider priestess. So, expect self-healing, unholy spell attacks if Kara can't block them all, and under no circumstances should anyone without a shield try to take a blow from her staff. The damage is incredible, and it has a petrification effect. It doesn't trigger through a shield, but if your armor gets touched, even a barrier effect won't stop it. Everyone got it? Thomas asked. The group nodded in the affirmative and took a short drink before following him forward. I will apologize for the lack of visibility in advance. I have an area attack spell, but it's hard to see through. Karl warned. They got into position, and Thomas used Taunt to grab a group of warriors, starting the battle. Then Karl activated Apocalypse, filling the air with a flaming blizzard as hellstorm vortexes formed at random around the group. Then, meteors began to fall from the sky, and Thomas cursed. Are you insane? He shouted. Hawk began calling even more vortexes as he added his own flaming blizzard to the mix, making it impossible to see more than 10 meters. Then Karl used Thor's consecrated ground buff to guard the group. It would reduce damage and increase holy attacks if anyone had them. But most importantly, it would deal area holy damage to any enemies that made it past the apocalypse. Karl took a knee and focused on regenerating mana as he pushed the spell output upwards, and elves began to flood the training grounds. The spell's radius was too large, and they had grabbed everything, but the dark elves couldn't see where they were. They were running blindly into the storm, while the adventurers did their best to attack. Even Ray was waiting with the group, so she didn't catch friendly fire. It was a good time to practice rapidly deploying blood destruction, which did even more area damage and confused the dungeon residents as to the direction they were under attack from. They figured it out. Thomas warned as the first few warriors made it past the ring of Hellstorm vortexes. They were in terrible shape and under attack by the mages, but charging into combat. Fortunately, the storm and the meteor impacts were so loud that the remaining enemies couldn't clearly hear the calls for assistance. Or, they could hear them, but couldn't determine how to get to them. Karl could feel the number of enemies in the storm rapidly reducing after a few minutes. So either they had retreated to their spots after being unable to engage, or they were all dead. Either one would be fine by him, and the remaining force was manageable enough. So he let the spell naturally fade as he recovered his mana and prepared for the boss fight. "You're insane," Thomas noted as he moved to engage the last few burned and battered warriors of the Dark Elven Guard. "It worked, didn't it? There are bodies everywhere, so we must have gotten most of them." The group looked around at the scorched ground, craters and blood. It looked like the dungeon had seen the end of the world firsthand. But more than that, they would have to watch where they stepped, as some of those craters were deep enough that they could hide in them during the upcoming boss fight if necessary. Normally, you were caught out in the middle of the courtyard and had to build any defensive fortifications you might want. But this time, there was a whole series of craters to work with. The shaman began setting up small stone walls around the battlefield, and Karl got the idea. Blockade made clear ice walls that you could hide behind and still keep track of the boss. So, Karl scattered them around as well, further back from the stone walls that the shaman had created. Now, they could move around the battlefield and remain out of the direct line of fire. When it erupts with its area of attack, get behind a pillar. "Kara, we're counting on you for this one," Thomas insisted. Kara gave him a thumbs-up gesture with both paws, and the dwarf smiled. Naksha leaned over to whisper to Karl. "So, that's why everyone fears the Void Badgers. They have opposable thumbs." The boss suddenly appeared, and the fight was on before Thomas could even react. Karl and Ray's golems all grabbed a limb and attempted, but failed, to pin the priestess to the ground, while Ray channeled blood destruction on it, and Kara used the totem-ranked Void Blast to disintegrate chunks of its body. The golems were replaced every few seconds as they were destroyed by even a glancing blow from the boss cleric's staff, but it appeared completely overwhelmed. Karl shrugged. "Just let them do it. If they need help, they'll tell us. Besides, it has something that Ray wants." "Something Ray wants?" the paladin asked as he watched the fight with his shield up. "Some sort of life-steal spell exclusive to the spider god. She's been trying to learn it from the priestesses all day." The boss blasted everything away with black, unholy light, and the group's melee team charged in. It had shattered eternal lightning, and even did severe damage to Ray and Kara after the reductions from Void Body that the Epic Guard shared. But Ray got what she wanted. New spell learned, essence transfer, passive skill. Steals life force from a target's blood. Regenerates the user and reverses the effects of hostile time element skills. Karl didn't know of too many time element skills, but slow was one, he assumed. The essence transfer was a very familiar skill now that he saw it in action on Ray. It was very likely the same skill that the Blade of Champions used to empower its bearer. The High Priestess suffered the most brutal beatdown in the recent history of the Bara dungeon. Not only did it not manage to get a single major skill off, it was so thoroughly overwhelmed with pure brute force that it was on the defensive for the entire battle. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the whole run through the dungeon. In double time, as it were. Our total time is only a little over 3 hours, half what I had expected. Normally 4 hours is considered a top clear speed for practiced guild groups, so I must say that we had an exceptionally efficient day today. Now, there are a few standards once we get out of the dungeon. You are not obligated to tell others what you got, and that has turned to a general taboo on asking, unless you're a vendor looking to purchase something. But there is one more matter. The Darklight host member has the ability to create mining illusions, and the mountain faces, as well as many of the ore nodules throughout the city, can be mined. That is one of the primary reasons to do a full clear. If you don't, then the designated miners can't work safely. It is customary to split both the work and the reward in a pickup group if you do it at all. So, I have pickaxes in my inventory. Today, we have a flying scout who can examine the city for anything we might have missed, like wandering spiderlings. But I've done this a number of times now, and I am fairly certain that we got it all. Thomas's explanation caught them all off guard. They were going to mine out the dungeon? Only the crafting guilds did that, and none of them saw much benefit in spending hours gathering what was an abundant resource here in Bara City. Karl and Little Butterfly both sent out a team of dwarves with pickaxes, 24 illusions each, with instructions to gather all the ore and gems. The others laughed as they saw the small army headed into the dungeon, with a few starting work only meters away, where a node of or was growing from the ground behind a tree-sized mushroom. I will pile it here if we want to split it. It's just extra materials for our guild's Grandmaster Elemental Smith. Karl offered. The others shook their heads. Don't worry about it. You have the dungeon pass, and that already saved us as much as selling those ores will gain. Keep them for your workers, we won't begrudge you that. Especially when you have so many summoned miners to gather it. The amount of ore varies from run to run, and it doesn't always appear at the same spots, unlike the basic dungeon features and the enemies, which always appear in the same locations. Thomas explained to Karl as the illusion spread and began piling up the ore in Kara's space with the other loot. That explains why a group of dwarves didn't go straight to a specific spot for the most valuable nodules. Karl realized. Thomas sighed. Some stereotypes never fade, do they? Karl laughed. Don't think too deeply about it. I grew up in the lithium mines and spent most of my childhood deep underground. I know that the appeal of finding a particularly valuable vein or a surprise inclusion. The dwarves all chuckled, and a few of them nodded in agreement. The dwarves might get annoyed by being stereotyped as miners obsessed with ore and treasure, but it was still generally true. The illusions spread quickly, and each nodule only took a minute or so to extract the surface or from. Karl didn't order them to dig deeper to follow the vein, and the butterfly didn't know anything at all about mining, so they moved quickly through the dungeon, then vanished when the job was done. All right, we're good to go? They finished collecting the surface ore and transferred it to me. There might be more beneath the surface, but this is good enough for me to show the smithy what is available. Karl explained. Thomas led them all out of the dungeon, and the beasts returned to their spaces. Karl wasn't actually interested in raw ore, but there wasn't a better spot to put it until they got home. Besides, it didn't take up too much space, just a small hill in one corner. Thomas led the group out of the dungeon and to a quiet pub only a few blocks into the mountain. The 10 members of the dungeon team sat down around a large table, and Thomas ordered a round of drinks. Well, normally this is where we go over what went wrong and how to improve for next time. But this run was somewhat unconventional. I can't say that I expect you'll ever have another run like this one in the future, so you can just disregard all the fighting techniques that you learned today, other than the initial group placements. However, we got a full clear, we're done in time for a proper meal, and the newcomers get an afternoon to explore the city. That's all we can ask for. The paladin insisted. Karl smiled. That's a good idea. I should bring things back home to Drod. Souvenirs for the guild members. Thomas chuckled. Well, don't spend too much on that special lady. International portals aren't cheap. Karl laughed. Well, I don't need to worry too much about that, as I can cast the portal for myself. I just don't know too many locations within the Dragon Isles, so about the only place I can go is here or home. After all those other skills, you still have the ability to portal? One of the Dragonkin asked. Yes, a portal is the usual option, though I could use recall instead, as I'm going back home to my guild house once I'm done here anyhow. Karl remembered. Portal and recall. Whose mother did you sleep with to get that much influence? Karl frowned. Recall wasn't hard to get. I got it as part of a payment from the Lard Royal Academy. I made some gifts for their graduating class. Portal, well, that was a special circumstance. The dragonkin slowly nodded. That makes sense. Lard created the recall stones, so it's not a big deal for them to pass out the spell. But that also means you can come back here at will. That's huge, with your free entry pass. He's totally jealous. Karl laughed. Tell them that you made an artifact-grade weapon to get the free pass. Ray suggested. I think they're jealous enough. Let's make friends here. Real friends that we can adventure with. Another round of drinks was ordered to celebrate their victory in the dungeon today, including the extra fast clearance time. That was always worth celebrating, as it meant that all went smoothly and nobody had suffered too badly. For Karl, it had a different meaning as well. Looking into his inventory now that the run was over, he had a huge amount of, or in Kara's space, a half-dozen mediocre quality Overlord ranked weapon and armor drops, and one epic quality statue type item. At first, Karl wasn't sure what it was, but when he looked more closely, it was something for shamans and priestesses that boosted their magic. Most classes couldn't use it at all, but Remy could, and she would be sure to appreciate it when he brought it back for her. And if she didn't want it, Ray did. Not that she could use it, but it was a cute spider statue. Naksha turned to Karl as the dragonkin among the group finished their drinking. Want to explore the shopping district? I hear it's a bit overpriced compared to the areas deeper in the mountains, but it's still worth a look, she suggested. Karl got to his feet with a smile. Of course, I was also warned, but as it's my first time in the city, I need to bring back souvenirs, and that means shopping in the tourist district. The black dragon chuckled. You make it sound like going deeper into the mountain doesn't freak you out, even a little bit. Karl shrugged. I grew up in the mines. You get over claustrophobia fast at the bottom of the main vein. The moment that they were out of the tavern, the other dragonkin split off, leaving Karl with Naksha. I hope you didn't get the wrong idea. I'm spoken for. Karl explained cautiously. Naksha nodded. Uncle Nak told me. But honestly, I think that I freaked the rest of them out a little bit. The aura of a black dragon is death, and it makes most people uncomfortable to sit too close to me. You're a bit of an odd one, though. I suspect that it has to do with the spider and the void badger. Between the two, you're already used to strong auras and darkness-related elements. But the other dragonkin mostly live among other beastkin, and the black dragons don't socialize much with even their own kin. The ones on the other continent might be different, but here the black dragon temples only get visitors for funerals and impending funerals. Karl chuckled, and Ray came out to stand next to them in humanoid form. I think I like your god. More people should pray properly when they're about to have their funeral. Ray agreed. The dragon blinked slowly, then shook her head. The god of death isn't a god of forgiveness, she offered. Ray shook her head. That's not what I meant. Think of all the people with a price on their head. Should they not be praying to the god of death for at least a quick end? I read in one of the history books how the dragons would pull the scales off a traitor one at a time. Naksha looked offended, and Karl thumped Ray on the head. No talking about fun ways to kill people in public. Ray sighed, and Naksha gave her an unimpressed look. They stopped using that as a punishment thousands of years ago. But now that you're out and in a form that doesn't scare everyone away, should we go shopping? Ray smiled back at her. We simply must go shopping. My sister is waiting for us to get back with an item that we found in the dungeon, and then we need to deliver the ore for the smithy. But this place feels fun. I can sense powerful creatures all over, even in the ocean near the mountain. Will you be hunting later, not in the dungeon? You want to go hunt the magical beasts in the mountains? Naksha asked hopefully. You too? We definitely need to get together and go hunting. Are there good things? Ray asked. Naksha sighed happily as her mind wandered away. We will have to go a fair ways. They have these monarch and overlord ranked mountain goats here, but they're livestock, and we're not allowed to eat them, no matter how good they smell. Dragons have an incredible sense of smell, you know. But further into the mountains, there is a massive inland desert. They have these sand rats. Don't let the name turn you off. They're delicious. She agreed. We're going. Hawk demanded. After. We have things to do first. Karl reminded him. Hawk wasn't happy about it. But now that he knew that there were still mice at his level, he was willing to be patient until they could go get them. But if he was hunting with a dragon, he even had a flying buddy. Kara only flew far enough to get snacks or attack pests. She was a lousy flight partner, but a dragon seemed like just the right sort to go for long flights. Suddenly, Ray grabbed the dragon and pulled her into a group of stalls that were selling beads. Karl didn't know what she might want with that, as they were clearly just glass beads with the word bar written on the larger ones at the front. Well, they were good tourist items, as they had the city name on them, but they were the cheapest of the cheap. The girls came back with matching black beaded bracelets a few minutes later, and then Ray was dragging Naksha off to another stall that was selling cookies in tins with the view of the mountain as seen from the ocean painted on them. Then to a shop selling bookmarks. Then to a shop which was selling little wooden storage boxes that were actually storage devices with a spatial magic storage spell on them. Those were expensive, but Ray was not deterred. Storage boxes were new ways to organize her treasures and hide the shining rocks without burying them. Karl just followed along behind the pair and did his best not to laugh as Ray dragged her new friend through the shopping district, even stopping to get honey garlic meatball kebabs for her when Naksha complained that she couldn't keep up this pace forever. Finally, Naksha turned to Karl for assistance, and Ray relented. Fine, we can explore the rest of the shops on this floor of the city another time. She reluctantly agreed. You were planning to go to every shop? The dragon asked, horrified. Well, at least walk past it. You never know if they're going to have good stuff on some random side street. But you don't have to go inside all of them to know that they're not interesting. I can smell that most of them aren't. Ray explained. That level of dedication is terrifying. A nearby shopkeeper chuckled, and Ray went over to see what he was selling. What do you call this? She asked, unable to identify the strange scent. It's rotisserie roasted mutton with garlic sauce, hot sauce, and pickles, wrapped in bread, to keep the hands clean. The gruff dwarf explained. Spicy meat. Can I have 20? I think that our people in Drod would love them as well. The dwarf rumbled with laughter. Give me a few minutes, and I can make that for you. Ray placed coins from the dungeon on the counter, and Karl wondered where they had come from. He didn't see her pull them from his storage, but he didn't recall transferring any. Was it possible that Ray, Kara, and Hawk all got a payout at the end of the dungeon run? He would figure it out later, but at least the shops had no problem accepting dungeon gold, and he didn't have to go for currency exchange. We have lots of dwarven coins in the pile, Kara noted, then picked up one from beneath her to twirl between her claws. We will save that for when we go inland to hunt. They're less likely to accept foreign coins easily. The trio waited patiently as the shopkeeper made 20 of the mutton wraps, and then Ray nodded to Karl. Okay, we can go now. Dragon, are you coming with us? We can send you back later. She offered. You would bring a black dragon cleric home with you? Naksha laughed, but Ray just shrugged. We've got a red and a green. Black brings us one closer to the full set. Naksha laughed, then actually considered it for a bit. All right, let's find the rest of my team, and I will let them know that I'm leaving for a day or two. We aren't a long-term group. We just traveled here together for the group discount and safety in numbers. She explained. It didn't take long for Ray to find the other dragonkin in the crowd. For one, they were taller than the locals by at least a head, and for two, they were a different temperature. With her sight, that made it even more obvious. Hey, I'm going on a short trip to Drod with the Beastmaster. There are a few dragon clerics with his group, and I would like to see the city before returning here. Naksha explained. Go ahead then. There is no shortage of clerics or mages to fill the role. Just let us know if you run into any trouble so that you're not a missing persons report when we get back home. The leader of their group agreed. That was all the departing sentiment that they needed, Ray assumed, as she led them to the portal platform. She had overheard others saying that it was impolite to open them just wherever in the city. You should only do it at one of the designated points. Fortunately, there was one right by the dungeon, and they could get to it before all these meat wraps got cold. Reheating them would be no good. There were cold pickles in there, and she assumed that they would get all soggy if you cooked them. But she didn't take the portal all the way to the designated point in Drod. Instead, she created it in the open area by the guard station outside their gate, so they were only a few paces away from the guild house, but outside the city, where they wouldn't startle any security person watching. Overlord, Lady Ray, and guest. Welcome home. The guard greeted them. They seem to know you very well. Naksha noted. That's our guild house on the left, right next to the city walls. Most of the guards take their smoke breaks in the garden, and there is a healing effect on the green dragon altar in the yard, so relaxing here is a common pastime. Karl laughed. The guard smiled at the priestess. They're a welcoming bunch, and they sell utility-type accessories, as well as all sorts of potions. The Darklight host is quite popular here in Drought City. The guild members were not expecting him to come back so quickly, and they were definitely not expecting him to come back with a guest. But Dana and Lotus both ran out to greet them. "Welcome back. You brought me a dragon." The responses were very different, and Naksha began to laugh. "You must be the green dragon cleric I heard about. It's a pleasure to meet you, and you have quite the altar here in the yard. I can feel the magic." The black dragon greeted her. "And this is my Dana mage," Karl added, with an arm around Dana's shoulders. "It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Miss Dana. I am called Naksha. I believe that you know my uncle Nakt, who I was named after." Dana smiled. "He is quite famous where we come from, and a good friend of the Archbishop of the Golden Dragon Church, so he spends more time around humans than most other dragons do." That wasn't technically correct, but unlike Karl, who had found dozens of them hidden within the upper ranks of the nation's leadership, most of the people did not know how many dragons were hiding in plain sight. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.